The dim glow of streetlights barely touched the alley where two hooded men stood. Their meeting the kind that rarely ended well. Midnight rendezvous like this usually meant trouble. Illicit deals, desperate bargains, or worse, some came for love, others for greed. But sometimes, love twisted into something darker, fueling vengeance or obsession. The first man shifted against the damp brick wall, his jaw tight beneath the shadow of his hood. Minutes stretched too long, and the weight of hesitation pressed harder with each passing second. A war raged inside him, one voice urging him forward, the other whispering for him to turn back. That softer voice made his chest ache, but he ignored it, pressing harder against the wall, as if bracing for what came next. Moonlight cut through the broken gaps in the alley's crumbling walls, casting eerie streaks across the ground. It felt like ghostly hands reaching for him. And he shuddered. He'd always preferred daylight to this unsettling gloom. Movement flickered at the edge of his vision. A second figure emerged, silent as smoke, stopping just out of arm's reach. Their hoods hid everything but the tension between them. "You know what's expected of you." The stranger's voice was smooth, polished, like a merchant selling poison in a gilded cup. "Mostly," the first man muttered, shifting his weight on the uneven cobblestones. That quiet voice in his head still begged him to leave, but he smothered it. "Good." The second man reached into his cloak, retrieving a heavy pouch that jingled faintly. "This should motivate you to see it through." Fingers closed around the bag, and the weight of it, real, solid, sent a thrill through him. "It'll do." The stranger leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. "Sell it, make me believe you mean it." A slow exhale. "I will." The chaos in his mind screamed louder, but he'd spent years drowning out noise like that. There was no turning back now. As the stranger turned to leave, melting into the shadows, the first man suddenly called out, "Why?" He clutched the pouch tighter, the coins inside a cold comfort. The alley seemed to hold its breath, waiting for an answer that never came. The man tosses a quiet remark over his shoulder, barely more than a whisper. "Every act of cruelty comes from love." That single truth binds even the strangest of companions together, though cloaked in darkness. These two souls have never felt so exposed. Chapter 1. A crimson drop hits the marble floor. Stark against its flawless surface, my legs tremble as I watch it spread, my head pounding. The world tilting honey. But the sticky trails running down my skin tell a different story. Too fast. Too much, or maybe it's the weight of what's coming that makes the room spin like the iron band. Digging into my thumb, the polished floor throws back a ghost of a girl. Dirt smudged, hollow-eyed, silver hair clinging to her damp neck. She wobbles like someone standing on the edge of goodbye-bound wrists. Raw and bleeding, a Reke Spectre bride. Number, that's impossible. I stole everything from him, and now he'll make sure I pay. Death isn't a stranger, it's the shadow I've walked beside my whole life. The mark burned into my chest. That cursed O branding me as worthless. It whispers in my ear, turning every secret into a blade. When he sneers weak, I hear ordinary. When he says doomed, it sounds like a vow. Funny how the thing meant to destroy me feels like the only truth I can trust. Then the silence shatters. Paedyn. The name cracks through the throne room like an accusation. Traitor, murderer, ordinary. That's all they see. The crowd shifts. Restless, I force my gaze up from the blood. Honey, just honey, past the sea of polished shoes and tailored suits, until I'm staring at the box in his hand. I don't need to look to know what's inside. The ring winks at me anyway, cruel as a punchline. Higher still, his shirt is rumpled, like he dressed in a hurry, or maybe he just doesn't care. My fingers trace the line of buttons until they pause at his throat, where the stiff collar presses against his skin. I still haven't met his eyes since he spoke those words. "You are to be my bride." As if the declaration alone could bind. MEIT feels like the trials all over again. That same suffocating game of masks and lies back then. I couldn't bear to look at him without seeing the king staring back. But I buried that ghost. The man who once lived in his son's sharp green gaze. Edric Azer is nothing but shattered memories, and the scars he left behind. I made sure of that. And yet, I still can't bring myself to face Kit. My throat tightens. Maybe I didn't just kill a king. Maybe I unleashed something worse. Paedyn. His voice is too gentle, too much like the past we can't return to. Look at me. He said those words before, but this time, there's more than just a king's shadow keeping my gaze away. There's betrayal, there's blood. And history isn't kind to those who defy it, but something in his tone, something almost familiar, makes my chin lift, my eyes drag from his crumpled collar to his face green, just like before, just like always. We stare at each other. A traitor without a father. A prince still chasing his some things never chain. And for the first time since the bowl, we see each other. His mouth curves. Not quite a smile, not quite a threat, like he's carved from defiance itself. The future queen of Ilya bows to no one. The court holds its breath. I taste their shock, their confusion. Thick in the air, their stares crawl over me, over my scar, my blood. The short hair that can't hide what I've lost. They see the silver savior. The girl who cut off the very thing that made her legendary. I'm a fraud, a survivor, the ordinary, who outplayed them all, and now death whispers in my ear, laughing because being queen might be the cruelest joke of all. Uncuff her, the king says, so casually it stings. Then fingers brush my skin, rough, familiar. Kai. I turn before I can stop myself, before I can think, because some things still burn too bright to ignore. But it's not the piercing gray eyes I'm desperate to find. Instead, I'm met with a dark, muddy brown stare, brimming with undisguised loathing. These aren't the eyes that follow me with quiet devotion, the ones that know every fleck of gold in my irises, every hitch in my breath. When I'm nervous, my chest tightens as I recognize the imperial soldier. The same one who sliced the cuff from my ankle in the poppy fields. Without a second thought, his rough grip on the chain around my wrists sends fresh pain shooting up my arms, reopening half-healed wounds. I swallow hard, refusing to let the tears fall. Weakness isn't an option here. The throne room feels suffocating as I search the crowd, my pulse hammering against my ribs. Where is he? Faces blur together, none of them his. No sly smirk, no sharp jawline cutting through the sea of strangers. For the first time since I swiped those silver coins from his pocket in Loot Alley, the weight of isolation crashes over me. Then, click. The cuffs drop, hitting the marble with a metallic clang that echoes like a death knell. Blood smears across the pristine floor, a stark reminder of what this freedom costs. Much better, the king says, his voice smooth as honey. I glance up to see him watching me, that practiced smile never slipping beside him. Kit extends his hand, the other still clutching that damned black box. His palm is open, an unspoken offer, or a trap. One touch, and I'm no longer the girl who betrayed them. I'm their pawn, their pretty little puppet. When my fingers finally brush his grip tightens just enough to make my breath catch. Does it disgust him, touching the hand that killed his father? We Ilyans like to pretend we've outsmarted the plague, Kit announces, his voice rolling through the room like thunder. Our gifts are its legacy, yes, but also its defeat. The strong survived, the strong rebuilt, and the strong. He pauses, his gaze flicking to me. They prove their worth in the trials. A ripple of approval spreads through the nobles, their smug nods making my skin crawl. My nails dig into my palms. I'm not a person to them, just a spectacle, a lesson in what happens when you're born without power, a toy to break. Elites weren't the only ones who made it through the plague, were they? The anger in my throat dissolves as his words sink in, leaving my mouth parched. Everything slows when I turn to face him, bracing for what comes next. No, he says, voice steady. There were the ordinaries, too. The Ilyans who survived but never developed abilities after years living alongside elites. They were cast out and hunted simply for being powerless. My grip tightens around his hand. My body frozen. I don't know if I'm waiting for judgment or mercy the king. The Kit I once knew scans the room with those piercing green eyes. Sunlight catches the gold in his crown, casting a glow over his blonde hair like some divine blessing. His next words are measured, rehearsed. If we want Ilya to endure, we must bring the ordinaries back into the fold. My legs nearly give out, but Kit's grip keeps me standing. As if he anticipated this reaction, the room erupts. Faces twist in outrage, hands shoot up in protest. But all I register is the weight of this moment, the fragile hope taking root inside me. Kit's voice cuts through the chaos. I'll address your concerns soon enough. But to ease your minds, let me be clear. Since taking the throne, I've seen how close Ilya is to collapse. These past weeks have taught me more about our kingdom than years of privilege ever did. He nods toward the crowd. Callum was once my prisoner, a resistance leader I dismissed as a fanatic. My breath catches as my gaze lands on him. Pale hair, sharp blue eyes. He meets my stare with a slow nod. I bite back, the grin threatening to break free, pouring every ounce of gratitude into my thoughts, knowing he'll sense it. Kit presses on, silencing the restless murmurs. But interrogating him revealed truths about our own failures. Decades of isolation have drained our resources. The slums overflow, while our food supplies shrink. Our borders can't sustain this. The king lays out Ilya's ruin with eerie calm, like he's spent every waking moment tallying his father's mistakes. My mind flashes to the scorches, to the harsh truths I threw at Kai. I grew up in those slums, hungry, packed like livestock. Of course, the records confirm what I've lived. Dor and Tando refuse to share their livestock, harvests, or survival strategies for the scorches. Kit scans the shocked faces around him. Without them, we can't grow or even feed ourselves. The shallows, Isram's water source, has become dangerously unpredictable. The fish won't come near our banks anymore. His tone turns grave, and I lean in, absorbing each syllable. If we don't lower our walls and let ordinaries back in, this kingdom of elites will crumble. The crowd erupts, but Kit quiets them with a single raised hand. Even now, neighboring cities won't deal with us, as long as we remain an elite stronghold. After my father's purging 30 years ago, Ilya severed ties with Dor, Tando, and Isram. We lost their resources, just as they lost ours. That damage won't be undone overnight. Right now, those kingdoms couldn't care less about elites. A strange warmth spreads through my chest. Hope, though it feels unfamiliar. I've seen Dor's hatred firsthand, felt their disgust for elites, not because of their powers, but because of how they've treated those without. Decades of arrogance won't be erased easily. It'll take something monumental to mend this rift. My legs wobble beneath me. That something is me. The realization leaves me lightheaded, detached from the future unfolding before me. United Ilya was all I ever wanted. A home where I wouldn't have to hide just to survive. But the cynical part of me whispers that Kit can't truly want this, not when his father spent his life trying to wipe ordinaries from existence. Then he says my name, snapping me back to the moment. Paedyn Gray's so-called treason isn't what it appears. Our marriage will be a peace offering to the other kingdoms. This act of trust will bring ordinaries back to Ilya and convince our neighbors to trade with us again. His smile is strained. Our union will launch my reign and forge the strongest Ilya this world has ever seen. I dissect every word, searching for hidden meaning. Then he faces me, and all thought evaporates as he lifts the ring from its velvet case. For a breathless second, I'm certain he can hear my pulse, see the dread in my stare. But then his expression shifts, and suddenly, I'm staring at my own reflection in his eyes. Every doubt, every hesitation mirrored back at me because that ring in his unsteady grip symbolizes everything he was raised to despise, yet here he is, defying his father's legacy to save his people. So I let him take my hand. Let him see the resolve that quiets my fears. This is my chance to be the change I've always wanted. Even if the king's motives aren't the same as mine. He only cares about saving this kingdom by any means necessary, while I extend my hand for a united Ilya. Nothing more. I'm the sacrifice the ordinaries have bled for, the strength they'll never possess. The ring shivers against my chipped nail. His gaze meets mine, silent approval flickering in his eyes. Every breath, every choice has led me here, to this single, fragile moment of courage. I give the slightest nod, and he slides the ring onto my finger. Chapter 2. Kai. I thought I understood suffering, until I saw that ring on her hand. But suffering isn't abstract. It's real, glinting coldly against her sun-kissed skin. My brother's choice is final, unbreakable. And it's the end of everything I wanted. A bitter laugh claws at my throat. She swore she'd ruin me. And here she is, crowned in my destruction, the most dangerous thing I've ever wanted. And yet it's that damn diamond that will break me through. The gawking nobles. I watch Paedyn, just as I'll watch her for the rest of my life, close enough to serve, never close enough to touch, standing in her shadow. Never truly seen loving a girl I would have knelt for long before she wore a crown. Kit steps back, presenting his betrothed to the court. Her short hair shifts with every turn of her head, silver strands catching the light. The scar along her neck gleams like a knife's edge, sharp and unyielding. Her blue eyes sweep the room, searching, uncertain. For the first time, I duck behind a marble pillar, avoiding her gaze. I've always been ready to drown in those depths, but now, if she's not the one pulling me under, I don't want to sink at all. The room erupts in whispers, accusations hanging in the air. I disappear into the noise, listening as the court voices the same shock I feel, because this was the last command I expected from Kit, and he didn't even have the decency to warn me. I roll my shoulders, the enforcer's mask slipping as fury burns beneath. Every ability in this room presses against my skin, begging to be unleashed. Anger is reckless. It clouds my mind, sharpens my power, until all I feel is the storm inside me. But this is my fault. I hunted her. I delivered her to this fate. And the worst part, I'm terrified of what I'll become when I stop trying to be worthy of her. A man beside me shouts, waving his hands like a fool. For a second, I imagine snapping his wrist, or better, borrowing his blazer gift and burning that flapping tongue to ash. Kit's voice cuts through the chaos before I can act on impulse. All your questions will be addressed in an official meeting soon, he declares, smooth and controlled. After that, our engagement will be announced to the neighboring kingdoms. Engagement, the word hits me like a punch to the gut. I'd give anything to go back to that field of wildflowers, to spend eternity weaving crowns for her, if it meant she'd stay mine. Not Kit's, not Ilya's, just mine. My eyes lock onto her as Kit silences the room with a single gesture. So much like our father, it sends a chill down my spine. The man before us isn't the brother I left behind. He's calculated, deliberate, every motion measured. But my focus snaps back to Paedyn as she moves through the crowd. Shoulders rigid, gaze fixed ahead. The nobles don't bother hiding their contempt. Whispers turn to jeers, sneers curling like poison in the air. Then some fool steps into her path, close enough to spit his venom the moment his words land. So does my hand, shoving him back hard enough to make the crowd gasp. I don't care who sees. I don't care what they think. Touch her again, I growl, and breathing will become a luxury you can't afford. Then her voice cuts in, sharp as steel. No. Paedyn steps beside me, eyes locked on the man now trembling under her glare. No, she repeats, softer but deadlier. If you dare insult me or my people again, I'll be the one to end you an ordinary, killing an elite, imagine that. The room goes still. Every noble, every guard, every scheming courtier holds their breath in that moment. She isn't just a girl from the slums. She's a storm wrapped in skin. And they all feel it. Then she turns, and I follow, leaving the throne room behind. Her hands shake so badly I'm half convinced that ring will hit the marble any second. She hurries down the gilded hallway. And I can't help but think how ridiculous we must look. Me, barely dressed with bandages wrapped around my torso. And her, the king's future bride, covered in dirt and dried blood. Paedyn, I call, quickening my pace, but she only darts around another corner. I exhale sharply. Hold up. She freezes, unsteady even from here. I catch the way her shoulders shake, the uneven hitch in her breath. She presses a hand to the wall for balance. And I'm about to speak again when a rush of voices echoes behind us. Damn it, I need to move fast. Get her out of sight before the whole court stumbles upon their trembling, disheveled queen. To be they'd blame it on her ordinary blood. No doubt my gaze lands on a door just ahead, and without thinking, I scoop her up. Throwing her over my shoulder, that snaps her out of it. Are you insane? She hisses, twisting in my grip, her nails digging into my skin. Let me go now. I ignore her, pushing through the door as the voices grow louder. Sorry, but saving your reputation takes priority. I can't help the amusement in my voice. Though I gotta say, the view from here isn't half bad. Disgusting, she mutters. I step inside, shutting the door behind us, plunging us into darkness. And I can see your leg twitching, by the way. She huffs, muttering something about traitorous limbs as I carefully lower her to the floor. The air between us is thick. Her breath warm against my skin. My hands skim over her, rough fingers catching on the fabric of her shirt, tracing the curve of her waist. I can't see her, but I can feel every shift, every shudder. Where are we? She whispers. Probably some dusty storage room, I say, then instantly regret the edge in my voice. Couldn't let the court see their future queen falling apart, could I? The words come out harsher than I meant, and I feel her tense beneath my touch. Hey, I soften my tone, tugging her closer. Tell me what's going on. Her heartbeat hammers against my chest, and just like that, the moment of defiance fades. She's breaking again, her voice raw. I can't do this, I don't want to. Her head shakes violently. I was ready to die. I was prepared for you to be the last face I'd ever see, and now... Stop, I interrupt, my voice cracking before she can voice the rest of my nightmares. I wouldn't have let that happen. I swore I'd make this right, and I will. Make it right. Her laugh is rough, barely more than a whisper. Kai, this isn't about survival anymore, this is. Her breath hitches, and I know she's touching the ring again, her fingers unsteady. This is forever until death. Rage surges through me. Sharp and relentless, she was supposed to be my end. Not the beginning of someone else's life. She was the one I was meant to love in this world and follow into the next, but now she's bound to a king. And I'm just the one who nearly destroyed her. I grab her hands, clinging like she might vanish. Focus on the ring, I say, twisting it around her thumb. Your father's, not my brother's. Spin it like you always do. Keep your mind here, not there. A weak scoff shudders through her. But it was never really his, was it? Every word trembles under the weight of the truth. Everything I believed about myself was a lie, and now I'm supposed to sit beside the man I thought wanted me dead. I don't have answers for her, not when the truth about Adam Gray's fatherhood is so twisted. Not blood, but abandonment and luck. I'm useless against this kind of pain. None of this makes sense, she rushes on. I should be gone by now. This kingdom would rather see me in a grave than on a throne. Her exhale ghosts over my skin, cold in the dark. But Kit's not wrong. Trade won't reopen unless Ilya accepts ordinaries again. You saw how they despise the elites indoor. She shakes her head quickly. I've wanted unity more than anyone, even if the king resents it, but the elites won't bow to an ordinary queen, I finish. Hell, They barely tolerate the idea of ordinaries walking free in Ilya. Silence stretches before she speaks again, her voice breaking. I thought Kit was losing his mind. I thought grief and rage had taken him. A shaky inhale. I thought he'd command you to run me through the second I stepped into that throne room. So did I admit quietly, and I was ready to defy him. The raw hurt in her voice cuts deep. Kai, I never expected this. I drag a hand through my tangled hair. You've been blind to Ilya's ruin for years. Too busy surviving the slums to notice the castle's decay. You confirmed my fears in the scorches. About the starvation, the wasted land, but I didn't realize how bad it had gotten. I can still feel her turning that ring, round and round. Paedyn's voice is quiet, hesitant. You told me he wasn't himself when you left. The people said he was losing his mind. She pauses, as if pulling the next words from somewhere deep inside. So what happened? I exhale, my thoughts drifting back to the chaos of his study. Papers strewn everywhere, ink-stained fingers shuffling through them like a man possessed. I don't know. I admit. Silence stretches between us, thick and heavy, the kind that presses against your ears until all you hear is the hum of your own pulse. My fingers find the edge of her shirt, tugging absently at the worn fabric. She leans into me, and for a moment, everything feels lighter. Then she whispers, I don't know if I can make it through this. You've faced worse, I say, firm, and let's not forget how easily you handled that fool in the throne room. Same as you, she fires back, and I can practically see the defiance in her eyes. I don't need you stepping in for me. Sweetheart, I murmur, I know you, but if I'm your enforcer, you'd better get used to me having your back. She shakes her head, frustration clear. Not some queen you need to protect. Is that right? My fingers trace her cheek, then skim down the bridge of her nose. Then you have no idea how much control you have over me. Her voice sharpens. You keep forgetting I have no power here, Prince. The words cut, deliberate. So go ahead, be my downfall. You know I'm promised to your brother, she breathes, her lips so close I can almost taste them. My jaw tightens. For now. Forever, she snaps. There's no way out, and if what Kit said is true, then the fate of Ilya, of all the ordinaries, depends on this. I tilt my head until our foreheads touch. I'm not letting you go that easily. Then lie to yourself. My thumb grazes her lower lip. Does that mean I have to hide you away every time I want to touch you? I'm teasing, but the words are bitter on my tongue. The thought of her bound to him coils around my chest like a vice if she becomes his. I'll spend the rest of my life aching for her, so I push closer. Memorize the way her breath hitches, the way her arms tighten around my neck. I need to remember this. In case it's the last time. Her voice is barely a whisper. You're not supposed to touch me at all. But you could order me to, I murmur. Then it's just duty. Her laugh is soft, fleeting. I commit it to memory, the way her nose bumps mine, the way her lips barely brush against me before the door slams open. Chapter 3, that wasn't what it looked like. I say quickly, a sigh, a slow nod that makes her messy bun wobble. Like I said, I didn't see anything. Ellie, I groan, you know exactly what you saw. She tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear, but it does nothing to hide the smirk playing on her lips. I was just there for the broom, and that's all I took. To prove her point, she hoists the broom higher and keeps walking, forcing me to hurry after her. The quick pace helps. Faces blur as we pass, and the heat in my cheeks fades, but my mind won't stop circling back to that moment. The door swinging open, the enforcer and his future queen tangled together in the shadows we'd jerked apart. But not before Ellie's wide eyes locked onto mine. And now, despite everything, I feel the stupid urge to laugh. I press my hand to my mouth before it escapes, because the more I think about it, the more absurd it all seems. My whole life is falling apart, and here I am, staring at the wreckage and wanting to giggle like an idiot. A mirror would only show me the mess I've become. Every mistake, every loss carved into my skin, the weight of what's still coming, powerless, fatherless. Adina less. As if that wasn't enough, now there's this damn ring on my finger. A shiny little shackle that might just finish me off. A choked laugh slips out, loud enough that Ellie glances back, concern flickering in her gaze-eye trail behind her. Numb, through halls that have always felt like a cage, the ring glints mockingly in the light, harmless now, but words can cut deeper than blades me. On a throne. I'd sooner picture myself in a dungeon, or at the wrong end of a sword. Ordinary people don't rule. They survive. The reality of it all slams into me again. As we turn another corner, servants whisper imperials, sneer. Any trace of humor dies in my throat. Happiness doesn't belong to someone like me. Weak, despised, a walking target. If they prop me up as their savior, they'll tear me down just as fast. Ellie stops abruptly, and I nearly impale myself on her broom, shaking off the spiral. I follow her into a room that steals my breath. This isn't the cramped space I slept in during the trials, no. This is luxury beyond anything I've known. Thick carpets, sunlight spilling across the floor, a bed so massive it could fit 3 of me. Delicate carvings frame the windows, and the canopy over the bed drifts like a cloud. A desk, a vanity, a wardrobe, all pristine, all impossibly large. For a second, I forget how to walk. My gaze drifts back to Ellie. Whose room is this, and why am I tracking dirt through it? Her lips curve into a tight smile. These are the Queen's chambers. The new ones, at least the old ones, still hold Queen Iris's memory. Her words send a chill through me, my stomach twisting. This will be your home now. I hope it meets your expectations. Expectations. I exhale sharply, cutting myself off before I can fully repeat her. Ellie, you know better than anyone that none of this fits what I'm used to. Her grin turns sharper than I've ever seen. Oh, I remember you made it quite clear the day we met that you weren't exactly raised in palaces. A pang of grief hits me at the mention of our past, the little hideaway Adina and I had carved out in the slums. Calling it garbage now feels like a betrayal, but to anyone else, that's all it was. A crumbling shack, invisible enough to keep us safe. Now it's empty, silent, no laughter, no warmth, just dust, and echoes. The image of her lifeless in my arms flickers behind my eyes, the roar of the crowd in the bowl still ringing in my ears. I shake it away. Paedyn. I jerk my head up, realizing I'd been lost in thought. Ellie's face is lined with concern. Sorry. Yes, the room is perfect. Stepping deeper inside, I bypass what's probably a lavish bathroom and head straight for the balcony. The moment I push open the glass doors, the wind tangles in my hair, carrying the scent of blooming gardens below. From this height, the palace grounds are stunning. Flower beds winding between cobbled paths, a grand fountain at the center, the same fountain where I'd once drenched Kit. Back then, he was just the prince, a shadow of his father. Then he became a friend, then an enemy. And now he's something else entirely. The thought sends a shiver down my spine. Turning abruptly, I stride back inside to find Ellie waiting. I shut the doors behind me, leaning against them with forced ease. So, where's the queen? I mean, the former queen. The words stumble out awkwardly, and I cringe at my own clumsiness. But Ellie, bless her, jumps in before I can make it worse. She was moved to the West Wing, she explains gently. That's where the infirmary is, but even if she weren't ill, she wouldn't be staying here anymore. These are the Queen's chambers now, and I lean against the heavy doors, bracing myself. And I'm supposed to be queen. Exactly, she offers a hesitant smile. And I'd be honored to stay on as your lady's maid if you'll have me, that is. A rough laugh escapes me, and it's strange how good it feels to shake with something other than pain, to make a sound that isn't a sob. Ellie, if I actually end up wearing that crown, I'll make sure you never have to lift a finger again. Oh, I don't mind the work, she admits, her voice quiet. It keeps me busy. And I want to be here for you. This time my laugh is sharper. Do you, after everything? I take a step closer. You've heard the rumors, probably the truth, too. She looks away, her voice soft. Sure, you had your reasons. The unexpected kindness in her words hits me like a wave, and I swallow hard before asking the question that scares me most. Why don't you hate me like the rest of Ilya does? She pauses, studying me in silence for a long moment. The rest of Ilya doesn't know you. And you do. The words come out too fast. Better than most, she says simply. You learn a lot about someone when you're the one scrubbing their floors and mending their clothes. Then she moves to the vanity, pulling out the stool and patting the seat. Now, come sit, let's get you cleaned up. I obey. Stiff and uncertain, the plush cushion feels like sinking into another life. One where my biggest worries were surviving the trials and hiding my ordinary bloody simpler time. Before I joined the resistance, before I drove a blade through the king's heart. And now I get a crown and a kingdom that wants me dead. You cut your hair, Ellie murmurs. Her tone curious, she dampens a cloth with warm water and starts dabbing at the dried blood on my skin. When she reaches a stubborn patch near my jaw, I mutter. It was getting in the way when I had to run for my life. It's easier than the truth, easier than remembering how the blood clung to it, how I begged Kai to cut it all off, easier than admitting I still flinch at the sight of red, still feel it slick on my hands, still wonder whose life will spill next. Not that there are many left to lose. The thought is grimly comforting. She picks up a pair of delicate scissors. Want me to even it out? It's a little uneven. No, I say too quickly, then soften. Thank you, I'd rather leave it. She nods, though I can tell she's burning to ask why. If she had asked, I would have confessed the truth. The uneven strands of my hair aren't just a careless cut. They're a reminder of Adina. Those messy bangs mirror the ones I used to trim for her under the dim glow of starlight at the fort. Laugh every time the scissors grazed her forehead, and afterward, we'd playfully argue over whose fault it was that her bangs ended up crooked. Now, those memories are all I have left. Tangled in my own silver locks, Ellie's voice pulls me back. What was it like? She asks, curiosity bright in her eyes, running through the scorches like that. Empty, I whisper, and terrifying. She nods, smoothing a loose strand of my hair behind my ear. Well, it suits you and I'm glad you made it back in one piece. Thanks, I say, exhaling. Honestly, I'm still surprised I did, especially after the court's reaction. Ellie winces. Yeah, the staff didn't take it well either. I groan. At this point, I wouldn't be shocked if the kitchen staff slipped something into my dinner. She smirks, shaking her head. Not a chance, not now that the king's declared you his future queen. Future queen, the words feel foreign. I never imagined Kit would be the one to claim me. His brother, sure, but not him, and yet here we are. That's comforting, I mutter. Ellie's fingers pause near the scar on my neck, her gaze lingering. He's changed, you know, she says softly. After the coronation, he barely left his study, wouldn't eat, just tossed his meals out the window. The servants found a pile of rotting food in the courtyard. She leans closer, voice dropping. But grief does strange things, and then Callum started visiting. My pulse stutters. Callum, in his study? Not right away, she admits. He spent days in the dungeons first. But something shifted. Kit must have seen something in him. She shrugs. That's all any of us know. I'm stunned. And yet, not surprised at all. It's the only way to describe the last hour of my life, because, as much as I hoped, I never really believed Kit would defy his father's legacy. But maybe, just maybe, he's trying. Turns out I was correct about him. This king isn't truly invested in a united Ilya, just in preserving his own power. No matter the cost. Part of me wants to laugh, because at least it's something. Kit has every reason to despise me after I ended his father's reign. But like it or not, he requires my help. Between the two of us, we could do more than just salvage this kingdom. We could tear down the divisions that have festered here for generations without Edric whispering poison in his ear. Maybe Kit will finally see clearly Dotand with Callum guiding him, revealing the harsh realities of this place. There's a slim chance things might change the way Callum speaks, so deliberate and measured, makes his words impossible to ignore, or maybe he's just rifling through our minds. Plucking out exactly what we need to hear, my gaze drifts to the bed, where my lone possession, a worn pack, has been dumped unceremoniously on the floor. Some poor servant probably dragged it here, cursing under their breath, but it's the journal inside that I can't stop thinking about, the one I need Callum and Kit to see. The weight of it presses against my ribs. A reminder of the man I thought I knew. Funny how the father I grew up with was just a fragment of a much darker truth. Adam Gray was just a healer. A man who drilled survival into me with endless lessons. Then I watched him bleed out in front of me. That single moment shattered everything, hurling me into a life I never wanted because, according to his own writings, he wasn't my father at all. The realization coils tight in my chest, but I force my focus back to Ellie. What about the rest of the resistance? I figured some were captured. Her expression darkens. Last I heard, they were thrown in the dungeons, but that was right after the trial, and who knows what's happened since. Her voice fades, leaving me to picture the worst. How many were dragged away after the disaster in the bowl arena? How many bled out for nothing, their rebellion crushed despite years of planning? I push to my feet, stepping out of Ellie's grasp. I need to talk to Kit the King, I correct myself, and Callum. She looks like I've just suggested walking into a fire. Not like that, you woe. Then, catching herself, she softens. Exhausted, you should rest. I expected to die long before now, I say flatly. Thought I'd be rotting in that throne room with a blade through my ribs. But I'm still breathing, and I want to know why. My voice drops, rough with conviction. If my time's running out, I won't waste it sleeping. Ellie exhales, resigned. Fine, no rest. You need to clean up before anyone in the castle sees you like this. Of course, my entire worth now hinges on how presentable I appear. I give a stiff nod, suddenly hyper-aware of the dried blood caked on my skin, scrubbing it all away. Every trace of the desperate escape, every mark of betrayal, sounds like the only relief left. But as I turn toward the washroom, I spin back abruptly. Have you heard from Lenny? I ran into him during my trip, but we lost each other. Ellie avoids my sharp stare, shifting her weight. Well, actually, he's here. What? My voice cracks. Where? She steps closer, her messy bun bouncing with each movement. After your bath. Ellie, my lady, she corrects, arching a brow. I exhale sharply, pivoting back toward the washroom. Then, with forced brightness, I toss over my shoulder. Fine, but only because the blood under my nails might actually make me lose my mind. The water clings to my silver hair, dripping like liquid metal as I step from the bath. I'd scrubbed until my skin burned, scraping away every trace of the journey. But the moment I emerged, raw and shivering, Ellie delivered the news. It took seconds. Just a flash of white-hot anger, before I yanked on loose pants and a snug tunic, storming toward the door. Ellie knew better than to block me, only slipping close enough to press soft slippers into my hands. Now they whisper against the stone floor as I march down the hall, my focus locked on the figure waiting at the end. Lenny lounges against the door, inspecting his polished boots with exaggerated disinterest. Then his head snaps up, hyper senses catching my approach. His red hair clashes against the stiff imperial uniform, and even with that ridiculous white mask covering half his face, I see his eyes widen. A grin tugs at his mouth, relief flickering in his expression as he pushes off the wall. Princess, you actually made it back in. I slam him against the stone, my forearm pressing into his chest. The snarl in my voice surprises even me. What the hell were you thinking, Lenny? Whoa, he murmurs, palms raised. If this is about door, I was tearing that place apart looking for you. Don't play dumb, I snap. You know exactly why I'm furious. This is hardly the behavior expected of a future queen. But at this point, my reputation couldn't possibly sink any lower. I shove away from him and spin toward the exit, only for Lenny to plant himself in my path. "Move," I snap. "Someone's already getting comfortable with giving commands," he remarks dryly, arms crossed. I exhale sharply. "Get out of my way." His expression softens, regret flickering in his eyes. "You know I can't, Paedyn." I push against him again, my hands trembling. "Let me in there. Just breathe for a second. I made a promise," I choke out, my vision swimming. I swore I'd make Adina's death mean something. My next shove is half-hearted, my strength waning. "So open the damn door, Lenny." Pity etches deep into his features, his freckled face tightening. "The king gave strict orders," he murmurs. "I can't let you see her. I'm sorry." A cold numbness spreads through me, dulling everything. My fingers slacken, slipping from his uniform. "Blair drove a branch straight through Adina's chest in that last trial," I say, my voice hollow, like it belongs to someone else. "And I'm going to make her pay for it." Lenny hesitates before gripping my shoulders, steadying me. "I understand more than you know," he exhales slowly. "But you can't kill her while I'm on duty. And Kit knows you won't hurt me to get to her." He pauses, then adds with a hint of doubt, "At least, I hope not." A bitter laugh escapes me. Of course Kit anticipated this. Stationing Lenny as her guard was a calculated move. He knows I care about Lenny too much to go through him. "You won't always be standing between us. And when I'm not," he says carefully, "you can do whatever you want. But think it through first." "Think it through." My voice sharpens, fury burning behind my eyes. "Planning her death is the only thing keeping me sane. Trust me, I've thought about it plenty." "Paedyn." He shakes his head, his red hair catching the light. "That was before everything changed, before you were engaged to the king." The reminder stings, the weight of the ring suddenly unbearable. He drags a hand down his face before leaning closer. "You can't just act on impulse anymore." "Anymore?" The quiet ache in my voice makes him flinch. "I never wanted to kill anyone. I only fought to survive. But her." I jab a finger toward the door. "She's the reason I'm like this." "I know," he murmurs, pulling me into a hug. "I know, Princess, I'm sorry." I press my face into his uniform, the stiff fabric scratching my skin. "I'm scared," I whisper, the admission raw. "You have every right to be," he says, resting his chin on my head. "No one saw this coming." Lenny's arms tighten around me before he pulls back, his familiar smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Thought you could get rid of me that easily." He shakes his head, the dim torchlight catching the amusement in his eyes. "Maas got Finn, and Lena helping her rebuild the safe house. Turns out teenage rebellion makes for decent construction work. And between you and me, those tunnels under doors smell worse than a locker room in July. Figured I'd take my chances back here with you instead." A laugh bubbles up despite the lump in my throat. "You came back to a castle full of people who'd kill you on sight because—" "What? You missed the decor." "Missed your charming personality," he counters, nudging my shoulder. Then his voice drops, glancing at the passing guards. "When you and Callum vanished from the base, we tore the place apart looking for clues. Took Ma threatening to disown me to realize I'd be more use infiltrating the palace than digging through rubble." He adjusts his imperial uniform with exaggerated pride. "Turns out playing soldier again was easier than expected. Callum pulled some strings. Guess being the king's favorite has perks." The weight in my chest eases just a fraction. "So you're here to, what, cheer me on while I marry my way into a revolution? Someone's gotta make sure you don't bolt before the I do's," he says, but the joke falls flat as his expression sobers. "This isn't how any of us pictured winning, but you're alive. That's enough for now." A bitter chuckle escapes me. Alive's a generous term for whatever this is. "Hey," he flicks my forehead. "Remember what I called you back in the slums?" It takes me a second before groaning. "Ugh, don't say it. Cockroach," he announces, grinning at my glare. "Indestructible, annoying, somehow always in the wrong place at the right time." His voice softens. Sounds like exactly who we need right now. The study door looms ahead, its polished oak worn smooth from years of impatient hands I've run through this moment 100 times. What I'd say. How he'd react funny, how rehearsals never account for the way your throat closes when you finally face the brother who's become a stranger or worse. A ghost of the man we both hated. Kit's words in the throne room hang between us like unsheathed blades. I need the truth. Even if it cuts my knuckles, hover an inch from the wood turning back, now after knocking 3 times. I push open the door and step inside. The cramped study feels oppressive, like that underground chamber where the enforcer met his legendary silver savior. My eyes sweep across the familiar space. These walls holding too many memories. The fireplace holds only dying embers. Their faint glow barely warming the room. 3 comfortable chairs face the hearth. One cracked leather seat catches my eye for a second longer than it should, clearing my throat. I walk toward the massive oak desk where Kit sits hunched over a document. He doesn't look up until my shadow falls across the parchment in his hands. "Hey, brother," he says, and the warmth in his voice throws me. This isn't the shattered man I left behind. The one the kingdom whispered about in hushed tones. The Kit before me now is different, calmer, steadier. "You look good," I reply carefully. He sets the papers aside with a quiet laugh. "Better than I have in a while. You'd know better than anyone." There's a flicker of his old self in his smile, the kind he used to give me before everything fell apart. "I owe you an apology for how I was before you left, but I've had time. I've let go of some things." He runs a hand through his blonde hair, exhaling. "Learned a few things, too." I nod, unsure what to say. The silence stretches before I settle on. "I'm glad. More like myself again," he corrects lightly. Then he rummages through the scattered documents before sliding something toward me. "This is yours." My enforcer's ring gleams on the desk, the heavy crest unmistakable. 2 lions flanking our family's banner. It should be a symbol of pride. But all I see is the blood spilled beneath it, every life taken. Every command followed without question. Still, I slip it onto my finger, the metal biting cold against my skin. I clench my fist, feeling the weight of history in that band. "Guess I proved myself," I murmur. Kit leans back in his chair, the motion eerily reminiscent of our father. "You delivered her to me. That counts for something." "I did, and I'd take it back if I could. Gotta admit, Kai," he says, tilting his head. "I wasn't sure she'd survive the journey." The line between brother and king blurs. I meet his gaze, unflinching. "You thought I'd make sure she didn't." His smile is bittersweet. "Be the first time I underestimated you. I figured you'd set her free. Why didn't you tell me about your plans with her?" The question bursts out sharper than I intended. He blinks, caught off guard before regaining his usual calm. "Honestly, I didn't know what to do with her either, not until I started listening to Callum, found Father's old letters in the records." "So Callum convinced you to marry her?" My voice drops, edged with warning. Better question. Why the hell are you even taking his advice? "Because he showed me what I couldn't see," Kit snaps back. "I was shoved onto the throne drowning in grief, and Callum told me the truth. What's really happening in the outer districts made me realize how blind I'd been." His breath is heavy, but his tone doesn't waver. "So I listened, learned, and for once, I made my own damn decisions. Call me reckless if you want, but I don't think you're reckless." My words slice through his. "I think you're right. If Ilya's in danger, you do what you have to." Hell, I let out a dry laugh. The ordinaries should have been welcomed back long ago, survival or not, because I saw things out there too, the lies we were fed and who was feeding them. Kit starts to speak, but I cut him off. "Not here to debate Father's twisted legacy or the mess he left us." My palms press into the desk, the wood rough under my grip. "Hear about her." He rises slowly, meeting my glare. "Easy, Kai. Marriage." My voice cracks. "What kind of plan is that?" "The only one I've got," he says flatly. "E the king. There's always another way, always, unlike the rest of us. You want another way. His composure shatters, voice raw. Fine. The alternative is her execution. That was the original plan. How's that sound? Better. The air between us turns to ice, my lungs lock. My hands clench. Worse than her death is the thought of being the one to carry it out. If I don't marry her, Kit says, desperation creeping in, she dies. She killed Father Kai. But as my queen, she helps rebuild Ilya. I protect her, rewrite the story, and she becomes our symbol of unity. I drag a hand through my hair, only then realizing I've been pacing, boots wearing a path into the rug. A bitter laugh escapes me before I can stop it. Help me out here. When I left, you were furious enough to run her through with a blade yourself. My eyes lock onto his, searching. What shifted? Everything, he murmurs, the quiet weight of his words making me regret my sharpness. Everything shifted. I was a son grieving a man I mistook for love. Obsession, really, because love wasn't something father knew how to give. His voice wavers. I was lost without him, drowning in anger, but I mourned. I grew. And you were right. I'm not that reckless boy anymore. I'm a king now. The impact of his words knocks the breath from me. What happened to the son who lived for his father's approval? I press. Because this choice spits in the face of everything he wanted for Ilya, even if you're saving it. Kit exhales, his gaze drifting to the window. Father cared more about wiping out the ordinaries than building this kingdom. He buried himself in the elite's lies while Ilya crumbled. When his eyes meet mine again, they're steel. I won't make his mistakes. I'll make this kingdom strong. For a moment, pride flickers in my chest, not for the king before me, but for the boy who once craved a nod of approval. Now he wears the crown and rejects the blind devotion that came with it. I steady myself before the thought of father can drag me deeper. Toward her, the question slips out before I can stop it. Don't you hate her? His mouth quirks, sharp and fleeting. Do you? The silence between us stretches, charged for the first time since his coronation. I recognize the brother I knew. Paedyn isn't some clear-cut enemy or ally. She's the blur between, a storm of contradictions. My silver savior. Hating her isn't simple, but not loving her, that's the impossible part. I don't want this to divide us, Kit says carefully. I want us to stand together again like brothers. I'm about to answer when the door creaks open. I don't need to look. Her presence hums against my skin, an anchor I've never shaken. Kit's eyes dart past me, widening slightly, and when I turn, there she is, chin lifted, gaze unreadable, exactly as I remember, exactly as I feared. Her cropped hair brushes against her jawline. Tousled and full of movement, she holds her father's leather journal tight against her side. The worn cover pressed into the fabric of her blouse. The moment her blue eyes meet mine, it's like being hit by a wave, sharp and sudden, a reminder of how long it's been since I've gotten lost in them. Now, finally, I can take her in without restraint. She does the same, though her expression stays unreadable, a master at keeping her emotions hidden. But then, I shouldn't be surprised. The woman standing in front of me has spent her whole life perfecting the art of illusion. Her gaze shifts from me to Kit. No need to explain. I heard everything. I raise an eyebrow, amused. So you were listening at the door. She gives me a smile that's all sweetness and no sincerity. Only until you two started yelling. After that, the whole hallway could hear. Kit exhales heavily and drops back into his chair. Paedyn, I was going to talk to you about this. Really? Her voice slices through his words, sharp as steel. Before or after the wedding? My jaw tightens as my eyes drop to the ring on her finger, glinting under the light. It's just there, like it belongs. Like it's always been part of her. The sight of it twists something in my chest. Maybe I'm jealous. Not just of the ring, but of the way it touches her skin, feels every shift of her pulse. That should be me. Before, Kit says, steady but avoiding her eyes. I'm sure you have questions. Oh, I do. Her laugh is cold. Starting with whatever job you've given Lenny. I prop myself against the desk, legs stretched out, watching Kit over my shoulder. And what job would that be? Kit hesitates, but Paedyn answers for him. He's been assigned to guard Blair's door, probably her every move after that. The fury in her eyes is instant, and suddenly, I know exactly what's fueling it. Adina. I remember the way that Branch ripped through her, the way Paedyn collapsed in the sand, screaming as Adina took her last breath. And behind it all, Blair, standing there with a smile as she used her mind to drive that Branch home. When I meet Paedyn's gaze again, all I see is vengeance. And something tells me Blair's blood is the only thing that will satisfy her. I have to keep things under control, Kit says carefully. Her father is a high-ranking general. I can't have my future queen starting wars inside the castle. I knew you'd chase after her, so putting Lenny in the middle seemed like the smartest move. He drags his fingers through his blonde hair, leaving it disheveled. If this whole thing is going to work, you need to keep it together. Paedyn's voice is eerily steady when she asks, and you actually want this to work, uniting the ordinaries and elites, forcing us together. To save Ilya, yes, Kit replies. Trade has to reopen, and that won't happen if the other kingdoms still see us as enemies. I'd explain more about the marriage, but you already heard enough through the door. She nods, silver strands swaying. I got most of what I needed except for the part you dodged. She steps closer, slapping the journal onto the desk, her fingers grazing the edge near mine. After everything I've done, do you really not hate me? Kit exhales sharply, his breath unsteady. I watch them, caught in the tension of this quiet battle. This isn't about love or hate, it's about survival. I can't lead a kingdom that's already crumbling. I killed your father, she says bluntly, and you're just fine with that. You haven't even said you're sorry. Her voice drops to a whisper, but there's steel beneath it. I was defending myself, he attacked me, and I barely walked away. She lifts her chin, unflinching. I'm sorry he's dead. But I won't apologize for ending a tyrant. The silence is suffocating. I study Kit's face, waiting for any flicker of reaction, just like Paedyn does with that unnerving focus of hers. But he's stone. No flinch, no breath. When he finally speaks, his voice is rough. Forgiveness doesn't matter, you need my protection. And now, his tone turns icy, so different from how he speaks to me. I've given you a role to play. Her grip tightens on the desk, knuckles bleaching white. For a second, hurt flashes across her face before she schools it into something neutral. She doesn't push him, doesn't ask for absence he won't give. Instead, she shifts gears. What about the rest? The lie that ordinaries are diseased. She flips open the journal, skimming until she finds the right page. My father was Adam Gray, a slum healer. And he documented it all. I fold my arms. According to his notes, my father paid off the healers, silver for their silence, spreading the lie that ordinaries were draining our power. I exhale, frustrated. And as much as I hate to say it, the pieces fit. No wonder the healers live like royalty now. The wealthy elites have every resource at their disposal, yet they turn a blind eye to the suffering in the slums. P meets my eyes and gives a quiet nod before continuing. Every noble in this kingdom looks down on the common people. For the healers, spreading lies about them was just an easy paycheck. She hesitates before adding, and the king, he used that prejudice. He tried to silence my father more than once. But my father was different. He stayed in the slums, knowing the truth but powerless to stop the deception. Kit exhales sharply, still avoiding Paedyn's gaze. So he founded the resistance, he mutters. Callum told me everything. The letter my father left me only confirmed it. He rubs his temples, exhaustion weighing on him. I know about the decades of lies the healers fed us. Paedyn's voice is steady but quiet. And will you tell the kingdom? Kit waves a hand dismissively. Of course, but I'll frame it in a way they'll accept. Just because I've lost respect for my father doesn't mean I'll let our family's name be dragged through the mud. His eyes flick to the ring on her finger, the one I can't bring myself to acknowledge. I'll uphold the Azer legacy. But He hesitates, then adds, I'll also make sure you're protected, Paedyn. The kingdom will hear a version of what happened in the arena, just not the whole truth. There's a sharpness in his tone, a bitterness I've never heard from him before, and it's not aimed at me pushing the thought away. I gesture to the cluttered desk. What about the records? And Callum? Did they really change your mind about Ilya? Kit's expression softens as he turns to me. Not right away, I questioned Callum, trying to understand the attack, but instead, he told me about the resistance. Why it existed. He showed me the reality of the slums, the suffering my kingdom was ignoring. His gaze shifts to Paedyn. Everything he said matched what I saw the day you smuggled me out of the castle. I know now it was just a ploy for the resistance. He almost laughs, but it still opened my eyes. He leans back, fingers tapping the armrest. Callum, being a mind reader, knew I was starting to see the truth. He suggested marrying Paedyn to save Ilya. At first, I refused. His eyes meet mine. But then I spoke to the queen. Your mother, she gave me the letter my father left behind, a plan, she called it, for the future he wanted for Ilya, a secret passed down from king to king. His jaw tightens. After reading it, I finally understood my father didn't care about Ilya. He despised the common people. The records prove it failed harvests, overcrowding. He ignored it all. He couldn't build his perfect elite society, and now we're left to clean up his mess. The disgust in his voice is unmistakable, and for once, I don't mind hearing it. After years of striving for his approval, Kit finally sees our father clearly, not as the man he pretended to be, but as the flawed ruler he truly was. Paedyn's face mirrors the king's disgust, as if his contempt has stained her expression. His vision for Ilya was narrow, suffocating. He expected me to carry that burden forward. Kit exhales, remembering a time when he would have sacrificed everything for the man. He tore this kingdom apart, chasing empty glory. He wanted to be legendary, but all he left behind was failure. My eyebrows shoot up, lifted by the sheer disbelief coursing through me. This isn't the brother I knew just weeks ago. Something inside him has shifted, sparked by something as small as disillusionment. So, Paedyn says carefully, skepticism lacing her words, you're done following his orders. She knows exactly what she's asking. Kit built his life around earning one man's approval, only to defy him in a single, decisive moment. My eyes flick to the king, watching his lips curve into a faint smirk as he speaks. Why settle for obedience when I can surpass him? I believed in his plans once, but now, they're not worth my loyalty. I bite back a grin. After all this time, Kit has finally wrenched himself free. Only doing this to protect Ilya, the Silver Savior says flatly, her tone more accusation than question. Kit leans forward, fingers interlaced. I'm doing this to make us unstoppable. You don't care about unity, Paedyn challenges. That's not the point, he replies smoothly, unfazed. It's a side effect, one I can live with, though I won't pretend I'm thrilled about the elites losing ground to ordinaries. But we'll handle that when the time comes. The silence stretches as Paedyn weighs his words. Then, slowly, she leans in, and I mirror her without thinking. I spent my life dreaming of a free Ilya, she murmurs, uncertainty creeping into her voice. If this is what it takes, fine. But I'll have plenty of time to change your mind about ordinaries. Kit inclines his head. Everything's different now, and for the first time, I want us to stand together. My pulse hammers, aching for her, for every stolen moment we might never have. And when she finally speaks, it feels like the knife she once promised to bury in my back. Then I'll marry you, Kit, to save this kingdom from its own ruin. Chapter 6. Paedyn posture P, and for stars' sake, try to look like you're not plotting murder. I roll my eyes behind the dressing screen, knowing Ellie can't see me. Murder, I was going for mildly annoyed. Her laugh is light but nervous. Just pretend you're happy. Stop glaring at the court members. It's honestly more enjoyable for me. I reply with a sigh. Because it's true. In more ways than one, a frown doesn't carry the same sharp sting that a smile does. Every forced grin has become a reminder of pain, stripping away any real joy in the gesture. My fingers trace the rough scar along my neck, stopping just above my collarbone, where another mark lies hidden. The raised flesh tells its own story, each ridge a memory of the king's blade carving its way into my skin. Everything okay back there? Ellie's voice drifts closer. Here, let me. No. The word comes out sharper than I intended, and the silence that follows is thick enough to choke on. Finally, a quiet, "Oh, okay," floats back to me. I exhale, already regretting my tone. But I won't let her see the brand above my heart. The O burned into my skin. That part of me has only ever been Kai's. To know my fingers fumble with the tiny buttons running down the dress, muttering curses under my breath until the last one finally slips into place. Only when I'm certain the neckline covers every trace of my shame do I step out from behind the screen. Ellie fidgets, her eyes brightening. "It's beautiful," she says, then hesitates. "Can I adjust the back for you?" Guilt twists in my chest. My apology comes as a tight-lipped smile. "Yes, go ahead." Her fingers work quickly, pulling the ties snug enough to steal my breath. "Do you think Adina would have liked this?" The question catches me off guard, and Ellie freezes, as if she hadn't meant to ask. But for once, hearing Adina's name doesn't feel like a blade between my ribs. Instead, I want to remember her in the little things. The way sunlight catches the fabric, the way she'd laugh at the ridiculousness of court fashion. I study my reflection, the deep blue of the dress. "Love the color," I murmur. Ellie exhales in relief, her breath warm against my skin. "Say it makes my eyes look like storm clouds, but plague help me, she'd insist the skirt was." I pause, squinting at the mirror before the word hits me. "Lush, that's what she'd call it." Ellie laughs softly, stepping beside me. Definitely something she'd say. I press my damp palms against the fitted bodice, avoiding my own gaze. "Come on," Ellie says, nudging me toward the vanity. "Let's make those stormy eyes impossible to ignore." I perch stiffly on the cushioned stool as she dusts powder over my bruises, darkens my lashes, and turns my reflection into something polished, something almost unrecognizable. The crimson lipstick she applies feels like a cruel joke, as if mocking the blood I can never wash from my hands. The thought hits me like a punch to the gut, and I quickly drop my eyes, unable to face my own reflection. What version of myself will glare back? The shattered girl I used to be, or the betrayer I'm about to become? "Paedyn," Ellie's voice snaps me back. "Sorry, what?" I blink up at her, realizing I'd zoned out. She tilts her head, fingers still tangled in my hair. "I asked how you wanted it styled." "Just leave it down," I mutter, tugging a strand over the jagged line on my temple. "It's better this way." Her smile falters, but she doesn't argue. Instead, she steps back, studying me with an expression I can't quite place. "You look," I stiffen. "That bad?" "No," she says quickly. "Not bad, just different." Her eyes trace the sharp angles of my face, like steel. I almost laugh. "Of course I do," but then she adds, softer, "You look like you were born to rule." Beneath the table, my father's ring spins between my fingers, a nervous habit I can't shake. The new one, heavy, unfamiliar, digs into my skin, a constant reminder of everything that's changed. The throne room is packed, the air thick with tension as nobles crowd around the massive table. Every eye seems locked on me, so I straighten, schooling my face into something unreadable. Then I find him. Kai's gaze is steady, familiar, the only anchor in this storm. For a heartbeat, it's just us, until the doors crash open, shattering the moment the room erupts into motion as the king enters, and I rise with the rest. A lifetime of survival instincts kicking in. My eyes flick to Kit, but they don't stay there. Like always, they drift back to Kai. Dressed in black, he's all sharp edges and quiet strength. When he catches me staring, he smirks, flashing a quick wink before clasping his hands behind his back eye, bite back a smile, tucking the memory away like a stolen treasure. Kit takes his seat at the head of the table. Kai and I flanking him like shadows. The court settles, and the king leans forward, voice smooth. Afternoon, everyone. Let's begin. There's so much we need to talk about, and even more I owe you answers for. The way he carries himself now, with that undeniable royal presence, still catches me off guard. Though it's tinged with sadness, I can't help but think of the boy he used to be. Before the weight of the crown settled on his brow, before I played a part in shaping him into this yet. In a way, his entire life has been leading to this moment, to ruling a kingdom. And strangely, it fits him better than I ever expected, or maybe it's just that flicker of hope for Ilya that's making me see him differently. With something closer to admiration than discussed that night in the study changed everything, rewriting history and shifting loyalties in ways I never saw coming. Kit doesn't seem any more thrilled about our engagement than I am, and I can't help but wonder what he really thinks of me. How deep does his resentment run for the girl who took the life of the father he once loved? Our marriage will be nothing more than politics, but if we're bound together for life, I at least want to salvage some trace of the friendship we once had, assuming he even wants that. First, Kit begins, his voice steady, we need to clear up the lies we've all believed. His eyes sweep across the room. Once you understand the truth, my choices will make sense. I draw in a slow breath, straightening my posture the way Ellie taught me, but I don't bother forcing a smile. Instead, I keep my expression firm, pretending confidence in front of a court that would love nothing more than to see me falter. Years ago, Kit continues, his voice carrying the same commanding tone as his father's, so much so that it nearly makes me flinch. The healers claimed to have discovered a hidden sickness in the blood of ordinaries. They said prolonged exposure would drain the power of elites. But as your king, I've learned the truth. It was all a lie. The room erupts into chaos. I stay silent, my pulse racing as his words linger in the air. I never thought I'd hear a king speak the truth. My eyes search his face, but he doesn't look at me, doesn't acknowledge me at all as he adds, before the plague, Ilya was weak. My father did what he thought was necessary. He exiled the ordinaries to preserve elite strength. The healers supported the lie, and the people needed little convincing to cast out those without power. Murmurs of disbelief ripple through the room. The king's voice cuts through them. My father saved this kingdom once, and for that, we owe him gratitude. But now, his choices have left us vulnerable, so I must do what he couldn't. A heavy pause. We will bring the ordinaries back to Ilya. A smile tugs at my lips. After years of deception, we deserve more than a quiet announcement. We deserve fireworks, a celebration, but coming from an elite king. This is as close to an apology as we'll ever get, and for now, I'll take it. Kit's announcement sends shockwaves through the hall. The nobles leap from their seats, voices colliding in a storm of outrage as their privileged world tilts beneath them. Kit lifts a hand, but the pandemonium only grows worse. I barely duck in time as a wild swing nearly grazes my temple. Anyone who values their voice will silence themselves before their king, Kai drawls, his lazy threat slicing through the noise like a blade. The room falls deathly still. Kai gives Kit a subtle nod, and the king's emerald eyes soften for just a heartbeat. There's the boy who once trusted him like family, but the warmth vanishes as quickly as it came, replaced by the cool mask of a ruler. Change is never easy, Kit continues, his voice steady. My father's lies protected us, but at what cost? He was a tyrant who saw slaughter as just another tool of power, and after speaking with Callum, I've come to understand the resistance wasn't our enemy, just people fighting to survive. He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle. Exiling the ordinaries strengthened Ilya, once bringing them home will do the same. My breath hitches after years of hiding, of fearing what I am. This feels unreal. Maybe Kit's motives aren't pure. Maybe he's just appeasing neighboring kingdoms. But it's a beginning. Across the table, a man with silver-streaked hair rises, the Ilian crest glinting on his lapel. Even if they carry no plague, he sneers, mixing our blood with theirs will weaken us. My nails dig into my palms before I realize I'm clenching my fists. In time, perhaps, Kit counters smoothly. Or perhaps we'll discover advantages in blending our bloodlines, but good luck finding an ordinary willing to bear an elite's child. The room erupts again, voices bouncing off the gilded pillars. Then, a booming accusation cuts through. And what of her? A bearded noble jabs a finger at me. Will you pollute your royal line with ordinary blood? My chest tightens, the corset suddenly suffocating. Kai is on his feet in an instant, chair screeching behind him. I rise too, ready to intercept. But Kit's voice cracks like a whip. Enough. The command freezes even Kai. My decisions are not up for debate. If my heir inherits less power, then that's the price I'll pay. A small price for a thriving kingdom, he says, and though the words should shock me, they don't. I've always known Kit's devotion to Ilya. It's the only reason he'd ever surrender power. Not for the common people, certainly not for a woman in a flawless gown and sharp heels steps forward, the very image of elite arrogance. She's still a criminal, she snaps. A murderer of kings. The room erupts, voices rise, hands wave in protest, but my focus stays locked on Kit. My fate, my life, rests in his grip. Now the thought burns through me, flushing my cheeks with the same heat that must fuel his thirst for vengeance. He could give them what they want after everything. He should want me dead. But I've become useful, and that changes things. Kit's voice cuts through the noise, calm and final. Paedyn acted in self-defense. His gaze never wavers, though it avoids mine. My father was injured. Disoriented, he attacked her, and she had no choice. The matter is closed. The scar over my heart pulses, a cruel reminder of the truth. I will leave my mark upon your heart, lest you forget whose broken iti stare at my trembling hands. The blue fabric of my dress shifting beneath them, the weight of the sword's hilt still lingers in my palm. The memory of steel piercing Edric's chest, as vivid as ever. Every life I've taken, lives in these hands, and I dread who might be next. Flyers will announce our engagement, Kit continues, snapping me back. To Ilya, to the cities beyond. Messengers will carry the news to Dor and Tando, and will find a way to reach Isram. The scrolls will explain everything in 2 days. We celebrate with a parade. And from this moment, any ordinary, inside our borders or beyond, is welcome here. The table erupts again, but Kit silences them with a single look. That's all, thank you. The room falls into stunned silence. Then Kit stands, hesitates, and offers me his hand. My eyes flick to Kai, but he doesn't meet my gaze, no. His focus is locked on where my fingers brush his brother's. His expression darkening with every second of contact. We walk out together, fingers intertwined, and I silently beg Kai to look at me, to understand what I'm trying to say without words play along. Adina sleeps beside me, peaceful as ever, our shoulders pressed together. Her face half buried in the fabric of her sleeve. The rug beneath me is rough, its frayed edges scratching my back as I stare up at the sky. The night wraps around us like a cool embrace, the stars flickering lazily overhead. This is home, messy, imperfect, but ours. The thought twists in my chest because I'm the shattered one here. Adina is sunlight, untouched by the shadows that cling to me. Turn toward her. Blinking through the fog of exhaustion, my fingers hover before brushing aside the wild curls falling across her forehead. The moment my skin grazes hers, I freeze. I scold, that can't be right. Adina is warmth and laughter. Never stillness I reach for her again. Tracing the sharp line of her cheekbone, moonlight paints her skin a sickly gray. No, not moonlight, something darker. My pulse stutters as I lean closer, my palm pressing against her cheek. "Adina," I whisper, shaking her. "Wake up." Then I'm shouting, voice cracking, Please." A heavy thud echoes around us. Distant yet too close, my head snaps toward the sound. Scanning the alley's shifting shadows, another thud. Louder, sharper, my breath comes in ragged gasps as I twist. Searching for the source, and then I see Ita scream lodges in my throat. A jagged branch protrudes from Adina's chest. Blood soaking through her lavender shirt, the branch lifts, hovering for a heartbeat before slamming down again. Thud, I lunge for it. My hands slipping against the bark as I try to wrench it free. It doesn't stop. Again and again. It drives into her, each impact shaking the ground beneath us. My fingers bleed. My vision blurs. Thud, 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 until finally it stops. Buried deep, the silence is worse. The nightmare refuses to end. No matter how much I beg or scream into the darkness, she's gone. Vanished like smoke between my fingers. The realization claws at me until my eyes snap open to shadows. A silhouette towers above me, and my fingers dive beneath the pillow before my mind catches up, gripping the dull dinner knife I'd hidden there. Not ideal, but it'll hurt enough to buy me time if That voice stills the storm inside me. His rough palm catches my wrist mid-swing, stopping the blade inches from his throat. "Breathe," Kai murmurs, his body a tense barrier between me and the remnants of the dream. My vision adjusts just enough to see him perched on the edge of my bed, his weight sinking the mattress as he leans closer. One hand cradles my trembling fingers, the other braces near my temple, fingers tangled in the sheets. "Just a dream," he says, easing the knife from my grip. It thuds softly onto the blanket. Safe, I've got you." A dream. More like reliving hell. I blink up at the shadow where his face should be, but my mind fills in the details, the sharp jaw, the way his brows pinch when he's worried. "You even get in." His thumb brushes sweat-damp hair from my forehead. "Heard you screaming, thought my heart would stop." A shaky exhale. "You wouldn't wake up, so." He trails off, but the answer is obvious. My door lies in splinters across the floor, the pounding in my dream. That was him kicking his way in. "Privacy's overrated anyway," I mutter, voice still raw. "Privacy?" His laugh curls warm against my skin. "Sweetheart, the only reason I'm not under these sheets with you is that damn ring on your finger." His breath ghosts over my lips, close enough to tempt. And gods, I want to be tempted. The words slip out before I can stop them. "Then take it off." I feel his grin against my cheek. "Oh, I could," he admits, fingers tracing the gold band. "But the hard part wouldn't be removing it. It'd be convincing myself to give you back." I squeeze my eyes shut, as if that could erase the truth promised to a king. Yet every ragged breath belongs to his brother. "I know," I murmur, my voice barely audible. The quiet stretches between us. Heavy and thick, his thumb traces slow circles on my hand. Gentle, almost hesitant, like he's afraid I'll break. Then his fingers drift to tuck a loose strand of hair behind my ear, his breath warm against my skin as he speaks. "A butter knife. Seriously. It's all I've got right now," I mutter. He clicks his tongue, tapping my nose playfully. "That's not gonna cut it. What if someone actually broke in?" A laugh escapes me. "Looks like someone already did, but don't worry, Your Highness." I reach up, brushing a dark curl from his forehead. "I can make a weapon out of just about anything, even a shoe." "Oh, I don't doubt that," he murmurs, his lips grazing mine. "Lethal, P." Before I can react, his arms slide under me, lifting me off the bed with ease. I gasp as the blankets slide away, leaving me in the thin silk pajamas. Ellie picked out one arm, hooks under my knees, the other cradling my back. His warmth seeping through my clothes. I cling to his neck as he steps over the broken door like it's nothing. "What are you?" Taking you somewhere better, he says, like it's the simplest thing in the world. I start to argue, but his next words, whispered against my ear, stop me cold. Tonight, we forget everything else. The willow's branches sway around us, brushing the grass as Kai pulls me deeper into its shadow. Moonlight filters through the leaves, painting the ground in shifting silver. The massive trunk looms ahead, roots twisting through the earth like veins. Suddenly, Kai drops to the grass, dragging me down with him. Before I can protest, I land awkwardly against his chest, knocking the wind out of him. But he just laughs and tightens his hold. My own laughter shakes against him. My face buried in the crook of his neck, his fingers grip the back of my tank, rough against the delicate fabric. This is definitely against the rules, I mumble. Us here midnight. Could be worse, he muses, his breath tickling my ear. We could have stayed in your room alone midnight. Heat floods my cheeks. You know what? Fresh air sounds perfect. His low chuckle sends a shiver down my spine. My fingers trace the rough, scarred skin of his hand resting on my stomach, pausing when they reach his battered knuckles. That's how you heard me scream, I murmur, turning toward him. You were out training again. His knuckles are raw, the scabs barely healed. His voice carries that same tired smile. You always notice everything, don't you? I was heading back to my room after spending half the night in the training yard. Couldn't sleep, he admits, like it's nothing. Then I heard you. I take a slow breath. I was dreaming about her. His chest stills beneath me. He doesn't need to ask who. Bad dream. Started sweet, I say, almost laughing at the cruel twist of it. That's what made it worse. His voice is rough. I hate that you have to keep reliving it. Not always. I slide off his chest to sit beside him. Not when I'm with you. He props himself up, fingers curling into the hem of my tank top to pull me closer. Then I guess I'll have to stick around. I raise a brow. Promises like that are dangerous. Not a promise, he says, voice low. Just the truth. My stomach flips, my pulse quickening, so I flick his nose instead. Since when are you so poetic? Moonlight catches the dimple in his grin. Since you gave me something worth writing about. The damp grass soaks into my silk pajamas as I kneel beside him. Is this it? I ask quietly, staring at the ground. Just stolen moments in the dark, pretending the rest of the world doesn't exist. He exhales, gaze fixed on the sky. I had other plans for USA life somewhere far from here, but if this is all we get. His eyes meet mine, silver as the moon above. Then we'll take it. I'll be your rival, your shadow, your secret under this tree. My fingers brush the grass where his sister rests beneath the willow's roots. Does it bother you? Me being here where she... Ava would have liked you, he interrupts, his smile sudden bright. And it's not like this is new for you unless you've forgotten what happened under these branches during the second ball. Heat floods my cheeks at the memory, his hands on my dress, the panic, the way he'd steadied me. Oh, I remember. Good memories, I hope. I roll my eyes before leaning in. I also remember beating you at that stupid game. He scoffs. First of all, it was thumb war. You're full of it, silver savior, he says, his voice sharp with accusation. I open my mouth, ready to protest. But instead, a breathless laugh escapes when he suddenly pulls me closer. His hands firm around my waist before I can react. I'm settled onto his lap, my legs hooked behind him as he holds me there. Fine, I say, grinning. Rematch. His lips brush mine as he murmurs, Oh, my lovely P, this time I'll be the one who ruins you. And in this moment, I'd trade anything to stay like this forever, tangled beneath the willow, memorizing every line of his face, every flicker of emotion in his eyes. He presses a kiss to my thumb. Just before the game begins again, the carriage jolts, forcing their knees to bump together. Once more I sit across from the royal pair, my own leg bouncing restlessly as I lean against the high back of my seat. This coach is open to the sky, as if someone sliced off the top half, leaving us exposed to the elements. A line of decorated carriages stretches ahead and behind us, all draped in green banners bearing Ilya's crest. The breeze tugs at my hair, making me constantly push it back, while the sun beams down, as if amused by the tense silence between us. I prop my elbow on the low doorframe, shielding my eyes, only for my gaze to land on her. The sunlight catches in her silver hair, turning it into strands of molten gold, nearly blinding Mishi's wrapped in emerald silk. The fabric hugging her curves, draping elegantly over her legs, and the knee that still rests against his eye. Look away, drumming my fingers against the ledge. "It's a beautiful day," she says, her voice strained. "Perfect for the parade. Couldn't have asked for better weather." Kit agrees absently before turning to me, his tone suddenly bright. "You think, brother?" I meet his eyes, spotting the mischief there. "Oh yes, nothing like slow roasting under the sun." Kit grins before adding, low and teasing, "Kai never handled heat well when we were kids." "That's enough," I cut in, though I'm fighting a smile. "No, no," Paedyn says, her eyes glinting. "Please do continue." Kit doesn't hesitate. He could barely last an hour outside before clutching his head, convinced his hair was melting. Her laughter makes me groan. "You have no idea how hot it gets." "Like tar in the sun," Kit finishes, smirking at her. That was his favorite line. I lean back, shaking my head at him in disbelief. Seriously, is nothing sacred between brothers anymore? The king looks just like the boy I remember from childhood. Oh, trust me, some things still are. My gaze lands on Paedyn's grin, and in that moment, every bit of tension feels worth it. "That was both clever and hilarious," she says, her smirk growing sharper. "Stop now." Kit starts to speak, but I cut in first. "Our dear kitty once got a dice lodged so far up his nose that the royal healer nearly called it a lost cause." Paedyn claps a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh. Kit shoots me a look. "Convenient how you leave out the part where you dared me to try it." P's laughter rings out, her eyes squinting against the sunlight as the carriage jostles over uneven stones. She jabs a finger toward me. "And didn't you dare Kai to climb that old willow near the gardens?" "He took a nasty fall and snapped his arm clean in two." She turns to me, waiting for Kit's response. But instead of amusement, his expression darkens, the lightness draining from his face. "I didn't realize he'd shared that with you." Paedyn hesitates. "Just in passing." Kit exhales, turning to watch the blur of trees outside. "Before or after the last trial?" I stiffen, not because his tone is harsh, but because it's hollow. The question isn't just curiosity. It's an accusation wrapped in something heavier than anger. He's asking when I gave her that piece of myself, whether it was before or after I was supposed to despise her. "Before," Paedyn answers quietly, telling the truth, but not all of it. Kit nods, forcing a casual shrug. "Right. Well, I suppose Kai and I are equally reckless when it comes to dares." I force a chuckle, hoping it masks the ache in my chest for a moment. I'd seen the boy I once knew. The one I loved before titles and duty twisted everything. I wish I could tear that crown from his head before it poisons the rest of him. Paedyn is the wrinkle in our bond that we can't smooth out. Maybe that's why Kit pulls away when she's near. Because he knows my heart leans the same way. Our brotherhood stumbles over her presence. The carriage rolls on, the silence between us settling into something less strained. Outside, the dense woods give way to sprawling mansions, marking the wealthier district where most elites reside. Paedyn shifts uneasily as we turn onto the first street, her discomfort palpable. The grand estates and polished storefronts towered over us, their shadows stretching long across the uneven cobblestones. More imperial guards fell into step beside our carriage as we slowed, their boots thudding in rhythm with the horses, steady clip-clop at the noise. Ilyans emerged from doorways, lining the street in their finest silks and velvets, some clutching the same pamphlets that had been plastered across the city. The first faces we passed showed only blank stares, but their expressions soon twisted into something uglier: revulsion, fury, the sting of perceived betrayal. "You could at least pretend to enjoy this," Kit muttered, flashing a practiced grin at the gathering crowd. Paedyn blinked, as if waking from a daze, then forced a tight smile. Her wave was steady. But I caught the faint tremor in her fingers. My own tapped restlessly against the carriage seat. A feeble attempt to smother the anger simmering in my chest every time I saw that flicker of fear in her eyes. And she had every right to be afraid. These streets had witnessed her humiliation before. Spat on, jeered at. Dragged through the filth by elites who despised her the moment they realized she wasn't one of them. Now, history repeated itself, but this time, she wasn't bound and bleeding in their wake this time. She sat straight-backed in gilded robes, a crown glinting above her brow still. Their scorn followed to them. She'd always be the traitor, the ordinary, no matter the title they'd slapped over it. The carriage inched forward. The crowd's murmurs swelling around USMY gaze drifted to Kit. Every inch the golden prince as he charmed the onlookers. They adored him. Always had, but it was Paedyn I couldn't look away from. How she held herself, chin high even when the shouts grew louder. Worse was the way Kit kept pressing close, draping an arm around her like some lovesick fool. Performance for his people, an engagement demanded appearances. After all, and I was stuck here, useless, watching them play their parts. They waved, they smiled, a picture-perfect pair. Kit exhaled, his next words slipping out like an afterthought, fewer than I expected. Paedyn seized the chance to drop her strained expression, turning to him. "What?" "Nothing," he said, shaking his head. "Just thought there'd be more offensive elites in the crowd. Maybe I'm imagining things. Or maybe they'd rather not share the road with me," she shot back, her smile sharp enough to cut glass relief prickled through me as we turned the corner, leaving the sea of hostile faces behind. Kit slumped against the cushions. "Well, that could have gone worse." I rubbed my temples, swallowing a groan. Yes, it was intense. P's gaze locks onto mine, cutting through me with startling clarity. To my surprise, there's something like gratitude in her eyes, like she's relieved I stayed by her side through all of this. The way her shoulders relax just seeing me here makes everything worth it. "You handled that well," she says at Kit's sharp tone. Her attention shifts to him. "I don't think they'll ever see me as their queen," she murmurs, glancing back at the faceless crowd behind us. "They will," he insists, voice firm. "It just takes time." "Time," she nearly scoffs. "This kingdom hasn't had ordinaries in power for 30 years. Judging by today, they'll need more than just time to accept me." And there it is, the real reason behind Paedyn's fight, not just to save Ilya, but to tear down the walls between elites and ordinaries. Freedom, not just survival. I lean in, resting my elbows on my knees. Maybe we should finish this conversation back at the castle somewhere private. P's eyes flick toward the procession ahead, then back to Kit. "We're leaving already. What about the lower city?" Kit hesitates, glancing at me before answering. "The parade route stays in the upper districts." "But that's where I'm from," she says, voice steady. "That's where the ordinaries still live. Isn't this supposed to be a celebration of unity?" Her tone hardens. "I took you there once, or have you forgotten? I remember you using me to map out the tunnels under the castle," Kit replies, cool and measured, "and pretending it was about showing me your home." She reaches for his hand, a move so unexpected I almost startle. "I regret that," she admits, her voice quieter now. "But back then, helping the resistance was the only power I had. I wasn't a queen who could change things with a word. I was just an ordinary, and that day, I let you see a part of me, the people in those streets, the ones you're supposed to rule." She pulls her hand away. "Unless the crowns already made you forget them." I hold my breath. There it is, that fire in her, the one that makes her impossible to ignore. I never got the full story of what happened between them before Kit sent me after her. But now I see he blames himself for trusting her, for letting her in, for the battle that followed. And maybe, just maybe, for falling for her in the first place. Right, Kit says finally, his expression unreadable. I should have expected you'd say that. My eyes dart between them, but he doesn't look my way. His command brings everything to a standstill. Horses stop mid-step, men snap to attention, and P's grin widens. Flip the carriages around, we're heading to the slums. Chapter 9, Paedyn the stench hits me. I know we've reached Loot Alley. Never thought I'd actually miss the reek of fish, sweat, and who knows what else. But here I am, breathing it in like it's nostalgia. The market street buzzes with the same chaotic energy I remember. Merchants yelling over prices, kids darting between carts, mothers shouting after them. Everything's exactly how I left it, untouched by time. The moment our procession rolls in, people scramble out of the way. Carts rattling aside as shoppers duck behind stalls. The slums, usual loiterers peek out from shadowed alleys, boredom giving way to curiosity as they drift toward the commotion. It's a riot of color. Vibrant emerald banners snapping against the sides of our carriage. Ilya's sigil rippling above the horses. Sunlight catches on the banners, scattering flecks of gold across the cobblestones like spilled glitter. I can't help but grin, maybe, deep down. I missed this place. Or maybe it's just the twisted comfort of knowing these people, elites or not, are just as unwanted as I was here. No one looks at me with the same disgust as the highborn outside these streets at best. I get blank stares or raised brows. They see me and recognize one of their own. The girl who used to swipe food from under their noses, who slept in the same grimy corners. My gaze sweeps over the crowd, searching for the hidden ordinaries. The ones still clinging to survival. I want them to see me now. Every wave, every stupid sacrifice. Then I spot it, Maria's crumbling shop. That's the place, I say, nudging the guys. Used to steal her sticky buns and bolts of fabric before shimmying up the chimney. A laugh escapes me. Buns were for sharing the fabric. Well, that was all for Adina. The words hang for a second too long. I feel Kai's stare and quickly deflect. Point is, I got real good at climbing even when I hate tight spaces. I shoot him a look, which is the only reason I didn't roast alive when you torched my place. He just shrugs, all casual cruelty. Had to be thorough, sweetheart, nothing personal. Perfect enforcer act. As always, I catch the silent apology in his steady gaze, the unspoken vow between us play along with an exaggerated eye roll. I shift my focus back to the gaping spectators, forcing another practiced wave. Then my smile falters. We're only halfway down the avenue when the execution post looms into view. The wood is dark with old blood, a grotesque monument to imperial cruelty. My own scars prickle at the memory. How many lashes had I earned before I learned to pick their pockets instead? Paedyn, Kai's voice snaps me back. His frown deepens as he studies me. You okay? Peachy, I lie, just enjoying the scenery. His gaze darts past me, and I watch his expression harden. That cold, lethal calm he wears like armor for a heartbeat. I think he'll demand names, numbers, the whole ugly history, maybe even admit he traced those scars with his fingers, and still never asked. But the words die as the first blast hits. The world tilts. Kai lunges, slamming me into the carriage floor as Kit crashes beside us. Smoke stings my eyes. Screams shred the air. I thrash against Kai's grip, but his hand locks around my wrist. Don't move. Chaos swallows his command. My pulse hammers in my throat. What kind of idiots? The explosive kind, he grits out, already shifting into command orders rip through the haze. Shield the king. His eyes meet mine one last time, all sharp edges and false calm. Stay alive. Then he's gone, swallowed by the smoke. Another deafening blast rocks the carriage, sending shockwaves through my bones. The air fills with the scent of charred wood and something sickeningly metallic outside, Riderless horses stampede through the mayhem, their hooves kicking up debris as they flee-eye jerk upright, locking eyes with Kit. His expression tight with concern. Royal guards form a protective ring around us, their armored backs turned to the carnage. Kit stays motionless on the floorboards, baying his commander as he wears the crown. After all, but crowns mean nothing here. Not when the streets run red, the stench of scorched flesh clings to my throat, screams echo like a twisted chorus, each one carving deeper into my skull. This was my city long before duty forced me into a gilded cage. These people, these desperate, hopeful souls, pushed me into the trials believing I could change things, and I have just not enough. Not yet. My gaze flicks to Kit one last time. He reads my intent before I move, his fingers grasping at empty air as I leap from the carriage. The guards don't see me coming. One goes down hard as I hook his ankle, sending him sprawling. Shouts erupt behind me, but I'm already sprinting into hell. The road is a graveyard of shattered stone and smoldering wreckage. Buildings vomit rubble onto the cobbles, crushing stalls, and the coins spilled across them. I turn in slow horror, boots sticking in the gore beneath me. Some bodies still twitch, most don't. Then a whimpering child, he's curled near a collapsed awning, his small frame trembling. Blood soaks his shirt, a jagged piece of masonry jutting from his ribs. I drop beside him, knees hitting the ground with a wet splash. His breaths come in shallow, wet hitches, eyes wide, but eerily calm, like he's already halfway gone. Hold on, I choke out, pressing my palms to the wound. The blood is warm, relentless. Just hold on. But his gaze, golden, liquid, stops me cold. Adina, the memory hits like a blade. Another life bleeding out under my hands. Another promise I couldn't keep. My vision blurs, tears cutting tracks through the grime on my face. The boy doesn't scream, doesn't plead. He just watches me, as if waiting for me to admit what we both know. So I lie. Okay, I whisper, voice breaking. Going to be okay. The lie tastes like ash, like failure, like every time I've ever been too late. The words pour from my lips like honeyed poison, crafting a beautiful lie, even as my vision blurs with tears. As his chest stills and his eyes fix on the clouds above, I'm suddenly back in that wretched dungeon, clutching her lifeless form. Death takes him softly, easing the struggle from his young face, leaving me empty-handed. Once more a scream builds in my throat, then strong hands wrench me backward, tearing my fingers from his bloodied shirt. Tie go limp against Kai's chest, my ruined dress leaving crimson streaks across the cobblestones as he half drags me toward the carriage. Gods damn you, P, he growls, though the anger cracks with something deeper. The battlefield sprawls behind us, scattered weapons, fallen comrades, the wreckage of everything we'd built. My home, my family, all reduced to ashes in my palms. Yet every ending plants the seed for something new. The king walking these marble halls doesn't yet know these footsteps will echo through history as the first misstep toward his ruin. Edric moves like a storm through the castle's gilded veins. These halls once mocked the stuttering prince who got lost between identical tapestries. Now they mirror the labyrinth of his thoughts, where words still fracture against walls of disdain. His father's favorite insult lingers like old smoke. Disgraceful, but the old man's gone, leaving behind only the ghost of a boy who choked on syllables. And the throne, his relentless cruelty, forged. The servants scattering from his path don't see the memory flicker behind his eyes. Landon Azer's peaceful deathbed, so unjustly serene for a man who'd made Edric's childhood a waking nightmare. Yet as sunlight drips like syrup across the corridors, slowing his stride, the king's smiles. Hardship had been a gift, mercy would have left him weak. The crown settles heavier these days, its weight a comfort as he strides toward the solar, toward the waiting council, the trembling nobles, the chessboard of a kingdom his father taught him to dominate. And if he quickens his step past the queen's sealed doors, Well, some forms of power demand patience. Iris had been kept secluded long before the child growing inside her became visible. Love and fear often intertwine, weaving a stifling kind of devotion. Edric hesitates outside the familiar wooden door. The barrier between them this moment always feels like the final turn of a labyrinth he's wandered since childhood. No illusions, no distractions. Just her 4 heartbeats pass before the door opens. Iris is the kind of beautiful that leaves you speechless. Her ancestry traces back to the Azrami queens, evident in her sun-kissed skin, scattered freckles, and eyes like clear skies, yet she's never stepped foot on the shores of that distant kingdom generations ago. A royal feud split the Azrami line, driving her ancestors, those with weak claims and weaker favor, into exile in Ilya. Then came the plague, sealing the borders and elevating those exiled royals to power beyond what any crown could offer. Edric, ever hungry for control, married her years after the purging with the elites confined to Ilya. No outsider could threaten his bloodline, but Iris, her royal lineage and rare gifts, was enough to finally anchor him. She glowed like the ocean at dawn, as if sunlight danced just beneath her skin. He told her so. Grinning when the words painted her cheeks pink, her golden hair spilled over her swollen belly like a waterfall smoothing around a boulder. She pulled him close, her kiss slow and sweet, leaving him reluctant to pull away. When he finally did, his gaze flickered around the empty room. "You sent the servants away again." Her fingers brushed her stomach lightly. "I don't need them hovering, Ed. I'm perfectly fine." "Iris." His hand settled over the curve of her belly, the fabric soft beneath his touch. "You know this isn't just about comfort. The baby could come any day, and we need to be prepared." He trailed off, recognizing the shift in her expression. Iris was tenderness itself, except when it came to her patience. "What?" he pressed as her eyes sharpened. She exhaled, the sound of someone choosing their words carefully. "You protect me and I love you for it, but..." Her hand lifted, encompassing the palace, the kingdom beyond. "It's been years since anyone has even heard my voice, seen my face." A pause, then, quieter. "I'm starting to wonder if I exist at all. To the outside world, I might as well have vanished after Kit was born," Iris murmured, her fingers tracing the edge of the velvet drapes. "And I prefer it that way," King Edric replied, his voice low and measured. "Better they believe you're gone than use you as leverage against me. I won't gamble with your safety just to satisfy some rebel's vendetta." Iris moved silently across the plush rug, the emerald silk of her nightgown whispering against the floor. "The purge ended years ago. You can't keep me locked away forever because of old fears." She reached for him, her hands warm against his jaw. "5 years as your queen, and I've spent most of them in shadows." Edric dragged a hand through his hair. The tension coiled tight in his shoulders. His father had drilled into him that hesitation was weakness, and weakness got people killed. The remaining ordinaries were like embers, quiet now, but one spark could set everything ablaze. They always went down fighting, but it was the unpredictability that gnawed at him. The thought of Iris caught in the chaos was unbearable. "Soon," he promised, squeezing her hands. "Once I've dealt with the last of them, you'll walk freely again. The elites won't tolerate their presence any more than I do." Iris tilted her head, considering. "Good, because I want the kingdom to meet our child." She pressed his palm to the curve of her stomach. "These walls may hold secrets well, but I..." "Don't," Edric finished with a faint smile. He knew her better than he knew his own reflection. "Yet somehow I still love you," she teased, tracing a slow circle over his heart. "Thank the plague for small mercies," he muttered, only for her laughter to cut short as she doubled over with a gasp. In an instant, the composed king was gone, replaced by a man barely holding panic at bay. He guided her to the bed, adjusting pillows with frantic precision. "Are you hurt?" His voice cracked. Just the baby reminding me who's in charge, she managed, wiping her damp forehead. Edric forced a nod. Shoving down the dread clawing up his throat weakness was dangerous. His father's voice echoed in his skull. But Iris had always been his exception. He exhaled sharply, gaze flickering to the nightstand. Her jewelry box gleamed. A trove of treasures she wore even when no one else could see, but it wasn't the gems that caught his eye. It was the single pink rose resting atop it, petals flawless. Beside a folded slip of parchment, Tyra studies every flicker of emotion crossing her husband's expression. First intrigue, then curiosity, before darker shades take hold. Suspicion, unease, resentment. A token from one of my attendants, the Queen offers casually, though no one asked. Since I seldom stroll the gardens, she brought a piece of them to me. Cradling her rounded stomach with one arm, Iris tucks the flower beneath her jewelry box with the other, sealing it away before Edric can dwell on it. His fate, after all, is already unfolding. So when Iris gasps, clutching her belly as the bedsheets darken beneath her, the end draws near for Edric Azer. Or at least, for the last remnants of warmth he might have harbored. The fire's glow does little to thaw the numbness clinging to my dress is stiff with dried blood. My cheeks streaked with old tears now. Only a quiet fury simmers as I sit motionless in the study. Muffled voices slip through the half-open door, pulling my attention from the flames. Where is she? That voice, familiar, urgent, makes me straighten. I need to see her. I haven't even. I'm on my feet before I realize it, stumbling forward until I fill the doorway. Cutting him off mid-sentence, his smile is weary, weighted with unspoken regret, yet edged with relief. Without hesitation, I crash into Callum's arms. He holds me like something fragile, his grip steadying the shattered parts of me. "Missed you too," he murmurs into my hair, and I huff a laugh against his shoulder. When I step back, his gaze lingers, reading the thoughts I can't voice. He nods once, his fair hair muted in the firelight. Thank me. Kit pieced it together. I just nudged him along. A weight lifts. He'd heard my silent gratitude because putting it into words feels impossible. He helped reshape everything, turned a father's dream into truth. Well, not my father, the man who raised me. Callum's brows lift slightly at the unspoken correction, but I wave it off. Later, I promise. For now, thank you properly. My smile is small but genuine. I needed you to hear it. Over Callum's shoulder, I catch Kit and Kai in quiet discussion. I shift aside, nodding toward the study. Kit moves past me, settling behind his desk, while Callum follows. Only Kai remains, lingering in the doorway. He's the one who carried me through the castle's cold halls, who lit the fire that finally chased the chill from my bones. He pressed his lips to my forehead before disappearing into the night, probably off to handle more urgent enforcer business than dealing with a queen who's barely holding it together. Now. His eyes linger on me, filled with the same longing I feel. All I want is to collapse into him, to let his arms shield me from everything. He's a distraction I shouldn't allow myself. Not in this life. Anyway, I can only guess what he sees right now. Smudged makeup, dirt-streaked cheeks, hair a mess, and skin still stained with blood. I'm trying not to think about. Yet he looks at me like I'm something precious, scanning me with quiet relief before his fingers barely graze mine. As he passes, I stay frozen in the doorway, forcing myself to breathe before turning back to the fire. Only then do I let the memories flood. My voice slices through the room. What the hell went down out there? Kai props himself against the desk, rubbing his temples. Bombs. 6 of them. Haven't seen that kind of destruction since the first trial. I cut in, my stare locking onto Callum. Only the resistance used those. Why bother with explosives when an ignite could level a block in seconds? Callum drops into a chair with a sigh. If I had to bet, I'd say this wasn't just an attack, it was a statement. People died for a statement. My hands clench. Kit clears his throat, still coughing from the smoke. Casualties. 9 confirmed, Kai says quietly. Dozens more injured healers are stretched thin. I watch Kit drag a hand down his face before nodding at Callum. Go Owen, I want to hear this. Whoever did this wasn't targeting us directly, Callum says, motioning around the room. Which means they were after something bigger, the idea of the parade, the future it represented. Kit mutters under his breath, there won't be a future if we keep locking out ordinaries. The kingdom doesn't want Paedyn on the throne. A new voice cuts in. Smooth and polished, I turn to see Azer in the doorway, his crisp suit a stark contrast to the chaos around us. Your Majesty, he says, bowing slightly. The people are unsettled. They don't want an ordinary queen, I snap. Kit gives me a dry look. Well, you did kill the king who kept elites in power. Callum's voice goes hollow, and he wasn't the only one. My pulse spikes. What's that supposed to mean? He hesitates, arms stiff behind his back. Something in Kit fractured that day, didn't it? He motions toward the western tower, his voice heavy. Not just him. The queen is drowning in sorrow now, too. The weight of what I've done presses down on me, sharp and relentless. For the first time, regret twists inside me, not for the king, but for the wreckage left behind. Right, I admit, my throat tight, my eyes shift between the brothers, each carrying wounds I helped inflict. Sorry, Kit, for the pain I caused you. I glance at the enforcer beside him, and for your mother's suffering. Silence stretches between us, thick and uneasy. Kai gives a quiet nod of acceptance before Kit finally speaks. Thanks, Paedyn. The words are stiff but sincere. Then, just like that, he shifts back to business. If she's the problem, why aren't they coming after her directly? Azer answers first. It's beyond her now, Your Majesty. The kingdom's being told to accept ordinaries when they can barely stand the mundanes multiplying in their streets. No matter the logic, people won't bend. I let out a bitter laugh. Do they not see Ilya will crumble without them? Oh, they see, Azer says, slow and deliberate. But ignorance was comfortable. Some even admired the late king's obsession with purging ordinaries instead of saving the kingdom. Kai's arms fold, his sleeves stiff with dried blood. The elites aren't just targeting ordinaries anymore. The slums are in their sights too. It's been building for years. His gaze locks onto mine. To them, everyone there is disposable. Tell me something I don't know, I mutter. We've lived with that truth for decades. My father wrote about it, how the mundanes would be next. Callum's eyes flick to mine, and I don't need to explain. His gift does the work for him, skimming the surface of my thoughts. They already are, Kit cuts in, voice flat. Their numbers are rising, and the elites see them as nothing but dead weight. Just like us, I finish. Azer nods, Kai tenses, Callum stays unreadable, Kit exhales. So who's actually pulling the strings? Probably some self-righteous elites who think they're saving the kingdom, Kai says, tone dripping with disdain. And apparently they've got a twisted sense of humor, copying resistance tactics with those bombs. Handmade means no trail, I murmur. No one to question, no way to track them. The room falls quiet until Kit finally breaks it. What's the court's move here? How do we convince the people to crown Paedyn as their queen? Azer tucks a loose strand of dark hair behind his ear, his expression grim. She has to earn Ilya's trust. Show them she's capable of ruling. Even without abilities, that's the only way they'll ever bow to her. A bitter chuckle escapes me. And how exactly do we pull that off? The silence stretches too long, heavy with implication. When he finally speaks, the answer chills me. They want her to face the trials again. Chapter 11. Kai. Death and I are old friends. I've seen it enough to recognize its presence. The quiet finality of a life slipping away. But fear. That's a stranger, yet their eyes stood in that study. My pulse hammering as Callum nodded along with Azer's plan. Urging Kit to agree. My attention never left Paedyn. I watched her weigh the cost. Saw the resolve harden in her eyes before she even spoke. The anger in me roared, clawing its way up my throat as I stepped forward. I wanted to grab her, shake sense into her, Tell her she wouldn't throw herself back into that nightmare for a kingdom that'd gladly watch her bleed. But ordering Paedyn Gray around. That's a mistake. I should have known better than to make she's no soldier under my command. She's something far more dangerous. And then she did it, met my gaze, squared her shoulders, and declared she'd enter the trials. It's the only way, she said, voice steady despite the pallor of her face. I have to prove I belong here. And if you don't survive, I snapped, my breath ragged. Her reply still haunts me. Then they were right. I was never meant to rule. The enforcer's ring weighs heavy on my finger. I clasp my hands behind my back. Hiding it from the court's scrutiny, the metal feels tainted, carrying the ghosts of those who wore it before me. Men who spilled blood. Without hesitation, the throne room doors remain shut, the court shifting restlessly as we wait for our king. The minutes crawl by, leaving me stranded on the dais like some spectacle. I'm half tempted to borrow a veil's power from the crowd, just to disappear when the doors finally swing open. King Callum strides in, his crown catching the light, gold blending into his hair. His attire is deceptively simple. Crisp shirt, immaculate emerald trousers. But it's the woman on his arm who steals the room. Paedyn's fingers rest lightly on his sleeve. Her sun-kissed skin luminous against the white silk of her gown. The high neckline hides the brand my father carved above her heart. But the fitted bodice leaves no doubt. She's every inch a queen. Even if the court refuses to see it, she carries both the freshness of youth and the weight of the world. A paradox. She wears without hesitation the flowing white gown isn't just fabric. It's a declaration. A blade twisting in my chest. She's promise to another. My throat tightens as she takes her place beside me on the platform. Her gaze locking onto mine. I hold it too long, betraying more than an enforcer should, forcing myself to look away. I focus on the doors just as Kit's voice cuts through the murmurs. Thank you for gathering, he begins, scanning the restless crowd. By now, you've heard about the attack in the lower city during the parade. Some of you might not care, but you should. His jaw tenses, weariness etched into every word. I know accepting ordinaries, and my engagement to Paedyn isn't easy. But defiance won't be tolerated, not when the safety of this kingdom is at stake. A hush falls as he softens slightly. Change is hard, and I know many of you doubt her, so I'm giving you a chance to see for yourselves. The room erupts in whispers, but Kit silences them with a single raised hand. Paedyn Gray will face the trials again. Excitement crackles through the court, grins spreading like wildfire. They've been waiting for this. This time, he continues, the trials will test what makes a true ruler. Bravery, mercy, and strength. She'll prove herself, or fall trying. The nobles practically vibrate with anticipation. To them, this isn't a test, it's a spectacle, a death sentence for someone they've already written off. Paedyn barely survived last time. Even if she wins, Ilya might still reject her. Flyers will go up across the city, Kit adds, voice steady. Officially, the other kingdoms believe we've embraced our new queen. Let's make that the truth. A beat. The first trial begins in 3 days. The court is pleased. They'll watch, they'll cheer, they'll hope for her downfall. But my survival hinges on hers. Then she steps forward, and every eye in the room follows. The fabric of her gown hugs every curve, making me ache to touch her. As my eyes scan the crowd, I suddenly wish I could disappear into. She's breathtaking in the fiercest way, razor sharp like the glare she levels at me. The taste of her kiss still lingering, the sting of her blade fresh in my memory. Her voice cuts through the murmurs, sharp and unyielding. I never asked to be your queen. All I've ever wanted was to make it out of this life alive. Her gaze sweeps the hall, unwavering. But I'll do this for a kingdom worth fighting for, one where no one has to hide or bow, one where we still have a home. She steps closer, and I struggle to keep my composure as admiration threatens to crack my indifferent facade. You'll see my courage, my mercy, My ruthlessness I'll survive these trials, and whatever comes after end you'll still despise me. Her chin lifts, her expression deceptively serene. So go ahead, kneel with a smirk if it makes you feel better. You won't see me flinch. I can't help the flicker of awe on my face linking her arm with Kit's. She casts one last glance at the stunned assembly. If power is what you want from me, then you'll get it. Kit's eyes widen slightly as he gives a slow nod, dismissing the court, but no one moves. Every whisper has died. Every gaze locked on her as she walks out. The king at her side, and I'm just as transfixed. The rustling leaves above me cast shifting shadows. But sleep refuses to come. No matter how soft the bed beneath me, my mind won't quiet, replaying the inevitable. My next encounter with death, the trials loom over me like a storm. Darker this time, because I'll face them alone. The memory of the purging trials claws at me. How close I came to the edge. How many times I nearly didn't make it. Now I'm walking straight back into the jaws of it. And terror coils tight in my chest. Worse than the danger is the absence of Adina. She was my light, my compass. And now she's gone, leaving me stumbling in the dark. How do I survive without her? My hands shake at the thought of what these trials might demand. More blood. More choices I can't take back. The king's 3 virtues mock me now. Bravery, benevolence, brutality, the same ones I'll need to rebuild the kingdom I helped tear apart. The irony isn't lost on me. I push the tangled hair from my face as I roll over. My mouth dry from restless sleep. My eyelids feel heavy. But sleep won't come. So I drag myself out of bed. My thoughts are too loud, too insistent, and my body craves motion. Anything to escape the suffocating weight of uselessness. Maybe I'm just sick of feeling like a prisoner in my own life. Barely figuring out how to survive before everything fell apart. Before I know it, I'm marching down the dim hallway, arms wrapped tight around myself, still in my thin sleep shirt. I didn't even bother changing. Just shoved my boots on and left the guards at the door barely hide their irritation as I approach. But they don't dare stop, me not with the ring on my finger. Gleaming in the dim torchlight, I push past them without a word, stepping into the crisp night ere the wind nips at my bare arms. Raising goosebumps as I follow the well-worn path to the training yard. Moonlight spills over the dirt, guiding me forward. Stars wink overhead, like they're watching, waiting to see what I'll do next. Then I see them. 2 figures in the farthest ring, bathed in flickering torchlight. One is unmistakable, his stance sharp as the blade in his hand, but the second figure. My stomach twists. Kit, I duck low, slipping behind a rack of weapons before either can spot me. Peering through a gap in the wood, I watch as Kit grins, clapping his brother on the shoulder. Thought I'd find you here, he says, voice warm. Feels like old times, doesn't it? Kai tilts his head, amused. If it were really old times, you'd already be flat on your back. Kit's laugh is bright, carefree, so unlike the polished prince I'm used to. You really think you can still take me? You've been busy with other distractions. My face burns. Kai just shrugs, his tone light but edged with something colder. That was a long time ago, Kit. Things change. The words shouldn't sting, but they do, and yet I can't look away. Either one marrying her. That familiar sting of jealousy flares up again. It's necessary, Kit says, raking a hand through his hair, making him look younger next to his brother. For the kingdom and for us. Kai barely holds back a scoff. For us? Yes. A single word, but it carries the weight of defiance. I know things with father were complicated, more than complicated, he corrects. I don't want that for you. I want us to be brothers again, without duty getting in the way, and in the new Ilya I'm building, you won't have to hunt ordinaries anymore. He pauses, knowing Kai better than anyone. I won't force you to hurt anyone. The torchlight flickers, obscuring Kai's expression, but I can tell gratitude softens his features. Thank you, brother. Kit nods, hesitating before continuing. But after the parade bombing, I've been told we need to strengthen our defenses, especially with open borders. Now you remember how Father let training slip toward the end. He thought we wouldn't need to fight. Kai mutters. My knees ache from kneeling on the rough stone, but I stay still, watching Kit grind dirt under his boot. Now, anything could happen, so I need you to rebuild our forces, train new recruits. New recruits. Kai repeats, and for the first time the king's exhaustion lifts into a grin. I want you to train ordinaries. My breath catches. After the bombing, Kit explains, I realized how defenseless they are here. No kidding, I whisper into the shadows. So I'm giving them a chance to protect themselves. They'll train with you and the Imperials. Kai chokes on a laugh. Serious. Don't mess with me, Kitty. Wouldn't dream of it. Kit's amusement brightens the dim corridor. And I've already got some ordinaries for you, the ones we took from the bowl after the third trial. He didn't execute them. Kai's shock mirrors mine. He's still alive. I wasn't sure what to do with them, Kit admits, his voice casual, like he's discussing the weather. But after the attack, it's time to free them, train them. The enforcer exhales sharply. Really doing this, after everything? Kit lets out a dry chuckle. Guess I am. Kai claps him on the shoulder. I'm proud of you and honored to stand with you while we rebuild this kingdom. For a moment, they're just brothers again, unbroken, untouched by the past, and in that quiet space between them, I see the bond I thought I'd shattered. The understanding that they're more powerful than my need for revenge brings a grin to my face. You and me, brother. Kit takes a careful step back. Always. As he moves down the path, I press myself against the weapons rack, praying the shadows hide me from his peripheral vision. I hold my breath as my betrothed passes by, not even exhaling when Kai's voice stops him. Get some rest. Kit flashes his enforcer a smirk. You first, Kai Pai. I stay frozen long after the king disappears, and my pulse finally steadies, pushing off the rack. I watch Kai spin a blade effortlessly in his grip, the steel catching the dim torchlight. His back is turned, muscles shifting beneath the inky tendrils curling around his skin. When he finally faces me, I'm almost annoyed by how unsurprised he looks. Missed me that much, he teases, the sword gleaming between us. I narrow my eyes. How'd you know I was here? Figured you'd come find me eventually. Keep dreaming. I cross my arms, suddenly hyper-aware of how thin my shirt is. Seriously, how? He tilts his head slightly. Call it instinct. The dark sharpens my senses, sounds, movement, even presence. It's hard to explain. He waves it off. I just knew. Convenient, I mutter. Another elite advantage. He shakes his head. So I'm guessing you heard everything. Every word. Didn't think it'd help if he saw us together. My boot taps impatiently against the dirt. This is a good thing, right? I thought he'd executed those ordinaries from the bowl. Kai drags a hand through his messy hair. Seems like it didn't expect him to push for their training. I nod absently, my thoughts tangled. His next words snap me back. Or did you just come out here to stare at me? I close the distance between us, stepping into the ring with a razor-edged smile. No, but I wouldn't mind knocking that smirk off your face. He towers over me, his bare chest inches from mine. If you wanted to touch me, you could have just asked. A raindrop lands on my shoulder, and his thumb brushes it away. His rough fingers lingering just a second too long. My own hand drifts up, tracing the ridges of his stomach. The sharp inhale he takes sends a thrill through me. My fingers climb higher, mapping the hard lines of his torso, and his breath hitches when our eyes meet. The intensity in his gaze makes my pulse stutter, like he's already decided I'm his in some deep, possessive part of me wants to demand he never look at anyone else. My touch glides up, following the dark ink swirling over his heart. Train falls in a steady rhythm, soaking us both. But Kai doesn't seem to care. His focus is entirely on my fingers as they slide up the back of his neck. His sword drops to the ground with a clatter. And before the next raindrop can land, his arms lock around me, pulling me tight against him. His breath is warm against my lips as he murmurs, "Tell me you missed me, P." Our mouths meet, and I can feel the hunger in his kiss. But instead of melting into it, I grin and sweep my foot behind his ankle with one sharp tug. I send him crashing into the mud. Something few have ever managed. Dust swirls between us as I say, "I missed putting you on your back." He chuckles, sprawled in the dirt. Funny, I missed that too. When he tries to drag me down with him, I sidestep, laughing. He got trials to train for, no more distractions. "You're the one who started this, Gray," he says, still lying there, staring at the stormy sky. I was trying to behave. "Don't," I challenge, "fight me instead." But he doesn't take the bait. Instead, he sits up, his expression darkening. "I hate that they're forcing you into this again." His voice is rough. "You never should have agreed." "I actually had a choice this time," I say, bitterness creeping in. "And it was the only way. You saw how the court reacted. Because they want a spectacle," he snaps, pushing to his feet. "They want to watch you break." "I won't break," I say, forcing confidence into my voice. "And if I do, let them remember me. A martyr." His laugh is hollow. "Listen to yourself, you're already halfway to surrender." "It's not surrender, it's survival." I snap. The shift in his tone catches me off guard. I could die out there. In an instant, he's in front of me, his hands rough against my face. "Then forget the trials. Let me tear this kingdom apart for you." "This isn't just about me anymore," I whisper, shaking my head. "I have to do this." His hands drop, slick with rain, "Just like you have to marry Kit." The words sting like a punch. The hurt in his eyes is unbearable, like he's begging for a different ending. "Yes," I say softly, "just like that." He exhales slowly, steadying himself. When he speaks again, his voice is flat. "Fine, if that's your choice, then I won't stand in your way." "But I want you there," I insist. "We just have to be smart. Kit can't know, it'll make everything worse." "Right," he mutters, "pretend. And if I'm going to survive, I need to train," I add quickly. Kai steps back, shaking his head, and the distance between us feels wider than ever. The way he moves is more unsettling than if he'd swung a blade at me. "I won't fight you, Paedyn. Not after what I promised you in that poppy field, that if I ever touched you again, it would only be with tenderness." Water clings to his lashes like morning dew, but he refuses to blink as he whispers, "And I intend to honor that promise." For a heartbeat, we just stand there. The weight of his words sinking into me feels strangely right. This decision to never raise a hand against him again. A raindrop trails down my nose as I grin up at him, unable to resist poking fun. "You could have just admitted you're tired of losing." His lips twitch despite himself. "Is that your professional opinion?" "Call it a gut feeling," I murmur, leaning closer. I have a sixth sense for these things. The next thing I know, the ground vanishes beneath me. A startled yelp escapes me as he flips me over his shoulder, my hair swinging wildly toward the mud-slicked training ring. "Did your psychic powers warn you about this?" he teases, his voice vibrating through me with each step. I can't help laughing, clinging to his belt for balance. "Where are we going?" He hesitates just long enough to make my pulse skip. "Somewhere even fate can't follow." A bittersweet smile tugs at my lips. The willow. The willow. Chapter 13. Andy props her hands on her hips, surveying the door lying flat on the floor like a shipwrecked plank. "Run this by me one more time." I fumble with the straps of my shoes from my perch on the bed, avoiding her sharp amber stare. Her fingers tap against the wrench hanging from her tool belt, impatient. "There was an incident," I hedge. "An incident," she echoes dryly, crouching to examine the hinges. "Well, it'll be fixed before you return from your royal date." "Thanks," I breathe, relieved. Behind me, Ellie darts around like a startled rabbit, scooping up discarded gowns. We'd wasted half the afternoon agonizing over what to wear for dinner with the king. Mostly because I'd been too nervous to admit I was stalling the emerald dress. I settled on hugs my ribs a little too tightly. But at least the skirts swirl dramatically, when I drift toward Andy as she wrestles with a stubborn bolt. Do you like this? Being the castle's fixer? She pauses, tucking a strand of deep red hair behind her ear. Trade it for anything. It's satisfying in a strange way, she says, flashing a quick grin as she glances back at me, taking something shattered and making it whole again. I let out a quiet hum, hesitation coloring the sound. The silver ring on her nose catches the light when she turns, studying my expression. What? Didn't expect that from me. Not surprised, I say with a shrug. Just, you could have anything. Do anything. My gaze lingers on her hair, remembering the countless shades of crimson she's shifted into. And yet, you're happy just. Playing repair girl, she finishes, laughing. People always act shocked then again. Most don't realize power isn't the only thing that matters. I let out a dry chuckle. She cocks her head, that familiar tilt reminding me so much of her cousin. I thought you of all people would get that. I shake my head, my smile thin. Easy for you to say, you've never been without it. My eyes drift along the walls while her stay fixed on me. But for me, power's always been survival, trying to stay alive without it. When I finally look back, she gives a slow nod. Well, you had the rest of us convinced, she says, her smirk wry. Color me impressed. Don't be, I mutter, a tired laugh escaping me. I was just trying to get through the trials and now here I am, right back in them. She stands, testing the hinges on the other side of the door. I'll be fine, survive this round. Her golden eyes lock onto mine, playful. And you'll get what you want, you'll rule Ilya. I watch her closely, searching for any hint of resentment in her sharp features, but there's nothing. Just calm acceptance. It's almost unsettling. Seeing someone look at me without hatred, I manage a silent nod before stepping past her into the hall. Good seeing you, Andy. Likewise, she says, fingers brushing over her tool belt as I turn away. Oh, Paedyn. I spin back, my dress swirling at my feet. Her expression hardens slightly. Break him, he's barely holding together as it is. I swallow. Nod once. I won't. She seems satisfied, turning back to her work with a faint smile. I do the same, striding down the corridor. The tightness in my chest making it hard to breathe. My fingers tangle briefly in the loose curls framing my face. As I hurry across the thick carpet, flash of red hair appears at the corner before falling into step beside me. I don't bother looking at the masked guard. Shouldn't you be babysitting a certain killer? Yeah, he scoffs. So you don't get any ideas. I finally glance at him. She's unguarded right now. But you're not. I take the next turn without slowing. Why are you really here? He presses a dramatic hand to his chest. A man miss his favorite princess. I shoot him a look and he caves instantly. Fine, I needed to take a leak. Doesn't mean I wouldn't have tracked you down eventually. He counters. I bite back a grin, failing miserably. Well, you can relax. I'm off to have dinner with the king, so no bloodshed on my part tonight. Truly comforting, he deadpans. Or should I say, dinner with your future husband? Right, I mutter. What a picture-perfect match we make. Behave, princess, he warns, steering me toward the massive throne room doors. You don't wear the crown yet. My fingers fidget with the folds of my gown, restless, and I might never. We pause just outside, and before he can feed me some empty reassurance, I tug him into a quick embrace. He stiffens for only a heartbeat before pulling me close. See you after the trial, I murmur, more to convince myself than him reluctantly. I step back and signal the guards. The doors groan open, revealing the cavernous throne room, its white pillars standing like silent sentinels head high. I stride toward the long table at the center, alone, but not powerless tonight. I chose this. The king slouches at the far end, his usually sharp green eyes dull with exhaustion. Blonde hair slightly disheveled, he offers a tired smile. Evening, Paedyn. Evening, I echo, eyeing the scattered documents he hastily gathers. Am I interrupting something important? Just paperwork, he says, passing the stack to a servant. Met with the scholars earlier. Scholars? I pause, arms crossed. Bet they're thrilled to tell you how to rule. Absolutely thrilled. He mutters there's a weariness in him now. A stark contrast to the boy I once unraveled. And here I am, selfishly hoping he'll let me back into the life he's painstakingly rebuilt. My attention shifts to the absurdly long table. My place is set a mile away, as if we're strangers. Kit catches my frown and shrugs. Royal protocol. His tone suggests he's fine with it. That stings. If we're going to fix this kingdom, it won't be through stiff formality and half-hearted civility. Without a word, I grab my chair and drag it right next to his eyebrows lift. Just a fraction. But it's enough. I broke USSO. I'll be the one to bridge the gap. Even if it's just by moving a damn chair. I drop into the chair beside him, letting the legs slam against the marble with a sharp crack. Kit glances up, one eyebrow arched. You planning to redecorate with that entrance? Just making a point, I say, nodding toward the empty stretch of table between us. Old habits die hard, but we're breaking them, right? Right. He smoothly shifts the conversation, motioning to the spread of dishes. You should eat something before it gets cold. I exhale through my nose. Of course he'd dodge this. As he reaches for a spoon half buried in the green beans. A servant steps forward, only for him to wave her off. I hadn't even noticed the silent figures lining the walls. Until now, my plate and silverware are still at the far end of this ridiculous table. So I push to my feet before someone else can fetch them. A servant, Mandy, Kit calls her, quickly resets my place, offering a quiet nod when I murmur my thanks. Appreciate it, Mandy, Kit adds. We'll handle the rest ourselves tonight. Hearing him say her name so easily tightened something in my chest. I'd forgotten how well he knew the staff, how he treated them like people, not just servants sitting this close. I catch glimpses of the friend he used to be, the one I let down. I force a lightness into my voice that doesn't quite fit. This all smells amazing. Small talk, really. Kit piles mashed potatoes onto his plate with enthusiasm. Gail's been making these nonstop since I got back. Not that I'm complaining. He takes a bite, humming in approval. I push food around my plate, unable to look away from him. She must have been terrified for you, I say softly. I heard you were struggling. When his eyes flick to mine, I rush on, which was my fault, obviously, but a sharp laugh cuts me off. It's not warm, not like the laughter he'd shared with Kai. This one is edged with something bitter. He clears his throat. Relax, Paedyn, I'm over it. I force my hands to still, but you don't forgive me. The silence stretches. His fork hits the plate with a clatter. He leans forward, elbows on the table, gaze fixed on the ring glinting between us. I want this to work, he says finally, for Ilya, for the kingdom, but that doesn't mean we have to be anything more than what we are. My jaw sets. No, I won't settle for that. His eyebrow lifts as I push on, voice firm. I want to fix USWE. We're more than this once. I know I'm the reason we're not the same anymore, but if we're stuck together for life, we might as well make the best of it. Kit leans back in his chair, dragging out the awkward silence with another sip from his glass. When he finally speaks, his voice is low, edged with something sharp. You already have Kai. Why put effort into us? My pulse stutters, trapped beneath the tight fabric of this ridiculous dress. Kai isn't the one I'm marrying, I say, forcing the words out. But he wants to be. I hesitate, my thoughts stumbling. Is that what's bothering you? Whatever you think is between Kai and me? I know him, Paedyn. Kit's tone is clipped. Better than anyone. Don't pretend I haven't seen the way he looks at you, even after everything. There's an edge to his words, something bitter and raw. It lingers like jealousy, like something unspoken. His gaze sweeps over me, and suddenly the air feels too thin. My mind races with impossible thoughts. He couldn't still care, not after what I did, but the way he watches me, like he can see straight through me, says otherwise. Is that why you keep your distance? I whisper. Because of Kai, he almost laughs. Something like that. You don't want to hurt him by being with me. I shake my head, scrambling to untangle the mess of lies Kai and I have spun. But you don't need to worry. Whatever was between the enforcer and me ended the moment he dragged me back here on your orders. Kit exhales, as if the reminder settles something in him. I'll admit, I was surprised when he brought you back to me. His eyes narrow slightly. He was yours completely. I force myself to hold his stare. Not anymore. Lie about the way Kai tried to help me escape before we reached the castle. Lie about the nights we spent talking. The way his presence became something I craved. Lie about the future I once foolishly wished for. Kit's smile is genuine for the first time since I arrived. We'll see. I want to earn back your trust. My hand finds his before I can stop myself, fingers brushing against his skin. The touch surprises us both. Let me try. He looks down at our hands before nodding. I suppose you deserve that much. Thank you, I murmur. His expression softens as he gestures to my plate. Eat, you'll need your strength for tomorrow. Relieved by the shift in tone, I groan, stabbing a fork into the mashed potatoes. Remind me. You'll be fine, he says, taking a bite of his own meal. Ilya won't know what hit them. I snort. Unless I'm the one getting hit, maybe they'll cheer. Even if you were, he says dryly, there'd be no one left to cheer for it. The fork freezes halfway to my lips. What are you saying? He swirls his wine glass before answering. Think of it like the purging trials, but this time you won't be fighting in the bowl well, mostly. My fingers tighten around the edge of the table, so no sights chasing me down. Depends on how creative the court wants to be, he says with a shrug. I exhale sharply. If they designed these trials just for me, I doubt there'll be a walk in the park. His gaze lingers on me, unreadable yet intense. You've faced 2 of the 4 landmarks already, he finally says. The remaining 2, that's where you'll be tested. My eyes flick to where I know the crest is hidden beneath his shirt, the diamond marking the 4 corners of our world. 2 down, 2 to go. The scorches and the shallows, I mutter. Exactly, he confirms. Sand and waves. Perfect, I say dryly. Last time in the scorches, I nearly turned into a human raisin. Kit crosses his arms, his voice steady. This first trial isn't just about survival. It's about facing what scares you. I tilt my head. And what would scare you in a trial like that? He smirks. A little personal, don't you think? That's the whole point, I shoot back. Failure, he admits after a beat, being forgotten. I don't mention how unsurprising that is, given his past. Instead, I offer a quiet, that's a fear worth having. He lets out a breath that might have been a laugh. And yours? Where do I even start? You didn't seem afraid during the purging trials. I'm good at faking it. His lips quirk. I've noticed. The words spill out before I can stop them. But I'm not faking this. Being your friend, I never had to. Not even when it would have been easier. And I'll keep proving it until you believe me. Silence stretches between us then, softly, he says, Okay. Okay, I echo, firm for a second. He looks like the boy who once tossed chocolates at me, laughing when I missed not love. That's reserved for someone else, but something real, something lighter. I push my fork through the lumpy potatoes on my plate. Bad time to admit I've always hated your favorite food. His brows shoot up. Really not helping your case here. I grin. So that's the line. Not the near-death experiences, just my opinion on mashed potatoes. Afraid so. With a dramatic sigh, I lift a forkful. Fine, to my terrible taste in food. Let that be the worst of our troubles. A faint smile touches his lips. He taps his fork against mine and repeats, Let that be the worst of our troubles. Chapter 14, Kai. I move through the training grounds. Arms loose behind me, the yard is packed with soldiers. Some locked in combat, others struggling through the drills I've assigned. My gaze sweeps over the dirt and trampled grass, tracking their movements without breaking stride. I adjust a brawny's stance, nudging his elbow up. Straighten your backsword higher. The Imperial nods, and I keep walking, intercepting a flash before he collides with a loaded crossbow, or worse, A bloom determined to wreck my training area. My soldiers, our rusty father, kept me busy hunting ordinaries. But thanks to Kit, I'm free to focus on shaping them back into warriors. Strength means nothing if you can't fight without your ability, I announce. Standing amid the chaos, I jab a finger at a grimy Imperial. Wider stance. Then I step into another ring, correcting a shell's guard. Protect your face, you're not invincible right now. It's been hours of the same orders fresh rotations cycle in every 2 hours, replacing the exhausted the ordinaries mixed in stand out. Hesitant, stiff, like they're afraid to breathe wrong. I've figured out they need space from the elite's jeers. At least until they can hold a blade without trembling by the time dusk settles. I finally head back to the castle, worn out and starving. But mostly, thinking of her, my feet carry me straight to the Queen's quarters. It's strange, yet somehow right. That she's the one behind those doors. Now the halls are silent, shadows pooling in the corners, and her door is fixed. Of course it is. I'm the one who told Andy to repair it, remembering her effort. I knock instead of barging in. The sound of her steps is familiar. A rhythm I've memorized. The way she laughs, the shuffle of her bare feet, the quiet exhales when we're close. The door opens, and there she stands, draped in an oversized shirt that slips off one shoulder. The fabric nearly hiding her shorts. Her damp hair clings to her neck, skin still warm from the bath. I drink her in, lingering on every detail. She glances into the hallway, tension flashing across her face. You can't be here, she whispers sharply. Then, without another word, she yanks me inside. The door slams shut behind us. Where else would I be? Maybe in your own room. My room doesn't have you in it, I say, my lips quirking. Which is exactly why I'm here. She rolls her eyes, shaking her head. Unbearable, arrogant jerk. I pull her closer, my arm tightening around her waist. My thumb brushes the bridge of her nose, my voice dropping to a murmur. And my beautiful, I press a soft kiss to her lips, feeling her melt into me. Beautiful P. Her fingers twist in my shirt as she kisses me back. Harder this time. I push off the door, guiding her deeper into the room. This kiss is hungry, desperate. Like every second I couldn't touch her, every moment I forced myself to stay away, has built up into this. Her lips are as soft as the skin under my wandering hands, and when my fingers tangle in her damp hair, she shivers. You really shouldn't be here, she whispers, the words barely audible. My reply is just as quiet. I know. Someone might have seen you, she gasps. I know. Her grip tightens in my hair. I'm engaged. My voice is rough. Oh, I know. My fingers find that damn ring, sliding it off even as I keep kissing her. She makes a small sound of protest, sending my pulse racing, but I catch her other wrist before she can stop. One quick motion. I slip the ring onto her right hand. There, now it's just jewelry, no promises attached. She pulls back with a smirk that steals my breath. Oh, is it really that easy? It could be, I say, too fast. Too raw. The heat between us cools, leaving only heavy breaths and the crushing weight of reality. Paedyn steps away, pacing across the plush rug. She pushes her wet hair off her shoulders, exhaling sharply. Kit's suspicious of us. That's why he keeps his distance. I force a laugh, ignoring the darker truth beneath it. Because he still loves you. We just have to be smart about this, she says, steady. Things are complicated enough already. I turn away, shoving my hands into my pockets, suddenly fascinated by the trim around her door. So I'm guessing you talked to Kit. We had dinner, she says, watching for a reaction I refuse to give. We're making it a regular thing. Of course, I mutter, royalty and all. The bitterness in my voice makes her sigh. She cups my face, forcing me to look at her. Shut me out too. I hate this just as much as you do. I nod, and then she flicks my nose lightly. The gesture stuns me, like it always does. No matter how many times she does it, I'll never get used to the warmth that floods me, the sheer privilege of her affection. I whisper. What? I duck my head, hiding my smile. Destroy me. Wasn't that the point? She teases, her voice laced with mischief. Not like this, I murmur, brushing a damp lock of hair behind her ear. Not with him. A dull pain settles in my chest. Heavy and inescapable. I'll always love my brother, but watching him build a life with her might be more than I can take. Loyalty and love are brutal enough on their own. Now they're twisted together, impossible to separate. She gives me a look, one filled with quiet understanding. So, did you come here for a farewell? P's tone is gentle, but the shift in conversation isn't. Just in case. I don't do goodbyes, I reply flatly, because I'll see you after the trial. Her eyes drift somewhere far away, heading to the scorches or the shallows. My body tenses at her words, but before I can ask how she knows, she answers. Kit told me 2 of the trials are at the last places I haven't survived yet. I exhale sharply. Of course they are. Should have guessed the court would toss you somewhere new. She raises a brow, waiting. But no, I won't say goodbye, because you'll be fine. Fear isn't in your vocabulary. The silence stretches too long before a faint smile tugs at her lips. When I left for the purging trials, Adina kept telling me it wasn't goodbye, just a fancy way of saying see you later. Her voice wavers. Stupidest thing, but she repeated it for years. A choked laugh escapes her. Raw and aching, I tilt her chin up, meeting the storm of grief and defiance in her eyes. Then, in Adina's infinite wisdom, this isn't goodbye, just a dramatic, until whatever the hell happens next. She's laughing before I finish, the sound so bright it steals my breath. I don't blink, memorizing the way her face lights up. Until whatever the hell, Paedyn echoes, nodding. I keep smiling, even when hers falters, willing it back finally. I force out the real reason I came. I brought you something. Suspicion flickers in her gaze. Should I be concerned? Reaching into my boot, I pull out the gift. If anyone should be worried, it's me. This thing has a habit of aiming for my throat. The dagger glints, almost humming in her presence. Her fingers hover before curling around the hilt, tracing the intricate designs for a heartbeat. Everything is as it should be. The silver savior, blade in hand, grinning like she's just won the world. Thank you, she whispers, voice breaking. I never thought I'd hold it again. I grin, try not to carve me up like a Thanksgiving turkey, all right? Back at you, Prince. She meant it as a joke, but my attention snagged on the jagged scar running down her thigh. The humor died on my lips, replaced by the weight of what I'd done. What my mission had cost her. She moved closer, reading the shift in my expression, her fingers brushing my jaw. Not him. 3 words, and I nearly came undone. I couldn't meet her eyes. The relief was staggering. Like surfacing after drowning, I hadn't even known how badly I needed to hear it until she said it. The shadow of my father, the monster he twisted me into, had lived in my head for years. Kai. Her voice was soft but firm, pulling me back. Not him, she repeated, tears glinting in those ocean blue eyes. I need you to believe that for me. I nodded, throat too tight to speak. Her hands cradled my face, holding me together with a touch I wished was mine alone. Not him, she murmured, lips curving. But you've both left your marks, one and the other something far worse. The unspoken truth lingered between us. Paedyn. I leaned my forehead against hers, aching to say what she wasn't ready to hear. In that field of wildflowers, I'd confessed how helplessly I was falling for her, yet those 3 words still stuck in my throat. I love you. But before I could speak, she cut me off. Not yet. Her fingers traced my cheek. Everyone who's ever said that to me is gone. And I need you more than I need the words. I kissed her forehead, smiling. It'll take more than pretty words to pry me away from you, sweetheart. Better be true, she whispered, her dagger dangling from the hand looped around my neck funny. Once, I'd feared that blade in my back. Now, I'd gladly bare my throat to her in my arms. She was whole again, caught between the ghost of her past and the man who'd once been her enemy. And when she kissed me, deep and desperate, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life at the edge of her blade. As long as she was the one holding it, the rhythm of my footsteps matched my pulse sunlight cut through the crumbling city. Painting the crowded street in gold, my dagger, strapped snug to my thigh, was a familiar weight, just like the memory of his hands securing it there. "Show me what you've got today, sweetheart," he'd murmured. Kneeling at my feet, the words echoed the ones I'd tossed at him after our first fight. Back when neither of us knew how this would end, his fingers dug into my thigh, those storm-gray eyes locking onto mine beneath dark lashes, and a chilling realization hit me. I'd do anything for his approval. Surviving this trial was just the beginning. I held my chin high despite the sea of judgmental stares burning into me. The imperial escort did little to silence the scattered jeers as we moved through the streets without the king at my side. I had no doubt the air would be thick with curses instead of whispers. I tilted closer to Kit, though my attention stayed fixed on the enforcer's broad back ahead of us. "So, the Scorches," I said, voice flat. We were already veering east, the sun beating down mercilessly. His shoulder nudged mine as he shrugged. "More or less." A frown creased my brow, sending a bead of sweat trickling down my temple. The heat was unbearable. My dark pants clung to my legs, my tunic soaked through behind us. A growing crowd followed, eager to see if this would be my last walk. Their determination to witness my downfall was almost impressive. When we finally stopped at the city's edge, my palms weren't damp from the heat. It was pure dread. The desert stretched endlessly before me, a graveyard of sand I'd barely escaped once before. If this trial was testing courage, I wasn't sure I had enough left. Fear coiled around me, memories of past trials still raw. Kit turned to the waiting crowd, Tila at his side, her amplifier ready. Her voice boomed down the street, just like during the purging trials. "Today, Paedyn Gray faces her first test. Bravery, the cornerstone of our kingdom. Once she completes the trials, you will accept her as your queen." Hundreds of eyes raked over me, their silent judgment like ants under my skin. I refused to look away. "The first queen of Ilya rests in the Sanctuary of Souls," Kit announced. "A sacred burial ground now overrun by thieves. Paedyn's task is simple: retrieve her crown from the crypt." My throat tightened when Kai's gaze met mine. I knew he remembered too, the stories of bandits claiming that land, leaving the queen alone in her tomb. Now, I had to walk straight into their territory alone. "For years, thieves have dreamed of uncovering her crown," Kit continues, his voice steady. "But even the boldest outlaws avoid the crypt. No one knows why." His gaze locks onto mine, strangely reassuring despite his warning. "This is more than a test of courage. Paedyn must cross the Scorches first, then navigate the Sanctuary of Souls to reach the crypt. Every step will be dangerous, but the real battle might be in her own mind, where fear takes its own shape." I exhale slowly, pretending his words don't send a chill down my spine. Kit finishes with a grim smile. "If the crown is brought before the court by midnight, Paedyn Gray survives this trial. If not..." His eyes sweep over the crowd, his expression unreadable. "Then she was never meant to rule." I barely glance at the murmuring spectators before facing the desert ahead. His words ignite a cold fury inside me, cutting through the stifling heat. These trials don't measure leadership. They're designed to break me, but being ordinary means proving myself beyond what even elites can endure. It's not the challenges I fear. It's what they'll leave behind. Will they crush my spirit? Snuff out the fire Adina kindled in me. My pulse thrums in my ears. If I survive, I won't be the same. I've already lost too many people. Maybe this time, it'll be me. Maybe that's for the best. Better to burn out than let this kingdom strip away the last of my warmth. When Kit gives a curt nod and Kai offers that familiar half-smile, I step forward. The sand shifts beneath my boots, dragging me back to endless days spent crossing this wasteland. The voices fade. but the weight of their stares presses harder than the sun my body protests with every step. As if my own bones resist this path, fear didn't start here. It's been with me since I set foot in this desert, but I didn't return out of bravery. I came because I had no other choice. Sweat beads at my temples. Sliding down my neck, I try twisting my hair into a knot. But the short strands slip free with a sigh. I focus on the distant rocks, fighting a sudden, ridiculous urge to grin. I remember darting past them. Kai close behind, racing toward the poppy fields beyond. Back then, he was my rival. Yet somehow, we understood each other now. When I turn to see him watching from the city's edge, the distance between us feels endless. The enforcer isn't just a lover lost. He's something far more dangerous. Staying away from him feels like its own kind of trial. It's brutal, knowing he can't be mine after everything we've fought through. Maybe in some other world, I'd be strong enough not to need reassurance. Maybe in another life, I'd have the courage to tell him how I really feel. Or maybe I'd learn to love him without needing anything in return. Now that would be true bravery. So I turn away, forcing myself to walk faster, putting more distance between us. The air tastes stale, thick with memories I can't shake. Every step I take feels like I'm reliving the past once again. I'm here, sand grinding between my toes, the sun scorching my shoulders. At least this time, I can see the finish line. I drag myself toward the jagged path, wishing this trial had been set in the soft meadow of wildflowers. Just beyond it, the sun has crept higher, burning away the morning chill. Not only do I have to find the lost queen's crown, but I'm also running out of daylight. I force my legs to move faster, twisting the metal ring around my thumb. If only he could see me now. A sharp ache twists in my chest, not the usual grief that comes with thinking of him and how he died, but the kind of pain that only truth can bring. Because he wasn't really my father, the thought stings, even inside my own head. And in a way, it's unfair. This kingdom never wanted me. Not from the day I was born, but he did. He took me in when he had nothing left to lose. I became his whole world. Maybe that's all it takes to be called family. The crunch of gravel underfoot snaps me back to reality. I've reached the sanctuary of souls, shaking off the past. I focus, stepping onto the wide path that winds toward door without the sand dragging at my feet. I pick up speed, the towering stone walls closing in on either side. The dagger at my thigh burns against my skin, but my fingers still drift to its hilt out of instinct. The silence here is unsettling. No wind, no voices, just the echo of my own footsteps. This place belongs to thieves now, stolen from the dead who once rested here, and I know exactly how ruthless they can be. My eyes dart across the jagged rocks, searching for movement. Unease settles in. Then doubt. I have no clue which hidden crevice holds the queen's final resting place. Guess I'm checking everyone, I whisper. The sun vanishes behind the cliffs, leaving me shivering in the sudden cold. Then I spot it. A dark mouth of a cave to my left. I hurry toward it, stepping into the shadows. The deeper I go, the more the walls press in, rough stones scraping my palms as I feel my way forward. The sharp pain in my tongue barely distracts from the sticky mess now covering my hand, gritting my teeth. I kneel on the rough cave floor, fingers sweeping blindly through the darkness. This is ridiculous, I mutter, frustration bubbling up. Dad drilled observation skills into me, but my so-called psychic gift depends on vision, which is currently useless. The deeper I crawl, the heavier the blackness presses against me, thick and suffocating. Blinking does nothing against the endless void after what feels like hours of groping empty air with nothing to show for it. I retreat toward the faint glow of the entrance. Sunlight stings my eyes as I stagger out, hands trembling against my thighs. Only then do I admit how badly fear had gripped me. And there no light means no control, and stumbling blind into unknown dangers is pure idiocy. I force a slow breath, steadying my nerves before marching down the path. Again, my brain scrambles for solutions. Maybe a torch. But where would I even find dry wood here? I scoff, glaring at the useless dagger on my belt. Typical every damn time. The universe hands me the wrong tools. That thought alone sends me storming into the next cave. This one's taller, at least shoulders straight. I trail one hand along the damp wall while the other gropes ahead, until my palm smacks solid rock. Perfect, I groan, shaking out my throbbing wrist. A dead end back outside. I drag my feet toward the next opening, the sinking sun painting the stones gold. Then I freeze there, caught in the light. Scattered silver strands, each one crusted with dried blood. My throat tightens. These are mine, remnants of the girl who fell apart in this very spot. Back when Kai tried piecing me back together. Funny how something as simple as hair could carry so much pain. The metallic scent of blood clung to me, thick in my hair and under my nails, until I couldn't take it anymore. I pleaded with the one who held me captive, the same person who was supposed to destroy me, to wash it all away. Now, as I pick up the broken fragments of who I was, the crusted blood on them doesn't faze me. It's almost poetic. Holding these pieces like frozen memories, I glance around the cramped cave. Surrounding me, it's not the crypt I expected, but it might as well be. Carefully, I set the remnants of my old self down on the cold stone, letting them stay where they belong. Darkness swallows the cave as night falls, leaving me squinting into the abyss. A shudder runs through me as I step inside, my hands groping blindly for anything solid. My fingers scrape against rough rock, and I cling to it, inching forward with unsteady steps. The cave breathes differently here. Hostile, alive. Every shadow feels like a threat, every whisper of wind a warning. Dropping to my knees, I press my palms into the ground, but it's not stone. It's packed earth. My pulse quickens. This might be what I've been searching for. I crawl deeper, the damp air heavy in my lungs. The walls closing in around me. Panic claws at my chest as the space tightens, my shoulders brushing rock on either side. The blackness is suffocating, my own heartbeat deafening in the silence. Then a tiny squeak. I freeze. Something shifts above me, and I clamp a grimy hand over my mouth to stifle any sound. My whole body trembles, bracing for whatever shares this cave with me. A sudden flutter of wings near my ear makes me jerk back, slamming my head against the jagged wall. Pain explodes across my temple, and I gasp as warm blood trickles down my cheek. Chaos erupts. A storm of shrieks and beating wings fills the cave, disorienting me. I'm lost in the frenzy, my body battered by what feels like a hurricane of claws and leathery wings. Bats, dozens, maybe hundreds, surge past me, their tiny bodies hitting me with surprising force. I might be screaming. I can't tell. The cave is alive with their frenzy, their sharp nails grazing my skin as they swarm around me in the dark. In the midst of the nightmare unfolding around me, my fingers finally close around the hilt of my dagger. The darkness presses in like a living thing, my own ragged breath and pounding heart drowning out all other sounds. My hands tremble, slick with sweat, as I swing the blade in desperate arcs. The creatures shriek when steel meets flesh, a horrible, high-pitched sound that echoes off the cave walls. I don't need to see them to know they're everywhere, their wings brushing against my arms, their claws tearing at my skin. Every shallow cut burns, blood trickling down in warm rivulets. Then, just as suddenly as they attacked, the bats surge past me in a flurry of wings and shrieks, vanishing into the night beyond the cave entrance. I collapse onto my knees, gasping for air, my dagger slipping back into its sheath. The relief is short-lived. My body tenses as I realize the ground beneath me is shifting. A sharp crack splits the air. Then I'm falling, tumbling through rotted wood and loose earth. The impact knocks the breath from my lungs as I crash onto cold stone pain radiates through my ribs, my head throbbing as I roll onto my side for a second. I think I've gone blind. But no. My eyes are open. The darkness here is absolute, heavier than anything I've ever known. My fingers scrabble against the rough floor, searching for anything solid, anything familiar. The air is stale, thick with the scent of damp earth, and something metallic. My pulse hammers in my throat as I force myself up, every movement sending fresh waves of pain through my battered body. The silence is worse than the screeching bats. It's the kind of quiet that makes you wonder what else might be listening. And then I hear it. A faint, skittering sound from somewhere in the void. My breath catches. I'm not alone. The impact must have knocked me out briefly, because the pounding in my skull makes it hard to focus. My legs wobble as I stagger forward, my boots scuffing against what feels like polished oak. When my hands press down to catch my balance, my fingers trace the unmistakable shape. Long, rectangular, with ornate carvings along the edges. My stomach lurches as realization hits. This isn't just any wooden surface, it's a casket. Her casket, Marina of Dor, the first queen, rests inches away from me. I didn't just discover the crypt. I tumbled right into it, and suddenly, the air feels heavier, like unseen eyes are watching from the darkness. The bandits had the right idea, staying away. Some things should never be disturbed. My dagger slides free from my belt, the blade glinting faintly in the dim light. Blood drips from my forehead, stinging my eyes as I jam the steel beneath the coffin's lid. A sharp crack splits the silence, the sound of wood giving way. My pulse hammers so hard I can hear it in my ears. For a heartbeat, I hesitate, half expecting something monstrous to lunge from the shadows, but there's only the stale air and my own ragged breathing as I force the lid open. I don't look at first, cowardly, maybe, but the thought of seeing her like this twists something inside. My fingers graze over brittle ribs, the remnants of velvet lining crumbling at my touch. This wasn't just a skeleton. It was a person, a queen. And now she's reduced to fragments, her legacy locked away in this forgotten tomb. A draft whispers against my neck. Too deliberate to be natural. Death doesn't just linger here. It waits. Every instinct screams at me to run. But I came for the crown. Gritting my teeth, I sift through the remains, my hands shaking as bone dust clings to my skin. Decades have stripped her of everything but the echoes of who she once was, and yet the weight of what I've done settles over me like a shroud. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The remains of who she used to be disintegrate between my fingers. Brittle and lifeless, my hands trace the contours of her shattered skull, the years pressing down like a merciless weight. I swallow hard and press forward, higher, higher. Then my fingertips brush something icy beneath layers of grime. I recognize the sharp edges and embedded gems. A slow grin spreads across my dry lips. Even blind, I'd know this relic of authority by touch alone. Steadying myself, I wrench the crown free from the fallen queen's grasp. Chapter 17. Kai. I would have waited forever in that wasteland if it meant she'd return to me, but duty has a way of ruining everything. I stalk back and forth, wearing down the same stretch of carpet in my chambers. To my right, my desk groans under stacks of reports, guard shifts, drills, security protocols, all ignored. There's only one thing on my mind since the moment Paedyn vanished into that cursed desert. I haven't been able to focus. The way her hair caught the light like steel, the way she moved, like someone who'd spent a lifetime fleeing. The silver savior stepped into her first trial, and I stood there, helpless, watching her disappear. Kit had to drag me back, reminding me to act like the enforcer, even when she's gone. His words hit like a blade. Maybe the king does know how hopelessly I've fallen for his future queen. Maybe he feels it too. We haven't spoken since returning, him locked away in his study, me drowning myself in training drills. Now, hours later, I'm still pacing. She has 3 hours left to walk into that throne room with the crown end part of me. The selfish, desperate part. Hopes she won't, as if that would fix anything. If I don't marry her, I have no choice but to kill her. Kit's warning echoes in my skull, crushing every foolish hope because if Paedyn fails, her fate won't just be a forced marriage. It'll be execution as much as I want her. I'd rather see her alive and out of reach than dead-eyed drag a hand through my hair. Still pacing useless, that's what every instinct screams to find her. But duty chains me here, not that she'd want my help. The silver savior has never needed saving. She made that clear the day she earned the title still. Part of me wishes she'd ask just so I could prove how far I go. I can't stand another second trapped in these walls. I shove open the door and storm into the hallway. Guards scramble aside. Servants duck out of sight. My strides lengthen. Faces blurring as I pass. The thick carpet under my feet had never caught my attention until Adina, Paedyn's other half, pointed it out before the last trial ball. Now, as I walk toward the West Tower, I focus on its softness to steady my racing mind. The castle's dim halls blur past me as I move quickly, wrapped in shadows, until a spill of light stops me short. It seeps from beneath a door untouched for years. At least, by anyone but Father. My fingers hover over the handle, hesitation creeping in like I'm breaking some unspoken rule. I've spent my whole life steering clear of this room on his command. But he isn't here to stop me now. The door groans open, revealing a space frozen in time. A flickering lamp casts weak light, its volt-powered glow barely holding onmy. Eyes scan the untouched chamber, landing on Kit perched stiffly on a dust-covered bed, draped in royal fabrique. Small jewelry box rests in his dark hands. He glances up, barely startled to find me lingering in the doorway. "Strange, isn't it?" he says, voice rough. "All those years wondering what was in here, and it's just a room." He sets the box aside and stands with a wry chuckle. "I don't cross the threshold. This place belongs to his past. Not mine. Iris Moira was his mother, and I've always known how much he ached to know her, even just a little. Father never should have hidden this from you," I murmur, "or so many other things." Kit's expression turns distant, but he did because he knew I'd always come back, always obey. I shove my hands into my pockets. "So what changed?" he exhales, considering. "When you have nothing, you cling to whoever offers you everything. You clung to Father," I say. "Now I fight for something else," he replies, "for us." A smirk tugs at my lips as I stare at the faded carpet. "Say I mind serving a king who actually cares." "You're my brother," he shoots back, grinning. "He had no choice but to care." I laugh. "My apologies for the burden." He rolls his eyes. "It was worse when you got strong enough to knock me on my ass. Should be second nature by now." "Careful," Kit warns, but his smile is lighter than it's been in ages. "Let's not wreck the one room we haven't destroyed yet." For once, I let myself forget what's coming, the future, the ring on Paedyn's finger. Right now, it's just us brothers. After a long silence, I finally step back. "I'll let you have your piece." "Didn't mean to barge in," I said, lingering in the doorway. "Just noticed the light on." Kit gave a quiet hum. "Nothing exciting in here." But my expression must have softened, because he added, "Except for you." A silent exchange passed between us before the door groaned shut. Leaving him alone with the fragments of a mother, he barely remembered. My footsteps echoed as I climbed the winding steps of the Western Tower. Once a place of childhood curiosity, now heavy with dread. The higher I went, the colder the air grew, thick with the scent of old wood and something sharper, something final. I'd vowed never to return to this place. Yet here I was again, pausing just outside the infirmary door. Bracing myself before stepping inside. Nothing had changed. The same rows of cots, the same oppressive stillness. My eyes skipped over one in the corner, the one I couldn't bring myself to look at directly. The healer gave me a grateful nod as she slipped out. Eager for a break from the gloom. Mom lay in the only occupied bed, her face gaunt, her shoulders barely lifting the crisp hospital sheets. My chest ached. She looked worse. "My sweet boy," she murmured, her voice thin but warm. "You came back. I was afraid you wouldn't." Guilt twisted inside me. "I should have been here sooner," I admitted, sinking into the chair beside her. "It's been complicated." Her knowing gaze cut deep. "I understand," she said, her eyes drifting to the empty cot across the room. "This place isn't easy for you." I clenched my jaw. Of course she knew. Ava had been her daughter too. "Losing Ava shattered me," she whispered. "But your father, that loss will be what finally breaks me." Anger flared, hot and sudden. How could she say that? How could she act like his death mattered more? But I bit back the words, studying her hollow cheeks and distant stare. "How are you holding up?" "Kai," she said simply, "we both know time's running out. Don't say that. Just promise me bury me near him." I grabbed her hand, pressing it to my chest. "I'll be with him," I swore, forcing steadiness into my voice. "But not yet." She gave a faint, sorrowful smile. "I'll miss you, my pretty boy. Look after Kit for me." Her eyelids fluttered shut, exhaustion winning out. "I wish I could have been there for him more." "It wasn't your fault," I say quietly. "Kit's always been difficult when it comes to you. Because I'm not his real mother." A heavy silence lingers before she finally murmurs, "I know." I give her hand a gentle squeeze. "He cares about you, I've seen it." "In his own way, I suppose." "He even stopped by while you were away on that mission." "He told me," I reply, keeping my voice low. "It was quick." Her lip quivers, something I never expected from a woman who carried herself with such strength. "He misses him too." "I know," I say softly, "because I saw the way our father's death tore at him, even when he refused to let it show." "Have you heard about the unrest in the kingdom?" "Yes," she answers, her tone steady. "Your father always cared more for the ordinaries than the affairs of Ilya." I wait, hoping she'll say more about the mess father left behind for Kit. But she doesn't, which doesn't surprise me. Queen Mila adored her husband, though she'd sometimes share stories. After a few too many glasses of wine, about the days she resented him. Even now, she won't speak a word against him. It's frustratingly noble. "And Paedyn?" I ask carefully. "You know about his engagement to the ordinary." "The ordinary," she repeats, her eyes sharpening. "That's not all she is not to you." I pull my hand away, forcing my expression to stay blank despite the sudden rush in my chest. "Whatever rumors you've heard, oh, spare me the act, Kai." Her laugh turns into a rough cough. I grab the water glass from the nightstand and hold it to her lips. She drinks deeply before rasping. "I knew from that first dinner, the one with all the purging trial competitors, there was something between you two." I exhale sharply. "Mother. And then she killed your father and things got messy." She says it so matter-of-factly that I almost chuckle. After another dry cough, she adds, "Though I doubt that was enough to make you hate her. I know how you felt about him." "He was never much of a father to me," I admit, the words edged with a bitterness I rarely let surface. "So no, I wasn't exactly heartbroken." The anger in my voice isn't meant for her, and I start to apologize. But before I can, her fingers tighten around mine, her eyes pleading. "I'm sorry for what he did to you, and I'm sorry I never stepped in." Tears well in the gray eyes we share. "I just wanted you to be strong and look at you, you're unbreakable. But that doesn't excuse it. I should have spoken up about those training sessions." SHH. I stop her with a single word. "It's over. You made me strong." A tear slips down her cheek, and I brush it away with my thumb. "You made me strong," I repeat. Softer this time. A choked mix of laughter and tears escapes her. "Guess you couldn't resist her after all." I give a small, rueful smile. "No, I really couldn't." "Kai," she says, her voice dropping into something grave. "She belongs to your brother." My gaze shifts away. "I know. Don't let her tear you two apart." Her words are sharp, insistent. "Promise me that, Kai." I exhale, shaking my head. "Bit late for promises like that, don't you think?" "Then promise me something else." She strains to lift herself from the pillow, her voice steady despite her frailty. Don't let her be what breaks you. Later, as I rise to leave the infirmary, she reminds me again of the promise I still haven't made in response. I tell her the truth. Paedyn Gray has been my undoing since the night we first met. Long before the purging trials ever began, I'm balanced precariously on the coffin, the grimy crown slipping down my arm as I stretch upward. Fingers clawing at the darkness for any sign of the whole eye tumbled through the rotting wood groans under my weight. Threatening to give way completely, my head throbs. Blood trickling from wounds I can't even see, making the world spin. But the thought of fresh air keeps me moving, even as pain screams through every muscle. Then, contact. My fingers graze a broken edge of wood above me, and I nearly sob in relief. Blindly, I find what must be the remains of the trapdoor frame gritting my teeth. I grip the splintered edge and pull when it holds. A wild laugh bursts from me, time to second guess. I haul myself up with a groan. Two things happen at once. First, my skull smacks into a jagged piece of the broken trapdoor, sending stars across my vision before I can even curse. The second realization hits. I'm not alone. A cold dread prickles over my skin as I drag myself onto the cave floor. I don't pause to breathe. Just lurch to my feet and bolt for the distant sliver of night sky. The crown on my arm feels heavier suddenly, like something unseen is tugging it back. A whimper escapes me. Some things aren't meant to be taken, some things aren't meant to wake. Just my mind playing tricks, I mutter, staggering forward. But as the cave mouth nears, I can't resist glancing back into that endless, swallowing dark. For a heartbeat, I'm frozen by it. Then I force myself to turn away, wiping blood from my eye with a filthy hand, and keep running. The massive bats left me shredded, their claws carving deep gashes across my skin like some twisted artwork just ahead. The cave mouth beckons with its promise of open sky and stars. I push forward, my pulse hammering against my ribs as I reach for that freedom. My palm scrapes against the rough stone wall. One last barrier before dark shapes uncoil across the ground, pooling around my boots. Three silhouettes fill the entrance, cutting off my escape. Backlit by moonlight, their broad shoulders form an impenetrable wall. My throat tightens as I retreat a step, biting back a scream. Raiders. Nice work fetching that crown, the tallest one rasps, his voice muffled by a checkered bandana. Hand it over, and maybe we'll let you keep that pretty ring. Maybe. Every wound screams in protest, but I dig deep, summoning whatever grit remains. My fingers twitch toward the dagger at my hip as I calculate angles. Openings only when the cold fury inside me rises. Do I speak, my voice trembling just enough to sell the act? Take whatever you want, just don't hurt me. I offer the ring, its grimy diamond catching the light. The nearest raider steps closer, and I can almost taste his greed as he grabs for my hand. My mind goes still, my heartbeat steadies. And then I strike, yanking him forward as my other hand drives the dagger up beneath his ribs. The wet crunch of steel meeting flesh echoes off the walls. He collapses with a gurgle, and I step back, crown now clenched in my fist. The remaining two freeze. Changed my mind, I rasp, shaking blood from my blade. You want it. Fight me for it. The brute charges first, swinging a meaty fist that I sidestep effortlessly. Strain. The darkness has honed my reflexes. I swing the crown like a mace, its jeweled points splitting his brow open as he reels. The last one draws a serrated knife. His eyes wild-eye let the crown drop with a metallic clang and raise my dagger. Ready, he leaps. I twist at the last second, avoiding a fatal stab to the chest. But white-hot agony erupts from my shoulder. Too slow, he lunges again, driving me deeper into the cavern. I study his rhythm, baiting another strike when he overextends, leaving himself exposed. I flip my dagger, grip the blade, and hurl it. The impact sends him reeling until he collapses against the rough wall. leaving a dark smear as he slides down. Two corpses litter the ground when movement snags my attention. Another attacker, blood streaking his face from where I'd split his brow with that damned crown before I can react. He slams into me, crushing me against the stone. My head cracks against the rock, vision flickering. His calloused fingers lock around my throat, cutting off my air. I thrash, nails raking his skin, but my strength fading. Then it flares, raw, desperate, and I drive my knee upward. He crumples with a grunt, and I wrench free. Seizing his hair, no hesitation, I smash his face into the wall. Once, twice, warmth splashes my cheeks. Metallic and thick, the frenzy fades, leaving only the echo of my own ragged breaths. Adina's ghostly touch brushes my mind, hesitant, as if she doesn't recognize the monster I've become. My hands shake. The crown lies nearby. Gems glinting crimson. I avert my eyes from the dagger jutting from the other man's chest, yanking it free with a wet sound, clutching the crown's jagged edges. I stumble toward the cave's exit. The ground is slick, but I refuse to look down ahead. Stars wink through the opening, freedom whispering my name. My legs give out as I reach the threshold, knees hitting the rough earth outside. The night air stings my lungs. Sweet and endless, a wild laugh escapes me as I tilt my face toward the night sky. Moonlight brushes my skin, while the wind plays with my tangled, dirt-streaked hair. I drag a hand across my cheek, smudging grime, dried blood, and the lingering weight of regret. But the laughter keeps coming, uneven, raw, but freeing. Adina's glow, faint as it is, flickers back to life inside me. I made itme. Just an ordinary, standing after another trial. My gaze drops to the winding road ahead, the swaying poppies beyond, and the distant city I'll have to cross before stepping into the castle with that crown in my grip. The moon watches as I check the time, urgency prickling at my exhaustion. My legs tremble as I push myself up. Then I'm moving, aching but determined. Each step brings me closer to the throne. Each step tightens the threads of a fractured kingdom. The throne room hums with idle chatter, and the clink of half-empty glasses. Nobles drift between clusters of gossip, turning the countdown to midnight into their own private celebration. Forgotten wine cups dot every table, while others dangle carelessly from tipsy fingers. I take a slow sip from my own glass, the tartness sharp against my tongue, and lean against a pillar, content to let the chaos swirl around me. After seeing Mother, I had no choice but to join the waiting game. My eyes keep drifting to the grand doors across the room, willing them to open if they don't. No, I won't let that thought take root. She has to walk through for Ilya. For me, she's the one thing that unravels me and yet makes me unbreakable. And if she doesn't return, you've been eyeing those doors all night. Jax's voice snaps me back. He grins, hands stuffed into pants that barely reach his ankles. Not all night, I counter. I did catch you stealing Andy's wine. His smirk falters. That's a bold accusation. I fold my arms, amused. Prove me wrong, walk straight. He wobbles dramatically. I could just not. He slumps against the pillar, feigning composure. At least someone's enjoying themselves. My sigh is heavy as my attention drifts back to the doors. You gonna finish that? Jax nods at my cup. If you're not using it. I rest my head against the cool stone, exhaling. What the hell, I mutter, passing him the goblet. Not like it's doing me any favors. He tilts his head back, gulping the wine so fast a trickle escapes, staining his dark stubble. Slow down, Jay. I yank the cup from his slick fingers, barely holding back a laugh. If you pass out, I'm not dragging your drunk ass home. He flashes a grin, words slurring. PFFT, like I haven't hauled kits. A hiccup cuts him off. Hauled you out of parties before. I can't exactly defend nights I blacked out. Instead, I shrug. If we weren't one wrong move away from disaster, I'd be the one emptying this bottle. His brow furrows, the alcohol making his confusion even more exaggerated. Wait, Why are you so hung up on Paedyn? That's Kit's problem there, literally getting married. I snap my mouth shut, scanning the room courtiers huddle in clusters, whispering behind fans and goblets. How many of them are asking the same thing. Why does the future enforcer care so much about his brother's fiancée? Duty, loyalty to the crown, or something juicier? The truth is messier than gossip, but calling it a scandal feels cheap. Doesn't matter that my pulse stutters every time she walks into a room. She's not mine to want before I can spit out some half-baked excuse Jax won't recall tomorrow. The doors crash open, the throne room falls dead silent. Paedyn strides in like a storm, dirt smears her skin. Blood streaked across her cheekbones like war paint. Her clothes hang in tatters, revealing gashes half hidden by mud. My throat tightens. Every drop of that blood is a punch to the gut. It's everywhere. Her temple, her collarbone, her hands clutched between her crimson fingers, is a crown. The court erupts in gasps, the sound rolling through the room like thunder. I shove off the pillar. Staring at the relique, jagged crack splits the gem, blood crusted into the fracture. The rest is caked in grime, just like her. Paedyn scans the crowd, her gaze sharp enough to cut no one breathes, but when those fierce eyes land on me, something in my chest unclenches. This is the girl who pulled me from death's grip. The corner of her mouth twitches, almost a smile. And for a second, it's just us. The moment is fleeting, as it always is with this crowd. I release her, allowing the illusion to fade as she transforms back into the future queen. A subtle nod from me is all it takes. She catches my meaning instantly, squaring her shoulders as she locks eyes with the king. When I glance at the throne, even Kit seems taken aback, his expression shifting into something like stunned admiration. I'm sure my face mirrors his. She strides forward, every step deliberate, her pain buried beneath the raw display of strength. The gashes and bruises aren't hidden. They're part of the performance. Blood trickles from her temple, streaking through her hair before dripping into her eye. Without breaking stride, she swipes it away with her already crimson-stained hand. I weave through the crowd, unable to look away. Watching isn't enough. I want to drop to my knees, demand the right to be the only one who sees her like this, tattered and battered. She stops before the throne. My pulse quickens as her sharp gaze lands on my brother. Kit hesitates, then clears his throat, struggling to find words. When he finally speaks, his voice rings out. Members of the court, it appears Paedyn Gray has passed her first trial. A slow, triumphant smile curves her lips. She lifts the crown, its surface smeared with blood and grime. I'm grinning before she even moves. Wide enough to flash those dimples, she pretends to despise. Then she places it on her head, the metal stark against her bloodied hair. The court erupts in shocked whispers. She faces the king, every inch a queen in the making. With a brief nod to Kit, she turns to the crowd, her sudden grin sharp and unexpected, teeth bright against her dirt-streaked face. She tilts her head, a mocking acknowledgement to both sides of the room, a silent challenge to anyone who dares oppose her. When she turns back, Kit rises, accepting her unspoken offer. He steps down, offering his arm, and she takes it without hesitation. A hollow ache settles in my chest as they walk away together. The sting of bitterness is unexpected, but I shove it aside, my focus narrowing to one thing: getting to her. I shove through the murmuring crowd, ignoring courtesy. The whispers swell into a clamor. Even before the royals exit, the throng of stunned onlookers makes it hard to move. But I'm almost at the door when a hand grabs my arm. I spin to find Andy, his expression grim. Don't ruin this for him. When they finally get some time alone, the silence between us is thick with things left unsaid. My lips twitch slightly. I don't need to ruin anything. Of course not, Andy replies smoothly. You just barge in when she doesn't answer your calls. My voice drops. Drop it, Andy. She shakes her head, disappointment in her eyes. They're getting married. Kai, you have to let her go. Yeah, I mutter. and I'll spend the rest of my life pretending that doesn't kill me. I turn and shove through the doors there, standing in the hallway, close, whispering. Her eyes lock onto mine. Over Kit's shoulder I speed up, swallowing the bitterness rising in my throat then, against my better judgment. I speak. The crown feels like a lead weight on my skull. I never realized how much royals must suffer just to look regal. Guess I'll be finding out firsthand. Kit's arm stays firm under mine, not even flinching at the blood and grime staining his perfect jacket everywhere I look. Elite eyes rake over me, my torn clothes, my exhaustion. I've never let them see me like this, never let them think I'm weak, so I keep my chin up, even as every step sends pain shooting through me. By the time we reach the doors, my legs are shaking. The trek through the city left me barely standing, but Kit's grip is steady, a silent lifeline. I cling to the moment the throne room doors close behind us. I sag against him. Almost there, he murmurs, shifting to support me fully. Just make it to the wall. I let him guide me, let him see me like this, which might be the hardest part. His touch is hesitant, like he's not sure how much help I'll accept. It's nothing like his brother. All confidence and possession. The crown tilts dangerously in my tangled, blood-streaked hair. Kit leans closer when I slump against the wall. You okay? I almost laugh. Could be worse. He almost smiles. You were impressive in there. More like I was just trying not to collapse, I pant. Fair, he says, eyeing my injuries. You've got enough going on without adding a broken nose. I exhale. You have no idea. His gaze lingers, but I look away, sensing I don't want to dwell on it. He changes the subject. You got the crown. Grateful for the distraction, I yank it off. Take itmy. Next had enough. Kit accepts it carefully. I'll get used to it. Sure, I say, unconvinced. His eyes linger on the engagement ring still wrapped around my finger, his expression shifting like shadows in candlelight. With careful fingers, he lifts my hand, clearing his throat before murmuring, "This needs a proper polish." His thumb brushes over the dirt-smudged diamond, then his gaze locks onto mine, sharp, assessing the words that follow. Cut deeper than I expect. And then we'll make sure it's returned to the right hand. My pulse stumbles. I glance down, realizing the ring still sits on my right finger, untouched since Kai placed it there before my trial. I never moved it back. My lips part, ready to twist the truth into something less damning. But Kit's suspicion is already written in the tension of his jaw. Panic prickles beneath my skin, tightening my expression into something guilty. Then, as if drawn by an invisible thread, my focus drifts past the king's shoulder. And there he is. Kai's storm gray eyes meet mine. Relief softening his features. My body trembles, my throat raw with unspoken longing. Just the sight of him makes me want to collapse into his arms. I survived. For this. For him. For another day of pretending I don't love him. He strides forward, cutting through the tension before I can spin another lie. The court's getting restless, Kai says smoothly, shifting Kit's attention away from me. Might want to calm them with a few words, brother. For a heartbeat, the king studies us, as if piecing together the fragile act we've built. Then, just as quickly, he flashes a grin. Right, and I should announce tomorrow's ball to celebrate your remarkable survival. I manage a tight smile, though his words aren't for me. Thank you, but I doubt I'll be dancing. His stare lingers before he replies, a healer will see to your injuries. When I start to protest, his voice hardens. That's an order. With a final glance at my ring, he adjusts his crown and turns away. Rest, I'll expect the full story later. The moment he disappears into the throne room, my knees buckle. Kai catches me before I hit the wall, his arm firm around my waist, breath warm against my temple. "He got you," he murmurs, voice rough. Always. I let myself crumble against him, the weight of the trial crashing back. My hands shake, streaked with blood I can't wash away. I've dirtied myself again. I whisper. He doesn't hesitate, gripping my wrists. He presses my stained palms against his chest, smearing the evidence onto his shirt. There, Now it's on me too. A broken laugh escapes me. More sob than sound, he keeps my wrists in his grip, guiding my stained hands to rest around his neck. My eyes drift shut as his arms wrap around me, solid and reassuring. But when he lifts me off the ground, my eyes snap open. "Relax," he murmurs, sensing my unspoken hesitation. "At the pace you were moving, you'd be celebrating your wedding anniversary before reaching your room." My head leans against his shoulder as he carries me down the hallway. "I never thought you'd mention my wedding," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. He hesitates before answering. "Tonight, I wasn't sure you'd walk through that door. And it hit me. I'd rather spend my life watching you from afar than not seeing you at all." My throat tightens. This is a bad idea. We're supposed to stay apart, especially now. "Exactly," he replies, unbothered. "Which is why I'm taking this for myself." Too exhausted to argue, I let my gaze trace the rough stubble along his jaw, the tension etched between his brows, the steady rhythm of his steps, the quiet thud of his heartbeat beneath my ear. It's almost enough to lull me to sleep. Mind opening the door for me, love. I must have drifted off, because the next thing I know, we're outside my bedroom. "Kicking it down seems excessive," Kai says lightly. No need to give Andy another reason to glare daggers at me. With a sluggish movement, I reach for the handle. The moment it clicks open, Kai strides inside, startling Ellie. "Paedyn." Her usual gentle tone is laced with worry. "Do I really look that terrible?" My voice cracks. Kai eases me onto the bed, handling me like I might shatter. His hand steadies the back of my neck as I sway slightly. "You look like someone who just defied the odds," he murmurs, his face inches from mine. I grin weakly, the metallic tang of blood on my lips. "So, a complete mess." "If you're a mess," he whispers with a smirk, "then I'd gladly follow you into chaos." My laugh is cut short by movement behind him. Reality crashes back. Ellie stands frozen, eyes wide. Kai clears his throat, unfazed. "Ellie, warm water and a cloth, please." He says it like she didn't just witness everything as my maid. Maybe it doesn't matter, but as my friend. "I'll have some awkward explaining to do." She nods quickly, darting toward the bathroom as he adds, "And soap." Now alone with his hands planted on either side of me, I meet his gaze, mine uneasy. His far too satisfied eyes shoot him a glare that should clearly say back off until she's gone. But of course, he does the exact opposite with that infuriating grin of his. The kind that makes me want to both pull him closer and push him away. He drags his rough hands down my legs, my half-hearted attempt at a warning. Glance doesn't slow him down, and before I know it, I'm smiling despite myself. He takes that as permission to keep going. Kai's touch is so distracting that I barely register Ellie setting the bucket of water beside him. She places a cloth and soap on the table, then clears her throat pointedly. Kai doesn't even glance her way, his gaze locked on mine. "That's all for now, Ellie, thanks. I'll call for the healer when we're ready." Ellie gives a quick curtsy, shoots me a curious look, and hurries out, closing the door behind her. I turn back to Kai, shoving him lightly. "Some restraint you've got there, Prince." He dunks the cloth into the water, unfazed. "Plenty of time for restraint later. Right now, I needed to keep you awake." "By distracting me," I mutter, staring at the blood drying on my hands. He presses the damp cloth over them, his touch gentle despite the rough fabric. "And I'll gladly be your distraction," he says softly, "for as long as you need me to be." The soap stings against my skin, but I don't mind. Kai works methodically, washing away the crimson streaks until the towel is stained with the remnants of battle. My throat tightens. It's not the pain I'm trying to escape, it's remembering what I did. He carefully cleans between my fingers, erasing every trace of the trial. "I know," he says, voice heavy. After a while, it all starts to blur together. The warm water soothes my hands as he guides them into the bucket. "I didn't expect to walk out of that throne room tonight," I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. "I thought I'd die in that crypt with Marina, I've spent my whole life afraid, but nothing like that. He moves to my arms, wiping away dirt and blood with slow, deliberate strokes. We don't have to talk about this. It was so dark, I interrupt, the words spilling out, like nothing I've ever seen in the bats. A shudder runs through me, and Kai's hand settles on my back, steadying. He cleans each scratch, each mark left behind, until he reaches the gash on my shoulder. I flinch as he dabs at it. But you made it out, he murmurs. You got the crown, and then you bashed it over someone's head. His smirk returns. At least that's my guess. I roll my eyes at him. How'd you figure that out? His grin only widens. Not the only one who pays attention, little psychic. I exhale sharply. Well, it wasn't exactly fun for me. I know. His expression softens. Wish I could have taken that burden off you. Exhaustion seeps into my words. Does it ever balance out? The pain that's supposed to lead to something better? Not yet, he admits with a sigh. But once I'm your enforcer, your pain becomes mine. Maybe then, when I see you finally getting the good you deserve, it'll feel lighter. I glance at the bloodstain on his shirt where my hands had been pressed. I don't want to drag you down with me. His smile turns weary. Not much left to drag, sweetheart. After a few quick wipes with the cloth, he shifts gears, a teasing edge in his voice. What about walking into that throne room, seeing their faces when you took what was yours? His eyes linger on me. Tell me you didn't love that. I hesitate. I had loved it, but all I say is, it wasn't terrible. He brushes dirt from my jaw, fingers grazing the scar beneath. Play coy, Gray. All right, I relent, meeting his gaze. It felt like fire in my veins, like I could breathe for the first time. Good. His voice is barely above a whisper. Hold on to that, not the cost. My fingers tighten around his. What if the price is losing who I am? He cleans the blood from my nose, flicking it lightly. Everyone gives up pieces of themselves for something. Make sure it's worth it. I let him tilt my chin up as he works on a dried cut near my temple. And what did you trade yours for? Duty, stubbornness. A smirk tugs at his lips. A certain reckless, silver-haired problem. I lean back, watching him. And you think that's a fair trade for someone like me? He drops the cloth, his expression unreadable. The only one hung up on that detail. I jerk upright, forcing his hands to brace against my legs to keep me from standing. Of course I care. My voice cracks. Fragile, Kai, today proved that. And you? I grab his face, turning it toward me. Look at what you've tied yourself to. That throne room was a performance. I'll never belong with real power. He avoids my eyes, shaking his head. I hold him tighter. I'm scared for you, Malachi. His full name makes him flinch. If I don't make it, don't. If I don't, I insist. You have to promise me you'll find something else. I won't let my end be yours, too. My forehead presses against his. Swear it. His breath hitches. I'd give my life for you before I ever found another reason to live. His hands tangle in my hair, fingertips tracing the curve of my neck. My destiny, in this life and whatever comes after. My vision blurs as tears spill over. One sliding down my cheek just as our lips meet. His touch is tender. His kiss so gentle it unravels every defense I've ever built. I melt against him. Lost in the unspoken vow between us, you are my inevitable. The kiss deepens. Each brush of his mouth, a silent plea. I love you. I tell him with every breath he steals, with every slow trail of my fingers across his skin. With every frantic beat of my heart that belongs only to him. He smells like winter forests, and late nights, beneath the old willow tree. He tastes like a secret I ache to shout to the world. A word I can never speak, so instead, I whisper his name. As if that could make him mine, as if I'm not drowning in 3 forbidden words every time I say I love you, Edric. Blood coats Edric's arms. It shouldn't unsettle him. He's a king. History is written in blood. And kings are the ones who spill it. He was raised to be unshakable, cold as stone. Just like his father. But this isn't war. This isn't some nameless casualty. This is The voices around him blur into a frantic hum. The queen is dead. Iris lies motionless on the bed, the sheets stained crimson, her skin already cooling. Advisors argue. Healers linger uselessly. Fatals stand silent at his side. Edric hears none of it. The ringing in his ears is a mercy. His wife is gone. Her life stolen by the very child meant to carry her legacy. Now, all that remains is an empty shell. And the squalling infant in his arms. Her cries pierce the air, sharp and relentless. But Edric barely registers them. He squeezes his eyes shut, refusing to look down at the child who took everything. She has Iris's eyes. No, she stole them. Those eyes belong to his wife, not this tiny murderer. When the ringing fades, and the ground feels like it's crumbling beneath him, only one question matters. He thrusts the child into his silencer's arms. How much power? The words drip with hunger, with the kind of greed that can never be satisfied because power is all that's left now. Damien hesitates. What is it? Edric snaps. The room falls silent, every gaze locked on the fatals. Damien's brow furrows, his eyelids flickering rapidly before he finally speaks, then stops. Out with it. Edric's roar cuts through the stench of death, sharp as a blade. The bitterness in his tone forces the silencer to murmur words that could seal his fate. Rulers have a habit of punishing those who bear bad news. She has no strength left. Chapter 21. Paedyn. A sharp prickle at my temple makes me wince. It's not the healing itself that stings. It's the memory. The way my skin knits itself back together under the healer's touch reminds me too much of my father. His hands were the ones that used to mend my scrapes and bruises after training. His voice soft with reassurance. We'd always share a piece of butterscotch afterward. A small reward for making it through another day. Now, I can't even remember the taste. I shift on the bed, the tingling sensation spreading with each pass of the healer's fingers. To distract myself, I focus on the golden light streaming through the windows. Late afternoon already. Kai had stayed in my room until dawn, only leaving when exhaustion finally pulled me under. He'd insisted I see a healer before he left. But I'd been too drained to move until now, when the pain from my injuries became unbearable. With the ball just hours away, I grit my teeth and endure the unfamiliar hands working over my skin. Ellie moves briskly around the room, gathering supplies. My late start has left her scrambling to get me ready in time. She hasn't said a word about Kai's visit last night, and the silence gnaws at me. All done, miss. The healer's deep voice startles me. Thank you, I say quickly. Nodding, he returns the gesture before slipping out, leaving me whole again. I stand, rolling my shoulders, testing my limbs. I don't feel half dead anymore, I announce, grinning. Might even be up for a dance or two. Ellie smirks, tapping the vanity chair. Someone else in high spirits. I sink into the seat, closing my eyes as she dusts powder over my skin. IAM feels like things might finally go right. Good. Something in her voice makes me open my eyes. And no, this mood has nothing to do with, I catch myself, with the enforcer. Sure, she says, lips pressed together like she's holding back a laugh. Ellie, there's nothing. She cuts me off with a shake of her head. Paedyn, I don't need the details, just be careful. Queens don't get the same second chances kings do. Her warning lingers, sobering. My fingers trace the ring still on my right hand. Kit won't let that slip his mind anytime soon. The bathwater washed away every trace of dirt, leaving the band gleaming in my palm. Taking a steadying breath, I slide it onto the proper finger. Ellie keeps chatting, her gentle smile unwavering. Honestly, I like seeing you like this. It takes me back to Adina and that boy she used to sneak around with. My muscles lock under her touch as she carefully lines my lashes with kohl. What boy? Her voice falters, weighed down by something unspoken. She never mentioned him, did she? A pause hangs between us. Meet him while you were training for the trials. My pulse hammers, the same old grief twisting inside me. Why keep it from me? Ellie leans back, letting me blink through the tears threatening to spill. She didn't want to throw you off your focus, said you. Hunt him down for approval the second you knew. Her lips press into a thin line. She was going to tell you after. But then, there was no after, I finish, turning my face away. Always putting everyone else first. The quiet stretches as Ellie resumes her work when I finally dare to glance in the mirror. The girl staring back is a stranger. Smudged lashes. Lips stained deep red grief has sharpened her edges, forged her into something fierce out of sheer survival, not bravery. I need her here tonight. Adina, I murmur, shattering the silence. Ellie doesn't hesitate. Swinging the closet door's wide, cool silk slides over my skin, pooling like liquid silver at my feet. The night air nips at my exposed back, but the dagger strap to my thigh steadies me. Just like the steel ring I twist around my thumb so much, is different from the last time I wore this dress. My hair's shorter now, my body bears fresh scars. I'd rather forget, and the girl who stitched this gown for me is gone. I adjust the shawl draped over my shoulders, making sure it hides the jagged mark above my heart. Ellie didn't ask why I chose the silver wrap, just helped me tie it snug beneath my bust, the fabric cascading just right. Kit waits by the ballroom doors, looking every bit the prince in his fitted black suit, blonde hair catching the light beneath his crown. You look beautiful, he says, voice flat. I force a smile, trying to thaw the ice between us. Thanks, Kit. You clean up nicely, I say, forcing a smile. He gives a curt nod and extends his arm, his posture rigid. I take it, my fingers brushing against the fabric of his sleeve, the awkwardness between us thick enough to cut with a knife without hesitation. Kit gestures toward the guards flanking us, and they swing open the towering doors with a deep creak. We stand there, barely touching, the silence stretching between us. His gaze drifts to my hand resting on his arm, lingering on my bare fingers. Seems your ring found its way back where it belongs, he remarks. The hinges groan as the doors part, and my pulse kicks up a notch. I lift my free hand, flashing the diamond at him, proof of my compliance, proof of the role I'm forced to play. Naturally, I reply smoothly. After hiding it from those thieves, I must have been too out of it to notice I'd put it on the wrong hand. There's a sharpness in my tone that makes him study me for a beat too long, until the doors finally give way. Ready? He asks, voice low. Not even a little, I mutter. And then we're stepping onto the balcony, the grand ballroom sprawling beneath us. Kit steers me to the railing, his body close enough that I catch the faint scent of cedar and something darker, something dangerous below. A crowd stares up, their faces a mix of admiration and calculation. The last time I stood here was during the final purging trial, and the memory does nothing to ease the tension coiling in my stomach. Good evening. Kit's voice booms across the room, warm and commanding, so different from the cold precision he reserves for me. Tonight, we honor Paedyn Gray's victory in her first trial. She's done what many thought impossible, reclaiming Marina Azer's crown for Ilya. And if she continues to succeed, that crown will soon be hers to wear. A servant materializes at my side, offering a flute of champagne. I take it, watching as Kit does the same. A toast, he announces, raising his glass. The crowd mirrors him, glasses glinting under the chandeliers. He hesitates, then adds, to Paedyn Gray and the completion of her first trial. I murmur my own words, too quiet for anyone else to hear. To staying alive long enough to see Ilya whole again. The champagne burns sweet and sharp as I drink, the bubbles dancing on my tongue. Music swells as we descend the emerald-lined staircase. Kit's grip, the only thing keeping me steady in these ridiculous heels. The moment my feet hit the marble floor, I'm swallowed by the crowd. Not for me, but for the king. Women press in, their laughter too bright, their compliments too eager. I'm edged out, left to sip my drink in solitude, while Kit plays the charming monarch. My grip tightens on the glass. Irritation prickling under my skin. The sight of other women vying for my fiancé's attention doesn't bother me. It's the sheer audacity of doing it right in front of my face with that in mind. I shove through the crowd, not out of petty jealousy, but to make a statement. Power needs to be asserted. And I'm done being subtle. I grab Kit's arm, pulling him close. Dance with me now. The women around us deflate, their disappointment almost comical. Kit blinks at me, caught off guard. Since when do you dance? I grin, sharp and bright, like it could fix everything I've shattered between us. We're engaged, aren't we? The court expects a show. He hesitates, then gives in with a resigned sigh as we move toward the dance floor. I drain my champagne and drop the glass onto a passing tray. The warmth of it settling in my chest. But just as I turn to face Kit, something catches my eye. A flash of lilac. My body locks up so suddenly that he nearly crashes into me. That hair, that shade of purple. Every muscle in my body tenses. Something darker than anger surging through me. Kit's saying something, but the words don't register. All I see is her. The woman who murdered Adina. It's like I'm back in the pit, clutching Adina's lifeless body, staring at the one who did it, and now she's here. I don't think. I just move, shoving through the crowd. I ignore the gasps and protests as I cut through dancing couples with every step. Her face comes into focus. The long lilac hair. The same shade it was when she killed Adina. Those cold brown eyes that watched without remorse. The smirk that curled her lips as she drove the branch straight through Adina's heart. And I'm going to make her pay for it. Blair finally looks up just as I reach her. Her eyes widening in something close to fear. Good. My hands curl into claws, and I lunge. Strong arms yank me backward before I can reach her. I thrash against Kai's grip, snarling. Let me go. He tightens his hold, voice low in my ear. Stop. Think for one damn second. Lenny steps between us, his usual mask gone, worry etched across his face. Paedyn, you can't do this. You're about to be queen. You really want to start your reign by murdering the general's daughter in front of everyone. Kai's grip loosens, but I'm still shaking, breath ragged. Lenny's voice softens. She's not worth it. Don't make me choose sides. His declaration sends me stumbling backward, my body reacting before my mind can process. I shake my head violently, letting every ounce of my fury show in my expression. Lenny's face mirrors my pain for just a second. Then he turns away, returning to Blair's side like nothing happened. She watches me with those calm brown eyes, her perfect composure making my fingers twitch with the urge to ruin it. Get her away from me, I say, my voice dangerously steady. Because you won't be able to protect her. Lenny, you know that. I don't wait for a response. I'm already storming off before they can react. Though I hear Kai's heavy footsteps behind me. He's probably here to make sure I don't do anything reckless. Too bad tonight. Reckless is exactly what I want to be. I snatch a champagne flute from a passing server and down it in one gulp. Then grab another before the first glass even hits the tray. The alcohol burns its way down, spreading warmth through my limbs, blurring the edges of everything. I don't want to feel anger, betrayal, responsibility right now. All I want is this hazy, floating sensation wrapping around me like a shield. Do I even want to know what you're up to? Kai mutters, looming over me with that familiar exasperation. I flash him a grin, enjoying the way it makes him hesitate, then shove my empty glass into his hand. Tonight, I'm just here to enjoy myself. Chapter 22. Kai. She's barefoot, not that she seems to care. She kicked those heels off hours ago with a dramatic sigh, declaring them torture devices. I, on the other hand, spent half the night hunting them down, knowing she'd never bother. Now, as she sways to the music, oblivious, the shoes dangle from my fingers. I lean against a pillar, watching her with a smirk. I can't seem to shake that silver dress, clings to every curve. Shimmering with every move she makes, she's mesmerizing. The way she laughs. The way her hips sway. The way her cheeks flush under the dim light strands of silver hair cling to her damp skin. But she hasn't removed the thin shawl draped over her shoulders. And I might be the only one here who knows why my gaze lingers, where father's parting gift rests beneath the fabric. But she distracts me by lifting yet another glass of champagne to her lips. I push off the pillar, catching her wrist before she can take another sip. Believe it or not, I say dryly, I might actually have to cut you off. Her eyes widen in exaggerated shock. You, cutting me off? She leans in, tilting her head with a sly grin. That's rich. Trust me, I sigh. I know the irony. She wiggles her glass at me, sloshing champagne over the edge. Weren't you the one who always got wasted at these stuffy parties? A finger jabs into my chest. Then you'd beg me to dance, and sometimes, she adds with a smirk, you'd undo my laces afterward. I can't help but laugh. You understand why I did that? Of course, she replies with feigned innocence, but what I don't get is why you haven't done it again. I stare at her, half amused, half stunned. Are you seriously flirting with me right now? She lets out a laugh, light, teasing, the kind I wouldn't mind hearing on repeat. Just voicing my thoughts, that's all. I tilt my head, intrigued. Then by all means, keep talking, I'd love to hear more. Her grin turns playful. Why aren't you drinking with me? Someone's got to keep you in check. She moves closer, her voice dropping. I do have a fiancé, you know. And yet, I dangle her heels between us. Here I am, holding your shoes, though I am a little concerned about what you might decide to take off next. That sends her into a fit of laughter, bright and unrestrained. Her smile is dazzling, and for a second I forget everything else. What, because I won't let you assist? I shrug, scanning the crowded room. Because I don't like sharing. The words make her pause. She takes a slow sip of champagne, her gaze flickering to the ring on her finger before meeting mine again. Well, you'll have plenty of time to adjust. Her words hit me like ice water because she's right. I'll always be the secret, the shadow behind her marriage to my brother. The realization makes me drop her shoes and snatch the glass from her hand. Downing it in one go, the sweetness lingers. But the bitterness is stronger. She arches a brow, amused. Changed your mind about babysitting me? I flag down a server, grabbing 2 more flutes. Oh, I'll still be watching you, even drunk-hand, that's the issue. She accepts the glass I offer, smirking. And why is that a problem? I lean in, my voice low. We're supposed to be keeping our distance. I struggle enough with that sober. The way she looks at me, bold, unguarded, already has my thoughts scattering. This version of Paedyn is more dangerous than the one who's held a knife to my throat. Alcohol strips away restraint. And I'm not sure I can resist her when she's like this. If anything, she's making me nervous, a feeling I don't recognize. In that case, her fingers brush the base of my glass, tilting it toward my lips. Our eyes stay locked as she murmurs, let's see how much self-control you really have, enforcer. She hands me her own drink, and I exhale before taking a long sip. That what you've been doing since we met? She clicks her tongue, and I know I'm in trouble. Your smooth talk won't work on me, Prince. A slow, knowing grin tugs at my lips. Bit late for that realization, don't you think? Arrogant jerk, she mutters under her breath, though there's no real bite to it. Charming as ever. For a long moment, I just watch her, wishing we were alone, no spectators, no expectations. She must sense it too, because with an exasperated sigh, she snatches the champagne flute from my hand and downs the rest in one go. I'm dancing, she announces, cheeks flushed. I lean back, hands sliding into my pockets. Then you'd better ask nicely. Her eyebrow arches. Who said I wanted you as a partner? Can't imagine why you wouldn't. She rolls her eyes before spinning away, calling out, Jax. Across the room, a tall figure jerks to attention at the sound of his name. The second he spots Paedyn waving, his face lights up. He weaves through the crowd, nearly tripping over his own feet in his hurry. Hey, P. His voice wavers just slightly, but he covers it with a grin. Missed you, she says, and I don't miss the way his throat bobs nervously. Why, you did. Obviously. She grabs his hand. Now move those feet. Jax looks stunned, but P just shoves her empty glass at me and shoots me a triumphant smirk before dragging him onto the dance floor. I watch, shaking my head as her silver dress swirls behind her. Jax stumbling along in her wake within minutes. They're a mess of missteps and laughter, completely abandoning any pretense of rhythm. P's given up entirely, spinning wildly while Jax tries and fails to keep UPI scoop up her discarded heels and lean against a pillar. Arms crossed as they whirl past, their joy is contagious, cutting through the noise of the ballroom. For a second, it feels like, we used to be like that. Kit's voice pulls me back as he steps beside me, nudging my shoulder. I huff a laugh. Get out of my head. He sounds exhausted. Remember when these things were fun? Vaguely, I mutter, eyes still on P. At least someone's enjoying themselves. Kit takes a slow sip of his drink, watching her spin. She looks free. Or just drunk, I say dryly. 6 glasses of champagne'll do that. He snorts. So she's borrowing your usual strategy. Seems so though she's handling it better. I'd have raided the whiskey and passed out by now. And I'd have followed, Kit adds, because misery loves company. I grin down at my boots. Simpler times. God, yes, he exhales heavily. If only fancy parties were our biggest problem right now. The words slip out before I can stop them, sharp and heavy on my tongue. Honestly, I wish they'd been my biggest problem back then too, but I was a little busy getting carved up by our father. Kit's stare burns into me, stunned. Kai, I don't even know how to apologize for that. The man you knew, what he did to you. It's nothing like the father I remember. Regret coils in my chest. The second I say it, I force myself to meet his gaze, our father's eyes staring back at me. I only brought it up to remind you how far you've come. How much better you already are. Something flickers in his expression, hope maybe. I want to be better, no, scratch that, I want to be the best. You will be. I grip his shoulder, giving it a shake. And I'll be right there with you, no matter what. His voice drops, quiet but fierce. It's always been you and me, brother. You and me, I echo for the first time in years. It feels true again. The tension between us dissolves, replaced by something solid, unshakable. It took blood and broken trust to get here. But he's finally the Kit I remember. The one I'd follow anywhere, the one who's about to marry the woman I can't stop loving. I shove the thought aside. Enough heavy talk, we're at a ball. We're supposed to be enjoying ourselves. Kit nods toward the dance floor. Pretty sure Jax and Paedyn are having enough fun for all of us. No kidding, those two had been spinning each other wildly for what felt like hours. Is this their third dance? At this rate, the court's going to think our little brother, trying to steal your fiancé. Kit smirks. Oh, I doubt he's the brother they're worried about. Here we go. I've practiced this line 100 times, smoothing the edges until it sounds harmless. I don't want to come between you two. It's the truth. I'd never stand in their way, but that doesn't change how I feel, and I won't pretend otherwise. To my surprise, Kit laughs, a real, unguarded sound. Not the one in the way. Before I can untangle that, he's already moving on, and honestly, I'm relieved. Andy looks like she's having a blast. He adds. I spot her easily in the crowd. That deep red hair, her shoulders shaking with laughter as she clings to her partner. My gaze drifts past her, landing on a flash of lilac Blair's pressed close to Paedyn's fiery-haired friend, looking far too smug. You really took a risk inviting Blair. The future queen almost ripped her apart in front of everyone. Kit takes a long sip of his drink. Oh, trust me, I noticed. I need to find a way to get them used to each other, he mutters, clearing his throat into his fist. Keeping them apart forever isn't an option. And I definitely can't have my queen threatening everyone under this roof. My queen, the way he says it makes my muscles tighten. Exactly the reaction he wanted. I keep my face neutral, staring straight ahead. No, you can't, I agree, then turn to him, voice dropping. But if there's one thing I know about your queen, it's that she'll always find a way to survive or to destroy Dotend. I don't think anyone stands a chance against Paedyn when she's angry. My gaze drifts to the dance floor, where a girl with lavender hair sways in my Imperial's arms. Kit exhales. I don't doubt that you understand her better than I do, better than you ever understood me. I'd recognize you in any lifetime, brother. The words rush out before I can stop them. I step closer, facing him fully. More than anyone else, you have to believe that. His smile is slow, relieved. His fingers grip my arm as he ducks his head, hiding the emotion in his green eyes. And you. The tension leaves my body in one breath. This is the brother I remember, the bond I refuse to lose. Are those her shoes? I glance down at the heels dangling from my fingers and huff a laugh, dragging a hand over my face. She kicked them off after the second glass of champagne. The king's eyes shift over my shoulder. Speak of the devil. I turn just as she strides toward us, cheeks flushed, lips curved in that dangerous smile. My chest tightens at the sight of her. This girl who could shatter me with a glance and still have me begging for more, and here I am, holding her shoes like some lovesick fool. Chapter 23. Paedyn. Everything feels fizzy. Like my veins are full of champagne. I'm weightless and heavy all at once, the warmth under my skin intoxicating for once. I don't care about rules or consequences, or the way the court watches me with judgment in their eyes. What was I thinking? My head spins, not unpleasantly, but fast enough to scatter my thoughts. Not that it matters, since the rest of me has been spinning for who knows how long. I finally untangled myself from Jax's limbs after what might have been dancing, or at least an enthusiastic attempt at it. And now I've got a new target. The brothers stand by a pillar, dark suits stark against the marble. And damn, they look good. My grin widens as I weave toward them, or at least try to. The Azer brothers. One I'm bound to. The other I'd burn the world for, and I have the rest of my life to figure out how to keep them. Both the champagne was supposed to drown out thoughts like this. But here I am, staring at the king and his enforcer, Kit and Kai. One promised to me and the other decidedly not. My head feels fuzzy, my tongue clumsy, and somehow my shoes have vanished. None of that matters when I blurt out, "Why aren't you two enjoying yourselves?" Kai's voice is smooth, the kind that makes me want to listen even when my thoughts are scattered. "Are we expected to dance with Jax too?" Kit laughs, and the sound makes my chest tighten. I want him to laugh like that at something I say. I want him to want to be near Meor, something close to that. "No, I'm sure you've had your fill of him," I say, swaying slightly. "So I'm here to ask you to dance." The words surprise even me. Kai exhales, shaking his head. "And here I thought you couldn't catch me off guard again tonight." When Kit's eyes meet mine, his usual unreadable mask slips back into place. I miss the version of him that didn't hold back. "Me?" he asks, voice sharp. "Or Kai?" I think I giggle. "Yes." Before they can protest, I grab both their arms and haul them toward the dance floor. The crowd parts, whispering behind their hands as we pass. When we reach the center, I spin to face them. "As your future queen," I announce, maybe a little too loudly, "I'm starting a new tradition." Kai pinches the bridge of his nose, fighting a smile. "Plagues, I hope you remember this tomorrow." "Hush, royal decree in progress," I scold. Kit's lips might have twitched. "We're listening, Paedyn." Hearing him say my name sends a thrill through me. Progress. I straighten, suddenly wishing I had my heels. Where are they? To add some height to this moment. "I declare," I say, voice steadying, "a dance, the three of us together." No time for arguments. I loop an arm around each of them and pull them into the music. This is what I wanted. Laughter, movement. The three of us tangled in something lighter than duty. Maybe it'll force Kit to remember how to be my friend. I laugh until my sides ache. And I can't remember the last time I did that, maybe never. And then, slowly, they start to move with me, they exchange a glance. That silent understanding between them, before their arms settle around my waist. Around each other, not out of obligation, but because, for once, they've decided to let me INWE whirl in our loose circle, moving however we feel. No rules to follow. Laughter bubbles out of me as I'm tugged and spun. Dizzy with joy, they might be laughing at me, but who cares? This kind of happiness is worth every scrap of dignity I lose. The circle dissolves into wild, free movement, and I'm passed between them, arms catching me before I can stumble. I barely notice others joining in. Copying our reckless energy, the room fills with spinning, laughing bodies. The stiff formality of court forgotten-eyed. Bet anything this is the most alive this place has ever been, balancing on my toes. I sling my arms around the king and his enforcer. Grinning at the chaos we've unleashed, there's something perfect in this madness. And suddenly, I'm airborne. A shriek escapes me as hands grip my waist, lifting me until I tower over them. Exactly where I wanted to be when I made that reckless declaration. To my left, Kit's golden hair is tousled, his crown askew, his smile so wide it's like seeing the boy I knew before everything went wrong for the first time in ages. I see hope in his eyes. To my right, Kai's dark curls fall across his forehead, his dimples making my breath catch, but it's the way he looks at me, like I'm the only thing in the room, that undoes me. The world blurs around us, but he's the only thing that stays clear, the only one I'll hold on to. Long after this night fades, the rest of the evening slips by in fragments. Aching feet, a sore face from smiling. And then, suddenly, I'm not standing at all. Strong arms cradle me, my back pressed against a steady chest as I gaze up at him. "Stop looking at me like that," he murmurs. My voice feels distant. Like what? Like a promise you won't keep. It should confuse me, but somehow it doesn't. Maybe it's the most honest thing either of us has said. "There's something I want to tell you," I admit, "but I'm afraid." He offers to say it for me. I nod, then notice what dangles from his fingers. "You found my shoes." He leans close, whispering 3 words, not the ones I expected. "You found my shoes for me." It's such a small thing, but it cracks something open inside me. Tears sting my eyes as I echo him, voice barely there. "You found my shoes for me." He tells me he loves me over and over, like he's making sure I remember. Morning arrives like an ambush. I groan, shoving a pillow over my face as sunlight floods the room, relentless, rolling away from the brightness. I nearly topple off the bed, my head throbbing in protest. The covers become my shield, but it's no use. The outside world isn't done with me yet. "I guessed noon," a familiar voice muses, but Kai swore it'd be past 2, should have listened to him. "He probably understands you better than anyone." "Don't hype him up too much," I mutter from under the blankets. "His ego doesn't need the boost." Taking a deep breath, I finally drag myself out of my cocoon and blink against the harsh morning light. Even before I see him, his voice gives him away. But that doesn't soften the jolt when I actually take in his messy blonde hair and those sharp green eyes. The king is in my room. More surprising, he actually bothered to come check on me. Last night's memories are hazy, but I must have done something right for once now. I just have to avoid screwing it. I push myself upright as Kit smirks and says, "Morning after champagne isn't quite as glamorous, is it?" My aching gaze lands on him, lounging way too casually beside my bed. All I can manage is a groan. My skull feels like it's splitting. "Figured as much," he says, reaching for a glass on my nightstand. The liquid inside swirls ominously. "Gail whipped this up for you." I try not to gape at the unexpected kindness, but the warmth spreading in my chest is hard to ignore. "That looks lethal," I rasp. "What's in it?" His grin doesn't reassure me. "Better not to ask, just drink it, you'll thank me later." I eye the murky concoction, hesitating, but he tilts his head in a silent go on the second it hits my tongue. I regret every life choice leading to this moment. It's like swallowing dirt and regret. Oh God, I gag, but Kit's amused expression keeps me from spitting it out, choking it down. I shove the glass back at him. That was disgusting. Gail's special brew isn't for amateurs, he says almost fondly. Kai and I have suffered through it more times than I'd like to admit. He hands me water, which I gulp like a dying woman the king watches, looking far too relaxed for someone who just poisoned me. Feeling any better? I pause, surprised. Actually, yeah, thanks. The awkwardness creeps in. Didn't expect you to come by. Someone had to make sure you didn't perish up here, he says lightly, then, after a beat, adds, glad you noticed. The silence stretches, heavy with something unspoken. He clears his throat. I'm announcing your next trial to the court today. I stiffen. Already? He nods. Testing your compassion takes time, might as well start now. So in a few days, I'll be thrown into another life-or-death game. The words hang in the air, quiet but suffocating. The first trial didn't kill me. But that's no guarantee this one won't. I've spent my whole life being afraid, and last night was no different. At least you got some sleep, Kit says, trying to lighten the mood. I press my forehead against the cool wall, the dull throb in my skull refusing to fade. How did I even make it back here? Around 5, he replies. Kai had to carry you. The mention of his name makes my stomach twist. There's no edge in Kit's voice, which somehow makes it sting more. Kai has always been a sore subject, so I steer the conversation away. How bad was it? Bad enough that you don't remember, I exhale sharply. Yeah, it's all a mess. I remember flashes of the ball. I shoot him a look, and I definitely remember why I started drinking. Blair's face flickers in my mind, and my hands clench. I know seeing her bothered you, Kit says, sounding more tired than sympathetic. But she's not going anywhere. I can't just wave her away. I could, I mutter, dead serious. Let me handle it. You know that's not happening, Paedyn. He rubs the back of his neck. But you still had fun, right? You even got the court to loosen up. That's not easy. The dancing, I groan. My feet are killing me. Probably because you kicked your shoes off halfway through. He nods toward the discarded heels by my bed. I frown at them, a hazy memory tugging at me. But before I can grasp it, Kit stands. Oh, and you made another decree bold move. I snort. Don't tease me. For a second, it looks like he might smile, but he clears his throat instead. Ellie will help you get ready. I've got a meeting. He gestures to the bowl on the nightstand, steam curling into the sunlight. Kai thought you'd want that, apparently. He knows you better than I do. Against my better judgment, my lips twitch at the porridge topped with blueberries. Kai's least favorite, a quiet reminder of that night under the willow. Thanks, I say softly. He nods, then coughs into his ink-stained hand. 2 hours throne room. The door shuts behind him, and Ellie slips I shovel down the porridge while she tidies up, watching me with a knowing look. What? I ask between bites. Nothing, she says quickly. Just glad you're okay. Prince Kai was really worried when he brought you back. My face heats. Yeah, not my proudest night. He wouldn't leave, she adds, hesitating. Said he'd stay until you were asleep. I freeze. Did he? Yeah, her voice drops to a whisper, and he did. The silence lingers between us longer than expected before we both refocus on preparing for the ceremony after. A refreshing bath that clears my grogginess. Ellie works her magic, transforming me into someone worthy of the court's attention. In half the usual time, she pins up most of my damp hair, leaving a few loose strands to frame my powdered face behind the changing screen. I slip into an emerald gown with flowing sleeves and a high collar, exactly as I requested. Designed to hide every scar as I fasten my heels. A flicker of memory surfaces, but Ellie ushers me out before I can dwell on it. The hallway stretches before me, lined with stone-faced imperials who watch my every move. I meet their gazes without flinching, matching their intensity step for step. Then Kit is there. offering his arm as the grand doors swing open, his slow nod, is all the reassurance I get before we step into the throne room. The same scrutinizing eyes from last night track me now. But I keep my chin high as we weave through the crowd at the dais. Kit guides me up, and together we face the court, his fingers lace with mine, confident, unlike the hesitation he shows when we're alone. This isn't about us, it's about performance. "Ladies and gentlemen," Kit announces, voice unwavering, "today we honor Paedyn Gray's second trial. You've all witnessed her courage in retrieving Marina Azer's crown now. She must prove her benevolence." He pauses, scanning the room. Our kingdom's isolation has made this virtue challenging in the past, but with our borders open, words alone won't secure peace, actions will. My gaze drifts over the crowd, landing on Callum, who beams at Kit's every word. Beside him stands Myra, her father's blonde hair and icy blue eyes unmistakable when our eyes meet. She offers nothing more than a curt nod, not that I expected warmth. We were never friends, and she wasn't the type for false smiles anyway. Kit's next words snap my attention back. "For this reason, Paedyn will cross the shallows sea to Isram, forging the first alliance in decades." The court erupts in applause, drowning out my sharp breath. Of course they're thrilled. No one's braved those deadly waters in years. My survival isn't guaranteed. And that's exactly why they cheer as Kit continues. My focus shifts to Kai. His rigid posture and unreadable expression tell me everything I need to know. This isn't just a mission, it's a gamble with my life. Fear tightens his expression, and when his gaze finally meets mine, I question why I ever waste my attention on anyone else. Those cold eyes sweep over me, their weight more intense than any touch, their silence louder than words. I bask in the way he looks at me, until his stare lands on my fingers intertwined with his brother's. His jaw clenches, the anger bleeds through his carefully crafted indifference. Then he turns away, strides out of the throne room, and I feel myself unraveling in his absence. Chapter 24. Kai. I wear a path into the rug. Just like I used to when father sat behind that desk. Kit leans back, clearing his throat sharply. Azer steps forward, sensing the tension. The court has spoken, there's no other option. "This is suicide," I snap. "They don't want her to prove anything, they want her dead." Callum's voice cuts in, though I don't bother turning toward him. "Paedyn can handle it, and showing up in Isram with that gift will win over the people faster than any crown ever could." I shake my head, frustration boiling over. Forget these trials. Kit already knows my loyalty to Paedyn goes beyond duty. All this for a bouquet of roses. Azer exhales. Isram's soil can't sustain them, they're rare there. They're medicinal. Paedyn's voice is quiet but firm. She's been silent since settling into the chair by the fireplace, but now her blue eyes lock onto mine. I grew up around healers, I know how valuable those flowers are. Kit nods. "It's more than a gift. It's a peace offering after cutting off trade. We need to show Isram we're allies again, and Paedyn will be the one to deliver that message." "And the shallows." My hands slam onto the desk as I lean forward. "You remember what happened to Jack's parents? No one's dared cross that sea since." "I remember." Kit's tone hardens. "But things are different now. The ships are stronger. We'll have tellies and hydros on board. Every precaution is being taken." Azer steps closer, his mint-colored hair catching the light. "As for the myths about the shallows, who knows what's really out there? But the ship will be armed and elites will be guarding her." Paedyn finally rises, her brow furrowed. "What myths?" I nod toward Azer. "Tell her. You're the one sending her into this mess, so why don't you explain it?" He hesitates for a beat before answering. "Rumors say the plague didn't just affect people. It changed animals too. Some creatures grew larger, faster, more aggressive. That's why locals whisper about something lurking in the shallows." "A monster from the deep," I say, watching Paedyn's reaction. The realization hits her hard. Her fingers tighten around the edge of her cloak, knuckles whitening. "The bats." Callum frowns. What about them? In the caves above the crypt, she murmurs, eyes distant. They were too big, too sharp, something wasn't right. Looks up, searching his face. You think they were altered? Could be, he exhales, crossing his arms. The scholars have records, but they keep it quiet. Doesn't mean the sea beast is real, though could just be sailors spinning tales. Another lesson I missed while scraping by in Lute's alleys, Paedyn mutters, her laugh edged with bitterness. Even the wildlife outclasses me now. Callum's jaw tightens at her tone, but he keeps his voice steady. Are you ready for this? Didn't realize I gotta say, she replies, shrugging. But if this is what the kingdom needs. Azer gives a slow nod and Paedyn straightens. Then I'll go. I'm going with her. My voice leaves no room for argument. I don't care if they hear the protectiveness in it. I'd dive into the abyss after her if I had to. Kit's protest is sharp. Kai, you can't. I'm not just your enforcer anymore, I cut in. Hers too, and my father taught me one thing above all, never let royalty walk into danger alone. Paedyn's stare burns into me, but I keep my focus on Kit. The silence stretches until Callum tries to intervene. The king needs you here. I don't let him finish. What do you think that crew will do to an ordinary queen? My voice drops to a growl. I'll toss her overboard before the ship clears the harbor, and call it an accident. But not if I'm there, and you know damn well you'd be on that ship too, if you could, but we can't risk you, so risk me instead. Kit's eyes narrow. I'll make sure the crew obeys. Threats won't stop them, I shoot back. I'll spin some story about her fleeing in Isram and come home without her. Kit. Paedyn appears next to me, her hands flat against the wooden desk. I wish you were the one coming with me. The ache in my chest is sharper than I expected, even though I know this is just another act. The sting lingers. But you have a kingdom to rule, she adds, her voice steady. And if you want me to come back to it, I need someone watching my back. Kit studies her for a long moment before finally looking away. Fine, he murmurs. Kai will go with you. I give a stiff nod, though relief floods through me. I'll make sure she returns to you safely. I don't doubt it. P cuts in, sensing the tension. When do we leave? Azer answers before I can. 2 days at dawn. You're doing the right thing, Kit, I say, forcing the words out. For your future queen. The phrase tastes bitter, but I say it anyway. He notices. Of course he does. But he only nods toward the door. You both have preparations to make. Not exactly subtle, but I'm not shocked. Taking the hint, I leave, climbing the winding staircase 2 steps at a time. My stride is steady, my mood strangely hopeful for someone who might be walking into their own doom. But drowning isn't new to me. I've been sinking since the moment I met her. A familiar energy hums beneath my skin, growing stronger with every step. It's the same raw power I've known since we were kids. I don't even need to turn the corner to know who's waiting. Blair stands there, her lilac hair loosely braided, her usual sharp edges softened by a plain blouse and bare face. It's unsettling, like seeing a blade without its edge. What are you doing here? I ask bluntly. She arches a brow. What am I doing outside my own door? I smirk. Why aren't you behind it? Oh, I get it, she drawls, dripping sarcasm. Asking because apparently I'm under house arrest now. Can't have the future queen risking her precious neck around me. I drag a hand down my face. Just tell me why you're out here. I thought Lenny handled everything for you. Not everything, she sighs. If you must know, I was polishing my knives, you know, for stabbing orphans or whatever else you assume I do in my free time. I wave toward her door. Go back inside, please. Her eyes rake over me. The slummers rubbed off on you. Who knew she'd teach you manners? Don't, Blair, I warn. She tilts her head. So, will you spend the rest of your life sharing her with Kit? Or will you find yourself another ordinary to chase? I snap before she finishes, speaking with a surge of borrowed telekinetic energy. I slam Blair against the wall without lifting a finger. The sharp gasp she lets out tells me she didn't see it coming. Nobody likes having their own abilities turned against them. But right now, I couldn't care less. My steps echo as I close the distance between us, watching her struggle to lift her chin and meet my glare. Say another word about her, I warn, voice low, and you'll be pleading to stay locked in that room just to escape me. Her expression shifts, anger dissolving into something unsettling. Damn, she breathes, lips parting in disbelief. The way she looks at me, half shocked, half entertained, makes my skin crawl. In love with her. I recoil, releasing my grip on both her body, and the power humming in my mind. She slides down the wall, shaking out her stiff limbs before letting out a disbelieving laugh. I knew there was something, but this. Her grin is wild, almost manic. Completely gone for her. I can't even muster a denial. My silence is answer enough, and she knows it. Blair takes a step closer, head tilting with mocking sympathy. Oh, you are so. Prince Kai. Lenny's voice cuts through the tension, his arms laden with trays of food as he hesitates in the hallway. His red hair is impossible to miss, and his nervous glance between me and Blair says everything. Sir. Good to see you, Blair, sweetheart, he adds, voice strained. You're supposed to be inside, not, lurking out here. She rolls her eyes, dripping sarcasm. Oh, Lenny, my fragile little cinnamon stick. Kai caught me before I could even get to the room and start my favorite pastime, throwing knives at unsuspecting passers-by. She flashes me a smirk. He secretly loves it. Don't let him lie to you. Lenny forces a laugh, nudging her toward the door. Always joking, this one. Never a boring day. Spare me the act, she scoffs. If you pretend to like me, I'll just... The door slams shut behind her, cutting off her threat. Lenny exhales, rubbing his temple before turning to me. I'll keep her contained, he mutters. I nod, jaw tight. See that you do. It could have been Paedyn strolling down this corridor instead, and everyone knows exactly how she would have handled things. Lenny gives a slow nod. Yeah, I get it. He moves closer, his eyes flicking toward the closed door with unease. But keeping her locked up indefinitely isn't the answer. It's not fair. I drag my fingers through my hair, exhaling sharply. I know she just needs space. That's all I say before turning away, my boots clicking against the polished floor as I walk off. Good luck dealing with her. His reply fades behind me, swallowed by the distance as I disappear around the corner. Chapter 25. Paedyn steam curls around me as I sink deeper into the bath. The water lapping at my skin, the scent of lavender soap lingers in the air. A small comfort before tomorrow's uncertainty. Leaning back, I close my eyes, savoring this fleeting moment of calm because the ocean I'll face won't be this gentle. The thought twists my stomach, unpredictable, unforgiving. It's terrifying. And yet, part of me thrills at the challenge. After hours of packing and steeling my nerves, dusk arrived with a heavyweight. Sleep refused to come, so I drowned my fears in scalding water and bubbles. Ellie checked on me twice, fussing until I finally shooed her away. I'm not a child, I insisted, though her worried frown lingered before she reluctantly wished me good night alone again. I let myself slip under the water, holding my breath until my lungs screamed, the sea won't be so kind if I go overboard. I'll sink like a stone, no second chances. My chest tightens at the thought. I surface with a gasp, wiping water from my face. One last moment of stillness. Then I rise, wrapping myself in the plush robe Ellie left out. A small bag of chocolates sits beside it. Her way of easing my nerves. Padding into the bedroom, I collapse onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. Sleep feels impossible tomorrow. Solid ground disappears beneath me. A bitter laugh escapes. Funny how death's shadow makes everything sharper. I won't go quietly. Not until I've made things right. With a groan, I force myself. My knuckles hover at his door, my pulse racing. I don't usually do things like this, and I'm pretty sure I won't ever again. My nerves are already frayed just standing here. The door swings open, and for a split second, I brace myself for that smug grin, that tousled dark hair, those lips I know too well. But the face staring back at me is all wrong. Blonde, clean-cut, and completely unfamiliar his mouth hangs open slightly, caught off guard. And his expression is nothing like his brother's. He's nothing like his brother. I freeze in the doorway, blinking up at a bewildered Kit. "Hey," I say, just to break the silence. His reply is just as stiff. "Hey, did I wake you up?" He shakes his head, rubbing the back of his neck, a habit. I notice his eyes dart behind him like he expects someone else to be there. "No, I don't sleep much these days." I glance at his ink-stained fingers, working on something. "Just, notes helps me focus." He clears his throat, muttering something under his breath for a second. He seems lost in thought, like he's forgotten I'm even here. I frown. "Are you? Why are you here so late?" His voice sharpens. The drowsiness on the sudden shift throws me off. "Right." I lift the blanket I'd grabbed from my bed. "Thought we could have a picnic." I grimace. "Or something. I brought chocolate." We both know what this really is, an olive branch. Kit hesitates, glancing back at his desk like he's debating whether to indulge me. Just when I think he's going to shut the door in my face, he steps aside. "Turn down chocolate." Relief washes over me as I slip inside. The blanket dangles from my fingers, while I try not to gawk at his roommates. Not what I expected. No gold-plated furniture. No silk drapes. Just a simple space cluttered with books, maps, and plants creeping over every surface. The bed's unmade, and stacks of worn novels teeter dangerously near the edges of tables. "I'd have cleaned up if I knew you were coming," Kit says. Though he doesn't sound too bothered, he shoves aside a pile of papers as I spread the blanket on the floor. "Worry about it," I say, pulling out the bag of sweets Ellie gave me. "You've seen my place." "Yeah." There's something heavy in his voice. I sit cross-legged and motion for him to join. He does, stiff and awkward, like we're strangers instead of two people who were supposed to be married. "And that's exactly why I'm here." I hand him a piece of chocolate before unwrapping my own. "It's been ages since we shared one of these," I said, unwrapping the chocolate. "Not since that disastrous game of catch in the palace kitchens." Kit popped his piece into his mouth, muttering, "Disastrous because you couldn't catch to save your life." "Fine," I sighed, rolling my eyes. "No need to rub it in." A small smile tugged at his lips. Progress, at least. "So, what's the real reason for this impromptu picnic?" "Do I need an excuse to eat chocolate with you?" He tilted his head, studying me. "No, but you've got one." "So you do know me," I teased. "I thought I did," he said, reaching for another piece. "Once." My smile faded. "I haven't changed, Kit. I'm still the same girl from the purging trials." "You're not," he countered, sharper, now harder. I stopped mid-bite, meeting his gaze. "I had to be. That's how we survive in Ilya." "Soon you won't just be surviving," he said, irritation creeping into his voice. "I'll be royalty." A bitter laugh escaped me, making him blink in surprise. "Maybe, but your father made sure I'd never forget where I came from." Old habits, or maybe just old anger, had me staring at the wrinkled collar of his shirt instead of his face. History had a way of repeating itself here. I was again avoiding the eyes of a man who'd nearly ended my life, even though I knew those green eyes weren't Edric Azer's. Looking into them still felt like stepping into a trap. "There you go again," Kit murmured. I forced myself to meet his gaze. Back then you couldn't look at me either," he said evenly. "In the gardens, you said it was because I reminded you of someone. It was him, wasn't it?" I leaned back, caught off guard. But if we were ever going to fix this, honesty was the only way. "I thought your father killed mine," I admitted softly. And in a way, he did. Kai was the one who struck the blow, but the order came from the king. I didn't know that until he threw it in my face outside the bowl. Kit's voice was hollow. "And that's when you killed him." "Barely," I whispered, the memory of the fight still raw. It was like he'd been waiting for every move calculated. "It's all a blur now, but yes, I avoided you because you look just like him." The chocolates lay forgotten between us, silent witnesses to the weight of our words. "And when you did seek me out," Kit said dryly, "it was just to get into those tunnels." No, I said quickly. Well, maybe at first I needed a way in, but it stopped being just about that. I wanted to be with you to tell you the truth, but I also wanted to change things. I always knew how tight you were with your father. So you figured I must hate the resistance and ordinaries too. He cuts in with a dry laugh, his shoulders lift in a careless half-shrug. Truth is, I never lost sleep over what happened to them. Banished, spared, didn't make a difference to me but my father. He lived to wipe them out. That obsession destroyed him in the end. I twist a crumpled candy wrapper between my fingers, the crinkling sound too loud in the quiet. And here you are, marrying exactly what he despised, the very thing that ended him. My muscles tighten as I push further. Does that not eat at you? Like I have a say in it, he mutters. At first, I wasn't sure I could even stand the sight of you not, after what went down, but then it hit me. Chasing his approval was a waste. His pride wasn't worth bleeding for. He absently rearranges the chocolates into a neat ring. Now I'll rebuild Ilya my way. A slow nod. Good, his ghost doesn't own you anymore. Silence stretches between us. I seize the moment to pop a chocolate into my mouth. The rich hazelnut taste flooding me with memories. These were the ones I'd sneak to Adina, especially on her last birthday, though neither of us knew it would be the final one. Can't say the same for you, he says abruptly. The king's lavish rug digs into my knees as I blink up at him. What? My father, he's still got his hooks in you, Kit says, voice low. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep staring at my collarbone like it's the most fascinating thing in the room. Damn it, my eyes jerk up to meet his, and the exhaustion in them is staggering. Purple shadows, a gaze like weighted stone. Enough he starts to speak, but I'm already on my feet, fists clenched in my skirt. Fear wars with the need to stop hiding. If this man's bound to me, he'll see every crack eventually. Might as well start with the one carved into my skin. He doesn't control me, I say, steady now. But he's always there. My fingers hook into my collar, yanking it down until the scar glares up at us. Kit goes bone white. Is that? His throat works. And oh, I don't glance down at the ragged brand, for ordinary. He's shaking his head, voice fraying. I can't. After he held a knife to my throat, I say flatly, he promised I'd carry his reminder forever so I'd never forget who shattered me. His hand twitches toward the scar before he catches himself. This isn't the father I remember. The father you remember was a lie. His breath ghosts over the ruined skin. Sorry. The words scrape out of me. Yeah, me too. A beat then, quieter. You're nothing like the girl from the trials. Not anymore. His words don't surprise me as much as I expected, because he's right. I've already let go of the girl who vanished in the pit with Adina. What crawled out of the bowl arena that day was barely holding itself together. And yet, I've only grown stronger since. And you're not the boy I remember either, I say, forcing the words past the dryness in my throat. Now, I want to see the king you've turned into. Kit's tone is almost casual, despite the heaviness behind his words. I'm afraid of what you'll discover. Chapter 26. Paedyn. The wind tears at my hair. Sharp and cold against my skin. It's a relief after hours trapped in that stifling carriage, with the unusually silent brothers. I've never been this close to the ocean before. Never dared to be now. I'm about to cross ITWE, stand at the edge of the last remaining dock in Ilya. The wood groaning beneath our feet. Dark water slaps against the weathered posts. The scent of salt thick in the air. The horizon stretches endlessly. Both thrilling and terrifying. There's something powerful in its constant motion, in the way it refuses to stay still. But the ship is what truly steals my breath. It looms beside us, massive and imposing, its dark hull stretching hundreds of feet. The sails are furled tight against the masts, waiting for the wind to claim them. My eyes trace the vessel before dropping back to the restless waves below. Is the water always this rough? I ask, glancing at the brothers. No, Kai replies flatly. I exhale. Well, that's a relief. Usually it's worse. My stomach knots instantly. Kit claps his enforcer on the back. Always the ray of sunshine, aren't you? The king seems lighter today, despite last night's heavy words, or maybe it's just Kai's presence that lifts his mood. Very reassuring. I mutter. Footsteps echo behind us. Callum approaches, a stack of books tucked under his arm. The court spokesman, trailing him with a stiff smile, steps forward. Your belongings are aboard and secured in your cabins. The crew is prepared to depart at your command. The thought of leaving solid ground twists my insides, but I nod like it doesn't faze me. Callum, ever observant, or maybe just reading my mind, asks, "Mind if I steal Paedyn for a moment?" The brothers move off, murmuring between themselves as they walk down the dock. Callum shifts the books behind his back, guiding me toward the edge. Handling this better than you think. I nudge a loose pebble with my boot, listening to it plop into the water below. Doesn't feel that way. Respect isn't given, he says quietly. It's earned, and after the trials, everything will start moving faster than you're ready for. I nod, my eyes fixed on the churning waves. I'm about to become a wife. And a queen, he reminds me. While I'll stay exactly who I've always been, just an ordinary guy. His words make him turn toward me, sunlight glinting off his fair hair. That intense stare of his makes me wonder what he's picking up from my expression. True, he says. You've always been you. Crown or not, that won't change. We linger by the water's edge, the morning sun painting the waves in gold as it rises. I steal a glance at him, memorizing the quiet between us. Thank you, I murmur into the cool air. For all of it, but mostly for standing here with me now. You're the one steady thing in that palace. My laugh is bittersweet, and in this whole mess my life's become. His smile is faint but sincere, here to help however I can. He reaches behind him and pulls out a stack of well-loved books. Actually, I brought these for the trip, might help the hours pass. I hesitate before tracing the spine of one, its deep red cover achingly familiar. I appreciate it, but what if we end up shipwrecked? I'd hate to ruin them. Don't worry about that, he interrupts gently. Well, about ruining my books, anyway, these are yours. I blink at him. What? After your father died and you vanished, he explains, choosing his words carefully. I took some of your favorites to keep them safe, always meant to give them back. With each sentence, recognition flickers in my mind. The worn covers hold echoes of the past. A man in his armchair, a child curled at his feet. He used to read these to me. He did. Callum hands me the small stack. Pretty sure you even scribbled in a few as a kid. I doubt my childhood notes were worth keeping. I say with a quiet chuckle, flipping open the first book. I find a tiny rose drawn inside, my name written beneath in looping script. He watches me closely. You might be surprised. With a soft smile, he adds, I'll have them sent to your room. He probably already senses my gratitude, but words don't feel like enough, so I throw my arms around him. Before I can second-guess, he stiffens for a second, caught off guard, then relaxes into the embrace as his arms tighten around me. I whisper, Thank you. One last time. Now we stand beneath the looming ship, all of us staring at the vessel that's supposed to carry us through dangerous waters. A crowd has gathered along the shore. Their stares fixed on the so-called ordinary they've come to despise. Imperial guards block the dock, keeping back anyone bold enough to try reaching us, but no one moves. They're content to let the sea decide my fate. To them, I'm already gone. The king glances at his enforcer. Still not reconsidering, Kai? Afraid not, Kai sighs, but try not to pine for me too much. Kai left a few extra Imperial guards behind, ensuring Kit wouldn't be alone while he was away. Fantastic, Kit muttered, the sarcasm sharp before his tone softened. Just come back alive, Kai. I can't lose you too. I turned away, pretending not to eavesdrop, but Kai's response carried anyway. I always come back. Death knows better than to mess with me. His usual arrogance crept in as he added, and when I do, we'll have another dance unless Paedyn accidentally crushes my feet again. I have no idea what you're talking about, I shot back. Eben muscle memory. Kit chuckled, nudging Kai. She spent half the night trying to climb onto my shoulders and blamed her dress for it. And then swore she didn't, Kai said, grinning in a way that begged for retaliation. Trust me, that moment's burned into my brain. Okay, we're done here, I cut in, stepping toward the ship. Keep talking and I'll toss you both overboard. Kai smirked. Try it, just don't blame your sleeves when you fail. Kit's laughter followed me as I boarded, my grip tight on the railing. The waves muffled their voices, but Kai's last words cut through. Rest while I'm gone, promise me. I promise, Kit replied quietly, and make sure Paedyn doesn't run herself into the ground. My pulse jumped as Kai joined me on deck below. Kit met my eyes and mouthed good luck before a sudden shout ripped through the air. Kai. He spun toward the commotion, Imperials struggling to hold back a frantic figure. Jax broke free, his face streaked with tears. Go, he pleaded, voice cracking. You might not. Kai pulled him into a crushing hug, murmuring something too low to hear. Jax clung to him, his next words slicing through me. My parents never came back. The raw pain in his voice left my chest aching. Jax has already endured more loss than any kid should. Now I'm standing here, watching him plead with Kai not to become another name on his list of grief with a shaky breath. Jax finally lets himself be pulled away from his older brother. They exchange quiet words before Kai tousles the boy's hair. Maybe for the final time then, with deliberate steps and a weight in his movements, Kai turns and makes his way back to the ship. His shoulders are tense. The silence between us thick as he joins me on deck. The enforcer gives a curt nod to the waiting crew, while I force a weak smile the moment we acknowledge them. The ship erupts into organized chaos. Crew members scatter in every direction, shouting orders and hauling ropes. Kai's hand settles lightly against my back, steering me toward the bow, where we watch the sails snap open above us. The sheer size of them would have left Adina speechless, and I hold onto that thought. The memory of her grinning face, my eyes drift to the broad-shouldered man gripping the ship's wheel, his weathered coat and booming voice marking him as our captain. His sun-worn face tells me he's no stranger to the sea. And that alone eases some of my dread. Maybe we'll actually make it through this. Every inch of the ship hums with activity. Ropes swinging from towering masts, deckhands darting between tasks. It's controlled madness. Every small action working in unison to push us forward. The gusts among the crew send sharp gusts of wind billowing into the sails, while tellies anchor the rigging with nothing but their focus hydros lean over the rails, smoothing the waves that crash against the hull as the ship lurches into motion. My grip tightens on the railing, my fingers digging into the wood. The dock shrinks behind us, and my stomach twists with every foot of water between me and solid ground. You'll be fine, P, Kai says beside me, voice steady. Right, I mutter, barely listening. I know. Then why are you trying to carve your fingerprints into the ship? I glance down at my white-knuckled grip and force myself to loosen it. Just nerves. He leans against the railing, arms crossed. He always nervous around me. Try not to break anything over it, sweetheart. I shoot him a glare. I'm nervous about the voyage, you ass. 10 minutes at sea and you're already renaming me. Give it time, I'll think of worse. His gaze lingers, warm and familiar, and I hate how much I like it. I missed you, he says, quiet. My chest tightens. Maybe it's just the nerves he insists I have. I never went anywhere. He shakes his head, eyes drifting to the horizon. Didn't stop me from feeling like you were gone. The ocean stretches ahead, endless and gray, just like his eyes. I guess that's my fate for the rest of my days. Words stick in my throat, heavy and unspoken, until movement catches my eye. The captain strides up, gripping Kai's hand in a firm shake. Enforcer, sir, it's a privilege to have you aboard. When his gaze lands on me, his enthusiasm dims. A stiff nod, a muttered, my lady, And that's at the sharp clap of his hands makes me flinch. "Captain Tory at your service," he announces, slapping the railing beside me with a grin. And this fine vessel, meet the reckoning. Wind tugs at the long strands of hair escaping his hat as he jabs a thick finger toward the horizon. 10 years, 10 damn years, since I've sailed these waters thanks to that cursed ban. His eyes dart to me and he clears his throat. "Pardon the language, Miss Butthell, it's about time someone took back the shallows." His hand lingers on the railing, almost tender, and she's the one to do it. "Of course," I say dryly, earning a smirk from Kai. "So, a decade without sailing. That doesn't exactly inspire confidence." Tory sputters. "Legally, no one has been allowed near the shallows, but don't you worry, me and my crew, we're sharp as ever." Kai gives a polite nod. "We're grateful finding willing sailors in Ilya these days isn't easy." A knot twists in my gut. The shallows have a reputation. One written in wreckage and vanished ships. A decade without crossing these waters means rust and hesitation, and that's a death sentence. "You won't catch me backing down," Tory booms, thumping his chest. "Not even those monsters could keep me away." He traces a jagged scar across his cheek. "Though they sure tried." His booming laugh rattles through the deck. Kai chuckles politely while I force a tight smile. Tory wheezes, catching his breath before clapping again. "Right, let's get you familiar with the reckoning." At his shout, a man jogs over, lean, sweat glistening on his dark skin beneath a tied bandana. His loose shirt billows in the wind like a second sail. "Leon, my first mate," Tory says, waving a hand. "He'll show you your quarters and the ship." Leon's warm eyes meet mine, not with hostility, but something closer to intrigue. "Anything you need, he's your man," Tory adds, already stepping away. "I'll be busy making sure this beauty doesn't sink." Another laugh, another flash of teeth. "Enjoy the tour. Don't get too cozy, we'll reach Isram in 6 days if we're lucky." With a booming laugh, he strides toward the helm. His coat flapping like a loose sail. I exchange a quick look with Kai before trailing after Leon, who motions us toward the stern. The crew parts like waves around him, giving the enforcer a wide berth as we weave through the chaos above us. Tory grips the ship's wheel, deep in conversation with his navigator. Leon shoves open a pair of weathered doors, revealing a narrow hallway. "Captain's quarters," he says, nodding toward a grand door at the end. "If he decides you're worth his time, you might see the inside." His voice is flat, like he'd rather be scrubbing the deck than giving us a tour. He swings open 2 smaller doors to our left inside. A cramped bunk takes up most of the space, my trunk perched on a dresser that groans with every roll of the ship. A grimy porthole casts weak light over the bed. And there, on a wobbly table, sits the pile of books Callum handed me before we left. Before I can take it all in, Leon herds us back onto the sun-drenched deck. He yanks open a heavy hatch, revealing a steep staircase descending into shadow. "Cargo access," he announces, as if that explains everything. Kai goes first, and I grip the shaky railing as the ship lurches beneath me. Below deck, the air is thick with the scent of salt and gunpowder. "Berth deck," Leon says, sweeping a hand toward rows of cannons and hammocks strung between them like laundry. "Also where most of the crew sleeps." I gape at the swinging nests crammed between artillery. "All of them. In here." "Unless they're officers," he replies, unimpressed. He jerks his thumb toward one end of the room. "Gun port, rum, water. Then the other way. Officers' quarters, infirmary." Finally, he taps the floor with his boot. "Below us, supplies, cargo, sails, and your precious roses, and the galley." At my blank stare, he sighs. "The kitchen. That's all down there, places you'll never need to see." With that, he climbs the stairs again, tossing over his shoulder. "Not much of a tour, I know." The sudden glare of daylight hits me as we step onto the main deck. "You can go to your cabins or stay up here at the bow." He gestures toward the sharp front of the ship. "You'll find the heador, in simpler terms, a place to answer nature's call." His eyes flick to me. For you and the other women, we've set up a more private stall. I offer a tight smile. That's thoughtful. He gives a half shrug, almost sheepish, before moving on. Meals will be delivered to your room seat wherever you like. Leon hesitates, as if searching for anything else worth mentioning, then ends with, "If you need something, track me down, and if there's trouble, trust that I'll find you first." Before I can ask what kind of trouble he means, he's already walking away. The question lingers, sharp in my mind. What are the chances we make it through this trip alive? Kai drags a hand through his tangled hair, grinning. "The psychic, you tell me." I sigh. Something tells me we'll be swimming before we ever see land. His smile widens, and for a second, the idea of icy water doesn't seem so bad. Then I'll keep us both afloat. Chapter 27. Kai. The ship sways beneath me, rocking me into a drowsy haze that is quite sleep, arms folded behind my head. I stretch out on the narrow bunk, listening to the muffled crash of waves against the hull. The ocean's calm today. Too calm. Like it's lulling us into complacency. Water doesn't care about human arrogance. And we're fools to think we control it. Golden light spills through the porthole as the sun dips below the horizon, painting the cabin in warm hues. I stare at the wooden beams overhead. Restless missions usually keep me busy, but here, I'm just waiting. Some might call it peace, I call it torture. The empty plate on the bedside table mocks me. Scraps of beef and potatoes clinging to the chipped edges reaching past it. I grab the bottle of rum left for me and take a swig. The burn makes me wince as I sit up. "Damn," I mutter, coughing. But I take another drink anyway. Strong stuff. Stronger than anything I've had since Ava. The memory twists in my gut, souring the taste. My fingers tighten around the bottle's neck. Being alone with my thoughts on this ship is dangerous, so I don't stay alone before I can second-guess it. I'm out the door, knocking on hers. Paedyn's voice filters through. "Yeah. Feel like some company?" I ask. "Did you lose this?" "Unfortunately, yes." I admit with a sigh. She lets out a soft laugh, motioning me inside. "Try the doorknob next time instead of breaking it down." Grinning, I push the door open and step into the dimly lit cabin. She's perched on the edge of the bed, legs folded beneath her, the fading sunlight painting gold across her skin. A well-loved novel rests in her lap, and when she glances up, those sharp blue eyes lock onto mine. "There," she says, voice dripping with amusement. "Was that so difficult?" I shoot her a look before flopping onto the mattress, my head landing in her lap, bored enough to start day drinking. She teases, raising an eyebrow at the bottle in my grip. I give it a little shake. "I was, until I realized you're a much better way to waste time." She scoffs, rolling her eyes. "Is flirting the only reason you barged in here, Azer?" "Sweetheart, I haven't even gotten warmed up yet." With an exaggerated groan, she swipes the bottle from me. "Then I'm definitely keeping this." "Please, you love it." She takes a quick sip, grimacing as the rum burns down her throat. I burst out laughing before she even lowers the bottle, coughing. She shoves it back into my hands, blinking away tears. "There are plenty of things I pretend not to enjoy," she mutters. Voice rough. Her words freeze me in place. My eyes trace the curve of her face, the way the light catches strands of silver in her hair slowly. I reach up, letting my fingers tangle in those sunlit threads. "A much better actor than I am," I murmur. Her smile is bittersweet. Years of practice. For a long moment, I just breathe, thinking of the weight she's carried alone. I know. Her fingers suddenly curl around the bottle again, tugging it free from my grasp. She lifts it with a smirk. "But in here, we don't have to pretend." She takes another swig, coughing as she passes it back. "Cheers to that," I mutter, sitting up to take a long pull. She points a warning finger at me. "But that means no more sneaking around once we're back in Ilya." Her thumb brushes over the ring on her finger. "Kit already noticed it was on the wrong hand after that night in my room, so let's just enjoy this while we can. Because it won't last." The unspoken truth lingers between us. sharp as the diamond on her finger every second with her feels borrowed, counting down to the inevitable goodbye she exhales, avoiding my eyes. I went to see him last night. My stomach drops. Did you? Her words come out rushed, almost guilty. I'm trying to fix things between USIF. We're stuck together forever. I'd rather it not be miserable. He's so distant with me. Nothing like the Kit I remember or the brother he is to you, but I won't give up. Maybe one day he'll let me back and she watches me. Waiting for a reaction, I take another sip of rum, letting the heat settle before reaching for the worn purple book beside her. What's this one about? Her hand darts out, stopping mine. Did you listen to anything I just said? I heard every word, I say, cradling her face. And if you want me to admit how much it burns me up inside, I will. But I'd rather not spend our last moments together talking about him, not when I'm sitting here, trying not to do something reckless with the woman who's supposed to rule beside me. My gaze locks onto hers. But when we're back in that palace, I'll make sure you know exactly how much it kills me that you aren't mine. Paedyn's lips part, her words stumbling. Okay, she clears her throat, flustered. What did you ask again? I grin. Your book, love. Right, she exhales, flipping it open. The pages are filled with faded drawings and smudged notes in the margins. My dad used to read this to me. It was my favorite. Tell me, I murmur, resting a hand on her knee as she turns the pages. Her smile is soft. It's about phoenixes and creatures I dreamed of meeting. But the girl in the story, she was the one I wanted to be. Her finger traces a scribbled line. I want to be powerful like her. She shuts the book abruptly. Just childish fantasy. I study her, but she won't meet my eyes, and the others. Mostly about magic and places I wished I could disappear into, she admits, almost shy. Places where I belonged. I stretch out, settling my head in her lap. So which one are you reading to me? Her entire expression brightens. You mean it. Every word, Gray. With a delighted laugh, she opens the book again. Phoenixes it is. I close my eyes as her voice wraps around the story. The ship's gentle sway lulling me into a rare calm. Her fingers thread through my hair. And for a moment, I let myself imagine a life where this is all we do. Where we have time, but that's just another fairy tale. So I hold on to now. Stealing these seconds before reality drags us back, she reads, until the sun sinks below the horizon, painting the room in shadows that swallow the words on the page. Paedyn pauses. Tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear, the sharp snap of her book closing makes me look up, meeting her darkened eyes. Did you? A sudden burst of noise from outside cuts me off. Heavy footsteps, clapping, and the unmistakable screech of an off-key fiddle. We exchange a glance, listening as the chaos grows louder. Paedyn tilts her head. Is that, I say, grinning, is what happens when someone who can't play a fiddle gets their hands on one. Before she can protest, I'm dragging her off the bed. She stumbles, laughing. What are you? I catch her hand, pressing a kiss to her thumb. The way her breath hitches sends a thrill through me. Dance with me, P. Her smile could light up the night. Only if I get to step on your feet, Malachi. I pull her close, her body warm against mine. She knows exactly what she does to me. How my name sounds different when she says it, like it belongs to her. My lips find hers, tasting the power she holds over me. My fingers thread through her hair, pulling her closer. Another round of stomping boots breaks us apart, both of us breathless. Paedyn's laugh is intoxicating, and I'm tempted to kiss her again, but she's already grabbing my hand and yanking me toward the door. The deck is alive with movement. Crew members spinning, clapping, singing off-key under the moonlight. Leon spots us, weaving through the crowd with a bottle of rum in hand. Good timing, he says, nodding toward the revelry. Smooth Seas call for celebration. And don't worry, Sam's fiddle is terrible, but it's not his worst. I offer Paedyn my arm. Should I hold your shoes now or wait for you to kick them off? She smirks. Maybe I'll just aim them at your head. I study her face, memorizing the way the moonlight catches in her eyes. Feisty little troublemaker. As we join the circle, Paedyn immediately starts clapping along with the rhythm. I catch her grinning at the dancers. But my attention drifts to the others watching her. Some scowling, others oblivious to the future queen in their midst before I'm pulled into the whirl of movement. I make a mental note of every hostile face, then Paedyn loops her arm through mine, dragging me into the spinning crowd. She laughs, speeding up until we're breathless, switching arms as we twirl. My cheeks ache from smiling. But I don't stop. Drum flows freely, and so do partners, elbows linking, feet stomping to the fiddle's frantic tune. When our souls grow sore, we clap instead. Before long, Paedyn's swaying beside a weathered sailor, belting out a ballad to the roaring waves. I do all of this for her. Every step, every grin, away from Ilya, away from the weight of expectations. She's radiant even among elites. The ocean humbles us all. Maybe that's why she loves it here. So I spin her under the moon. Let her laugh at my clumsy footing and pretend not to wince when she crushes my toes. King Edric fears little, but the squirming infant in his arms, that's a nightmare made flesh. Wrong. His voice cuts through the room, sharp as a blade, aimed at Damien. The silencer had handed him the child with stiff formality before retreating, face unreadable, a slow, reluctant shake of his head. I detect no power in her, your majesty, unless I've erred. Edric doesn't let him finish. A powerless air. Unthinkable, the silence around him buzzes with unspoken judgment. He stares down at the baby, seeing only failure. How could a brawny king, a god among men, sire something so ordinary? It's an insult, a joke. His gaze flicks to Iris's lifeless body. She'd been rare. A soul, capable of bending emotions to her will more than once. She'd softened the crushing weight of his crown into something bearable. Now, all that's left is this squalling, blood-smeared disappointment. The infant's cries are pitiful, her tiny chest heaving pathetic, really that fragile heart still beating, while Iris's lies still disgust coils in his gut. His wife was strength incarnate. This is nothing. Edric stares down at his daughter, his chest tight with rage and grief. Iris is gone, lost because of this. This mistake, this stain on his legacy. The king's voice slices through the heavy silence, calm and measured, yet his words send a chill through the room. Take it away. Uneasy murmurs ripple through the gathered advisors. A healer, her sleeves still damp with blood, hesitates before speaking. Your Majesty. It murdered my queen, Edric replies, his voice icy. An ordinary took her from me. Remove it. One of his counselors dares to object. Sire, she's just a child. I said remove her. The king thrusts the infant away from himself, his grip unyielding. His glare is a blade, promising consequences for disobedience. If no one else will, I'll do it myself. His mind reader steps forward, reaching for the sobbing princess, her last moments of innocence slipping away. Edric's lips press into a thin, humorless smile as he passes her over to the executioner. This is the end. She will never know warmth, only his contempt. Make it quick, he commands, locking eyes with the mind reader before turning to the stunned crowd. Today never happened. The queen did not die in childbirth. She perished 2 years ago, delivering my son, my heir. That is the story, that is the truth. His gaze flicks to the wailing infant, his expression empty. This thing is no daughter of mine. She never existed. As the mind reader vanishes with the doomed child, Edric snaps at his advisors. Burn every record, erase this day. Then he strides out, satisfied that the world is now rid of another worthless ordinary. Lightning splits the sky, jerking me from sleep. I bolt upright. Disoriented in the pitch-black cabin, the ship lurches violently, nearly throwing me from the narrow bedrain. Hammers against the porthole, the storm's fury drowning out all other sounds. Just hours ago, the sea had been calm. Kai and I had spent the afternoon reading on deck, the sun warm on our backs. Now. Another brutal wave sends my books tumbling to the floor with a muffled thud. Lost beneath the thunders, roar the ship groans as it crests another swell. Tilting sharply, I scramble to stand. My legs unsteady on the rocking floor. A sudden drop sends me crashing into the wall. My palms slamming against the wood to keep from falling outside, muffled shouts and frantic footsteps echo from above. The storm isn't just passing. It's hunting us, staggering toward the door. My fingers fumble against the handle as another violent lurch sends me forward. The old dresser groans in protest, mirroring the ship's eerie creaks. When I finally wrench the door open, I gasp at the sight of Kai standing there. "Kai!" I shout over the storm's roar, relief flooding me, until my gaze drops to the inky darkness creeping down the hallway. It takes a second to register the truth. The ocean is swallowing the ship whole before I can react. His hands grip my waist, shoving me backward. "Stay inside," he orders, voice sharp. The thunder snarls like a beast, rattling the floor beneath us. Kai slams the door shut, sealing us in this tiny, doomed space. Panic claws up my throat. No, I can't be trapped here, not like this. A flash of lightning carves shadows across his face. He grabs my chin, steadying me as the ship tilts violently. "Do you trust me?" A thin rivulet of water snakes under the door, cold and relentless. My breath hitches. "P." His voice snaps my attention back. I swallow hard and nod. Always, even when I shouldn't. A wry smile tugs at his lips. "Yeah, I know the feeling." His forehead presses to mine, words barely a whisper. "Just stay with me until it's over." The cabin walls seem to press closer. The air thinning with every crashing wave. Outside, my chest tightens, not from the storm, but from the suffocating dread the ocean might kill me. But this shrinking room will do it first. My legs give out, and I collapse, barely registering Kai's arms catching me. The icy water licks at my skin. A cruel reminder, death always finds me last time. It was the scorches, burning sands. Now, the sea claims its turn. P. His voice cuts through the haze, lightning flares, illuminating his face buried against my shoulder. "I'll make it," he growls. "You walked out of the scorches, the shallows won't take you either." I exhale, forcing my pulse to steady. The storm rages on. But so do we. The storm rocks the boat violently as we huddle together on the wooden floorboards. Our bodies pressed tight against each other. My fingers twist desperately into the fabric of his wrinkled shirt. Clinging like he's the only thing keeping me from being swept away, his hand moves gently through my wind-tangled hair as he murmurs reassurances against my temple just when I think the crashing waves might swallow us whole. He shifts slightly. "Got something for you," he says, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. I swallow hard, my throat dry with fear. "Please tell me it's something to take my mind off this nightmare." "Close enough." With careful movements, he shrugs off a small pack I hadn't noticed before, keeping one arm firmly around me. When he pulls out a familiar round shape wrapped in thin paper, my breath catches the scent of honey and warm dough hits me before I even see it properly. My vision blurs. You got this from Ilya." A flash of lightning illuminates his faint grin. "Thought you could use a taste of home." I tear into the sticky bun with trembling fingers, the honey coating my hands like liquid gold. For a moment, the storm fades. The creaking ship, the icy water seeping through the floor, the terror clawing at my chest. None of it matters. The first bite floods my senses, carrying me back to sunlit mornings in Adina, to laughter shared over these same sweet treats. "It's perfect," I whisper, voice thick. "Just like I remember." Kai watches me with quiet amusement until I break the bun in half and hold out a piece. He hesitates. "This was for you," he insists. I shake my head, nudging it toward him. Some things aren't meant to be eaten alone. The boat lurches violently, sending seawater sloshing around our legs. But we stay anchored to each other between bites. I lean into him, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath the chaos the storm rages on. But here, wrapped in the scent of honey and the warmth of his arms, it feels like we've carved out our own pocket of calm morning light, filters through the cabin window when I stir. Disoriented, the pillow beneath my head is soft, the blankets tucked around me, neither of which I remember arranging, blinking away sleep. I glance at the damp floor where we'd sat for hours, talking through the worst of the tempest. My hands are clean now. No trace of last night's sticky sweetness. I must have fallen asleep against him, only to wake here, safe. The memory lingers. Honey on my tongue, his voice in the dark, and the unshakable certainty that as long as we were together, even the storm couldn't break us. Outside the cabin window, the sky hangs heavy with storm clouds, while the ocean below churns angrily, as if furious that our vessel remains stubbornly afloat. And yet, here we are, still sailing. A quiet sigh of relief escapes me as I push myself upright, rubbing the stiffness from my limbs. Surviving my first storm on the shallows feels like a small victory, though whether I'll endure the next one is a problem for future me. Bare feet padding across the damp wooden floor, I kneel beside my trunk and flip open the lid. Neat stacks of folded clothes stare back at me, but I dig past them, searching for something practical. I settle on dark trousers and a loose linen shirt, then pull on my olive vest. It seems frayed from use. It's strange. Since returning to Ilya, I've barely worn it, forced instead into stiff gowns that remind me too much of Adina. The memory of her broken fingers, unable to sew even in death, tightens my chest. I plunge my hands into the wash basin, splashing cold water onto my face to shake off the thought. Then I see them, my books, scattered across the floor. Damn it, I mutter, scrambling to gather them before another wave sends them sliding. The ship lurches, nearly knocking me off balance, so I drop to my knees, clutching the books to my chest. Their pages are warped from seawater, the spines damp against my skin. Jaw clenched, I push to my feet and step out onto the deck, greeted by a gust of wind that tangles my hair into my eyes. The aftermath of the storm is brutal. Jagged gaps mar the railing where the sea tore into the wood like a starving beast. Ropes lie in twisted heaps, tangled with debris. The crew moves with practiced ease, ignoring the chaos as the captain barks orders. Meanwhile, I wobble like a newborn deer, drawing smirks from passing sailors. Ignoring them, I grip the railing, staring down at the water. The shallows, what a joke. The surface shimmers with deceptive calm, hiding the abyss beneath. Holding the books against the wind, I fan the pages, desperate to dry them behind me. Laughter bubbles up from the crew, but I've endured worse than their mockery. Then, without warning, the ship lurches again, and a wave crashes over the deck, soaking me to the bone. Perfect laughter swirls around me as I stand trembling, gripping the final remnant of my childhood tight against my ribs. Need a hand. I whirl around, almost losing my balance when the ship lurches beneath us. And there he is, Kai, hands buried in pockets as deep as the smirk playing on his lips. Damn him twice over. The way his eyes lock onto mine makes me wonder if I accidentally said it out loud. Nothing has ever wrecked me more. Not the endless sand, the relentless sea, not even death's slow, creeping touch. Because if I'm honest, he might just be the most dangerous force of all. He shrugs off his coat, revealing a snug black shirt that clings to his frame. Give me that look. His words spark something in me, a hazy memory drowned in too much champagne. The thought dissolves as my teeth chatter violently. And what look is that? His grin sends warmth flooding into my frozen cheeks. He steps closer, draping the coat over my shoulders and cinching it tight. I watch his lips part, but whatever he's about to say is cut off. Whoa, that was one hell of a storm. I barely know the guy, but I'd recognize that booming voice anywhere. Turning, I spot Tori lumbering toward us, his wild hair tied back in a messy knot. She held up, though, he adds, slapping the battered railing. But don't get too comfortable, the shallows won't stay this generous forever. I press my books tighter against my chest under Kai's coat. If last night was the sea being generous, I might not survive long enough to see dry land. Lighten up. The captain barks out a laugh at whatever expression I'm wearing. Just 4 more days then. Well, there's the return trip, but let's not jinx it yet. He finds that hilarious, chuckling all the way to the wheel. I turn back to Kai, shooting him a look that always makes his smirk widen. You were saying? I press, curiosity getting the better of me. He hesitates, gaze drifting toward the endless water. Nothing you haven't heard already. That's all I get before he offers his hand. Now, let's get to work. These books won't dry themselves before story time. I roll my eyes but hand him a soggy volume. He flips to a warped page, holding it up to the wind. I follow suit. Teeth still clattering, we must look absurd. 2 fools leaning against the rail, waving books like surrender flags. A laugh almost escapes me, but the sight of the churning ocean steals it away. The horizon stretches endlessly, nothing but shifting blue in every direction. Do you ever think there's something more out there? I ask, my voice nearly swallowed by the wind. Kai turns another page. Sides old sailor tales, he shrugs. Guess we'll find out. I don't know about that. The legends, he raises an eyebrow. He never heard of a strum, the place where shadows were born and a great love died. He says it like it's something I should have memorized. My father, the word catches in my throat now, knowing what I do, wasn't the type to waste time on fairy tales. Honestly, he barely taught me about things that were real. I finish, shooting the prince a look. Naturally, yet he made time for stories about. He flips through the book, stopping on a page. A horse with fangs and... Okay, stop, I laugh, grabbing the book from him. No wonder you're terrified of horses, Gray. I sigh. So tell me about a strum. Kai flashes a grin before opening another weathered book. Most believe a strum existed long before Ilya. The people there live in perpetual twilight because of 2 lovers, Solis, the sun, and Luna, the moon, forever kept apart. He keeps going despite my doubtful expression. Shadows there aren't just darkness, their power, and power can be stolen. He slams the book shut, making me jump. You know what? The captain probably has a copy. I snort. There's an actual book about this. Kai's already halfway to the captain's quarters. Obviously, Tori definitely has one. Sailors are obsessed with finding the place, convinced they'll be the first. I shake my head as he walks away. This is ridiculous. You live in Ilya, where people wield magic, and this is what you find ridiculous. I grunt in reluctant agreement. The most I'll give him. Just before we reach our rooms, Kai turns back. It's called Shadow and Soul, he says, smirking. And I can't wait to hear you read it tonight. Chapter 29. Kai. Her weight rests against me, warm and steady. Paedyn sits between my legs, her back pressed to my chest. Her voice soft as she reads from one of her old books. It's no surprise. She turned out so fierce. These stories shaped her. The women in them are fearless. Their adventures wild. She devoured Shadow and Soul. Even though she pretended it was just to humor me, a weak excuse. Since she never does anything she doesn't want to, her hidden fascination kept us reading late. And we argued about the ending long after she slammed the book shut. Frustrated there wasn't more. Now, she's reading another. And I'm happy just to listen, my arm around her waist. Eyes drifting closed. This is how we've spent the last 2 days. Lost in stories, while the storm outside rages on. The storm hasn't let up since yesterday. And as darkness settles on our 4th night at sea, Paedyn has almost finished reading me 3 books. The ship lurches violently, making my stomach churn every time it dips into another wave. Honestly, if I'm not with P, I'm probably leaning over the railing, losing whatever meager meal I managed to keep down. But her voice, steady and warm, somehow keeps the nausea at bay. The lantern on my nightstand wobbles dangerously, threatening to crash to the damp floor as the ship rolls again. I reach out to steady it just as Paedyn stops reading. What? I ask, pulling her closer when lightning illuminates the cabin. That was the end of the chapter, she says. I nudge my chin against her shoulder, tapping the page. There's another one right there, keep going. Kai, she laughs, and I swear my name on her lips is its own kind of spell. It's late. I tilt my head, studying her. Are you saying you're tired? Of you, she grins. Absolutely. I scoff. If you're going to lie about wanting me around, at least put some effort into it. You know, she muses, there's still plenty of time for me to toss you into the ocean. Ah, there it is. I was wondering how long you'd last without threatening me. She shifts, turning to face me fully, her legs folding against mine. Because I know how much you enjoy it. How considerate of you. Thunder rattles the bed beneath us, and she grips my thigh, nails pressing into my skin through the fabric. The fear in her eyes flickers, dulled now into something quieter, something like resignation without the distraction of the story. She chews her lip, twisting the steel ring on her thumb. I should go back to my room. I raise a brow. Why? Because, she sighs, the crew already has enough to talk about when we return to Ilya. A flash of lightning makes her flinch. If we return. All the more reason to stay. She untangles herself, sliding off the cot. Still not convinced. What if I say please? She freezes beside the bed, swaying with the ship's movement. Her gaze locks with mine. And for a second, I'm back in the palace. Back to that night when I begged her to stay after dreaming of her death. Only this time. It's not fear driving me, just the selfish need to have her close. She exhales, crossing her arms. Well, go on then. I laugh, but the ship lurches again, sending her stumbling into my arms wrap around her, her body fitting against mine like she belongs there. I lean in until our noses almost touch. Stay with me, please. She shakes her head, but she's smiling. I brush my fingers lightly against her cheek, whispering, my beautiful P. She lets out a soft, breathy laugh. Don't go, I murmur, pressing my forehead to hers. Stay right here with me. All right, she giggles, playfully tapping my nose. Fine, I'll stay. I can't help but smile, just for her, only ever for her. I was ready to beg if I had to. She raises an eyebrow. No, you wouldn't. Oh, sweetheart, I say, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I'd do far worse if you asked, or, honestly, something even harder. I'd do better. You know, she muses, tilting her head, you're not half as scary as people think. Not to you, I reply. Never to you. The ship sways violently as I settle beside her. Her eyes catch the lantern light. Shimmering like the ocean at dusk, I lose myself in them, tracing every shade of blue and green, memorizing the way they shift. My favorite color isn't in any palette. It's the glint in her gaze, the warmth she carries. I'd gladly sink into those depths forever, right up until the moment she stops looking back. Quit staring, she breathes. I grin. This is how I've always looked at you, love. Her smile turns unexpectedly shy. I grab the book beside us, flipping through the pages. Since you're staying, you might as well keep reading. So that's why you wanted me here, she huffs, shaking her head. Just to be your personal storyteller. Among other reasons, I tease, dodging the pillow she throws at me, like your delightful company. You're impossible, Azer. My gaze drifts to the dimly lit bed. Not the first time I've heard that in this kind of. The pillow smacks me square in the face. Muffling her laughter, thunder jolts me awake. I lift my head. Damn, a sharp pain pulses behind my temples, worsening with every heartbeat. Did I hit my head in the night? The room spins as I turn toward her. Pale moonlight spills over Paedyn, blending with her silver hair spread across the pillow. She looks peaceful, the covers tangled at her feet. She's never this still when she's cold. I reach for the quilt. Wincing at the ache in my skulls, I lean in to drape it over her. My breath hovers just above her skin, then I freeze. My eyes lock onto the faint freckles scattered across her nose. I recoil. This is her. I force my mind to focus, reaching for the hum of my abilities. Flash, tele, hydro. Then I sense it close strong. Wrong. I yank the blanket up. but it falls through empty air. Paedyn's form dissolves into nothing. Illusion. I lurch from the bed. The fog in my head clearing. Too late. I've been drugged. Someone dared to take her from my side before I know it. Boots are laced tight, and a sword hangs at my hip. I burst through the door, shoving past the figures waiting in the dim hallway. Stepping onto the deck feels like diving into a storm. The wind howls, biting through my shirt, turning my skin to ice. Rain hammers down, drenching me in seconds. The ship lurches beneath my feet, waves crashing over the sides, making the wood groan like a wounded beast. I stagger forward, fighting to stay upright, the storm blurring everything around me. Where is she? My voice tears through the chaos, lost in the wind. The ocean answers with a monstrous wave, drawing my gaze to the stern. Through the downpour, I spot 3 shapes clinging to the rail, soaked and shivering. The illusionist's power flares inside me, pulsing hotter with every step. I reach for the other abilities, Telly and Gust, ready and waiting. My heart pounds as I close the distance, the deck tilting violently beneath me. I drop to one knee, then push back up. The figures growing clearer. Then, silence. The storm muffles the lightning. Dims. There aren't 3 figures, there are 4. One of them is bound, gagged, her green vest still clinging to her like a second skin. The men hoist her toward the railing, their hands digging into her as she twists in their grip. Something inside me shatters the darkness my father forged in me. The piece of death he carved into my soul surges forward. No hesitation, no mercy. I seize the Telly's power, letting it flood my veins. The Gust never sees it coming. A flick of my wrist sends him crashing into the rail before the sea swallows him whole. The other 2 spin toward me, their faces twisting in terror. Paedyn's legs hit the deck, her wide eyes locking onto mine. And I smile. Paedyn thrashes in the illusionist's grasp as the Telly advances on me. Even through the downpour, I recognize his shadowed face. One of the men who'd watched her dance that first night aboard the ship. A tendril of his power lashes out, coiling around my throat like an invisible rope. The pressure is instant, crushing, darkness clawing at the edges of my sight. He thinks this is how I'll go, choked out like some helpless victim. I've endured worse at my father's hands. I lunge forward, swinging a fist at his jaw. He sidesteps, just as I expected. But he's too slow to stop. My other hand, my sword, flashes free, slicing across his abdomen. In one fluid motion, his grip on my throat vanishes as he crumples to the deck, blood pooling beneath him. Mixing with the rain, I don't spare him. Another look, wiping water from my face. I turn back to Paedyn, and the illusionist. He meets my glare. Lifting her bound form like a trophy, my blade presses against his chest before he can blink. Put her down, I growl, breath ragged, and I'll make it quick. His jaw clenches. I'd rather die than let an ordinary rule Ilya. My sword drives into his heart just as he hurls Paedyn overboard. My scream is swallowed by the storm. No thought, no hesitation. I abandon my weapon and sprint for the railing. She's falling, gag loose, her scream slicing through the wind. Her terrified eyes lock onto mine as the ocean rushes up to claim her. Then I feel it, the Telly's fading power. A flicker of life left in him. I seize it, wrenching his ability toward her. An unseen force catches her midair, jerking her to a stop just above the waves. Her silver hair grazes the water as I strain against the weight, my skull splitting with the effort. The ship lurches violently, nearly tossing me overboard. Teeth gritted, I drag her upward, inch by agonizing inch. A monstrous wave crashes over us, drenching her suspended body before slamming into me. The impact nearly rips her from my grip, but I hold on, muscles burning, until my fingers finally close around her wrist. Her head rises, and our gazes collide in a heartbeat that feels endless. There's a fear in her eyes I've never seen before. Raw, desperate maybe. She sees the same in mine, Like nothing has ever shaken me more than the thought of losing her, and just like that. The telly's energy sputters and vanishes. Inside me, the last thing I register is the horror on his face before I'm plummeting again. The ocean waits below. Hungry, ready to swallow me whole, I was ready to let death take me. To let the waves steal my last breath, but I refused to look away from Kai. His storm-gray eyes were the only thing I wanted to see before the end, except the end did. Come. Kai lunged, his fingers snagging the back of Adina's vest. Just as I slipped over the edge, the fabric groaned under my weight, seams splitting as he hauled me upward. Muscles straining, I could hear the threads snapping, feel the vest tearing apart beneath me, bound and helpless. I could only watch as Kai fought against gravity. His arm, trembling with effort, water slicked the fabric, making his grip precarious. Another rip. I braced for the plunge, then an arm hooked around my waist, yanking me back over the railing. I crashed against him, my legs scraping wood as he dragged me onto the deck. My head spun, my knees gave out, but Kai held me tight, his breath ragged in my ear. "I've got you," he murmured, voice rough. "I've got you, P." I buried my face in his chest, tears mixing with seawater. The storm howled around us, but his arms were steady, his body warm despite the chill. He shifted, pulling away just enough to slice through the ropes binding my wrists. His sword still wet with blood. My gaze drifted to the bodies sprawled nearby, their lifeless eyes fixed on the storm. The sight should have sickened me, but all I felt was a dull satisfaction. They'd taken the last piece of Adina from me. Maybe I was finally learning not to fear the blood. Kai knelt in front of me, tilting my chin up with careful fingers. "Are you all right?" His hands skimmed over me, checking for injuries, his touch urgent but gentle. "I'm okay," I whispered, the words nearly lost in the wind. His eyes locked onto mine, searching, and for the first time I meant it. "Still here," I whisper, blinking back tears. "Because of you." Rain drips from his lashes, but it's the faint curve of his dimple that catches my eye. "I told you I'd keep saving you," he says, voice steady. "Doesn't matter if you push me away, that won't stop me." I nod, my vision blurred by tears and the storm still raging outside. "Come on," he murmurs, lifting me into his arms. I don't resist as he carries me to the cabin, as he insists I stay put, as he pulls my dagger from beneath the pillow and presses it into my palm. "Could have used this earlier," I mutter, my voice thin. His jaw tightens, anger darkening his expression. "They slipped something into my drink then. That damn illusionist made me see you lying there when I woke up." "Seriously," I almost laugh, though there's no humor in it. "They didn't strike me as the scheming type." My fingers tighten around the blade. "But after they knocked you out, I woke up to them dragging me away. I couldn't fight, couldn't even scream loud enough for anyone to care." The memory claws at my throat. "They tied me up, gagged me. You know how it ended." His rage is a living thing, sharp as the waves battering the ship. "This place isn't safe," I warned Kit. "Where was the rest of the crew?" He paces, fists clenched at his sides. "They were probably in on it, and if I'm right, they'll answer for it when we get back to Ilya. But for now, we need them to get us there alive." "Sounds fair," I say. He raises a brow, fine with bloodshed. I trace the edge of the dagger before meeting his gaze. "Depends who's bleeding." His kiss is anything but gentle. "Miss Paedyn, I'm stunned by what my men attempted last night." I keep my face carefully blank, waiting. Kai had stormed into Tori's quarters hours ago, filling him by the time he returned. I was already asleep, blade still in hand. Now, I sit in the captain's dining room, fingers laced over the worn table. Unimpressed, weak sunlight struggles through thick clouds, casting faint streaks across the room. It's bigger than I expected. Shelves crammed with toppled trinkets and maps. One yellowed parchment catches my eye, a sketch of cities and flags. Familiar at first glance, but then my gaze snags on unfamiliar landmasses, places beyond Isram, bleeding into the shallows. My pulse quickens since When did the world stretch so far? The chart spread before me is unlike any I've seen before from this distance. The names of these fabled kingdoms blur together, but after hearing tales of that legendary shadow city, I'd wager a strum is scribbled wistfully across some darkened territory, quiet amusement tugs at MESO. This is what drives sailors toward horizons they'll never reach. That intoxicating mix of adventure and the promise of discoveries, worth risking everything for they sail, by a different kind of map. One drawn in whispered legends and half-remembered myths theirs, something admirable about that stubborn hope my focus shifts to Tory at the table's head. His blotchy face twisted in discomfort. Kai stands at my back, every inch the imposing enforcer as he rests a hand on my chair. Telling me you had no idea your crew planned to kill their future queen?" he asks, voice smooth as polished steel. "Crew," Tory's voice booms. "No, sir. As we discussed privately, those three acted alone. Barely anyone was on deck in that storm. Most were at the helm, and the rain made it impossible to see a damn thing." The words spill out of him like he's racing against his own memory. I tilt my head slightly. Why so few men on deck during a storm like that? Tory's hands flap with every syllable. They'd been fighting that squall for 2 days straight. They needed rest. An uneasy chuckle escapes him. I had them rotating shifts to— "Pardon the interruption, Captain," Kai cuts in, sounding anything but apologetic. "But I've yet to hear an apology directed at Miss Gray." I press my lips together to keep from smiling. Tory coughs, his eyes darting down to me. "Miss Gray," he rumbles, dragging out each word, "I sincerely regret the distress this has caused you, and believe me, it won't happen again." I lean in, offering him a razor-thin smile. "No, it won't, and don't worry, I'm not distressed." My voice drops, just disappointed. Pushing back, I let my chair screech against the floorboards. "I assume we'll reach Isram by tomorrow." Tory blinks, scrambling for words. Yes, midday at the latest." "Good," I say, turning on my heel. Kai lingers just long enough to toss one last question. "Why was there an illusionist aboard? They're rare enough on land, let alone at sea." Tory shrugs. "Requested one from the king. Figured he'd be useful if we ran into the beast lurking in these waters. Give it something else to chase." Kai studies him. "And what exactly is your role here, Captain?" For a moment, Tory just stares before bursting into laughter. "Exactly what you said. Your Highness, I'm the captain here." Kai gives a slow nod, and I watch his expression, trying to read where this conversation is headed. "So you're the one who braved the storm at the helm." That I was right up until you barged into my quarters unannounced." The captain slams his palm against the table with a booming laugh. "The shallows have a temper, but I mean to break them." I barely suppress an irritated sigh before Kai turns toward the door again. "Apologies for your men, Tory, though if we're being honest, they had it coming." "Naturally," the captain calls after us. "And do keep a sharper eye on your own crew, Captain." Kai pauses in the doorway, glancing back. "I have no doubt you will." I hurry after him into the dim corridor, struggling to match his pace the moment we step into his quarters. I can't hold back. "What was that about?" Kai exhales sharply. "He knew you were in trouble last night and did nothing." "But the storm," he claimed. "Anyone at the wheel would have been blind in that downpour," he cuts in. "But not him, he heard everything." The realization hits me like a wave. He's a hyper. Kai drags a hand through his tousled hair. He could have helped. He just didn't care to. I shake my head. Should have seen that one coming. "We'll settle things once we reach Ilya. Until then," his fingers brush the dagger at my hip. "This stays with you even when I'm around." I tilt my head with a smirk. "Oh, especially when you're around. What if I decide to test your reflexes? After I just saved your life?" His tone is warm, amused. My fingers trail down the front of his shirt. "Maybe I'm still holding a grudge for you hunting me through the scorches." He pulls me against him, tilting my face up. "And I'd chase you all over again just to hear you threaten me." "That's reckless," I murmur. "Then it suits me perfectly." His thumb traces my lower lip. Considering I'm a fool for you. I arch a brow. You told me you'd outgrown that. His lips skim my cheek, then my nose eye gasp when they find my neck. That was just an act, love. Chapter 31 Paedyn for hours. I've been fixed on a distant blur now. It's unfolded into a sprawling port city. Its docks sprawling like veins across the waterships of all sizes crowd the harbor. Some massive and battle-worn like ours. Others small and weather-beaten. The salty air fills my lungs as I will the vessel forward with the storm gone. Gusts weave across the deck. Filling the sails with brisk wind, my foot taps impatiently. My gaze flicking over the crew. The crew keeps their eyes down. Too busy keeping our battered ship afloat to meet my stare-torn sails flap wildly. Broken railings dangle precariously, and the deck groans beneath our feet. It's astonishing we haven't sunk into the shallows yet, and that's just the visible damage. Hoist the flag. The captain's shout sends a sailor scrambling up the rigging. A white flag climbs the mast. Fluttering beside Ilya's tattered crest, my attention drifts back to the deck. Just as Kai steps into view, he lifts a hand to block the sun. And for a moment, I let myself look. Really look. The wind presses his clothes against his frame. His dark hair tousled like the choppy sea below, and those storm-gray eyes. Then they lock onto mine. His smirk tells me he caught me staring. Like what you see, Gray. Of Isram. I counter, matching his grin. Absolutely, Azer. He props himself against the broken railing, dimples flashing. I force myself to glance away before he notices again. Why the white flag? I ask, lowering my voice. Isram hasn't seen our crest in years. He nods toward a looming watchtower. We don't need them, assuming we're here to start trouble after Door and Tando. Elites aren't exactly welcome. I shift closer, our arms brushing. Good thing they'll be greeted by a charming ordinary then. The ship full of elites, he points out, and the enforcer. And a crate of priceless roses, I add brightly. Speaking of which, I remember bits about Queen Zayla from childhood stories. What's she really like? Kai exhales, thoughtful. Depends who you ask. Some claim she murdered her husband for the throne. Others say he died peacefully. He shrugs. Either way, Isram's thrived under her. Their fishing fleets haul in more than ever. I twist the ring on my thumb absently, and she's ruled for almost 10 years. Interesting. My gaze shifts to the docks ahead. A line of guards in deep blue uniforms waits. Spears gleaming in the sunlight. The sight unsettles me. Most Imperials wouldn't bother with weapons when they have abilities. But Isram's people. They rely on steel. Not magic. They rely on nothing but their own strength and determination. Qualities I respect far more than any inherited power. The glint of the guards' spear tips grows sharper. As our ship drifts closer, they stand rigid along the weathered dock. Their expressions stern, fingers tightening around their weapons there, afraid the ship lurches. And I stumble against the railing as the hull scrapes against the wooden planks with a piercing shriek when we finally dock. My gaze locks onto Kai's. That familiar look is there again. The subtle lift at the corner of his mouth. The way his posture eases. He likes being feared. Can't say I blame him. If I had even a fraction of his power, maybe I'd enjoy it too, but I'm just an ordinary. So I stay close behind him as he strides forward. The makeshift ramp groans under our weight, the water below shimmering as it laps against the ship. Kai doesn't hesitate. He steps onto the dock like he owns it, but before his boots even touch solid ground, a dozen spear points flash in the sunlight, aimed straight at his chest. My pulse stutters. But Kai, he's relaxed, almost amused. I can practically see the smirk he's holding back. Of course, he's enjoying this. Fear is just another tool to him. Easy there, he says, nudging a spear aside with his palm. No need for all the theatrics. We're here on peaceful business. Big changes are coming to Ilya, and I'm just the escort. He gestures toward me, and suddenly every pair of eyes shifts my way. Meet Paedyn Gray, the future Queen's representative. Silence then, a sea of bewildered stares the captain, decked out in gold-trimmed armor, studies me, his gaze lingering on my silver hair. I shift uncomfortably before blurting, "We brought a gift as a peace offering." The captain's brow lifts, his eyes, warm and crinkled at the edges, hold a lifetime of skepticism. "Is that so?" he says, voice dry. The hardened look on his face chokes out any trace of his former joy. Though time has been kind, his sharp features still command attention. "Let me get this straight," the captain drawls, rubbing his chin. "An Ilyan crew actually crossed the shallows just to knock on the kingdom's door after all these years?" I don't hesitate, moving past Kai. I stand firm despite the wall of weapons aimed at me. "That's right," I answer, steady. "I've scraped by the same as anyone here, and I won't stop until Ilya's gates swing open for good." The quiet that follows is thick, broken only by the lapping waves against the dock. The captain's stare doesn't waver, but there's no judgment in it, just something flickering beneath the surface. "Finally," he barks. "Stand down, escort them to the castle." The march drags on, our group hemmed in by wary guards who barely spare me a glance. All their focus locks onto the enforcer, their grips tightening on their spears like he's some myth sprung to life. Captain Tory keeps pace beside me. Unusually quiet, only 2 elites were permitted to join us. The rest stayed behind to salvage what they could of the battered reckoning. Still listing pathetically by the pier, the city unfolds around us, orderly and subdued compared to Ilya's chaos. Clean cobblestones stretch beneath our feet, flanked by polite citizens, and tidy storefront sapphire banners ripple overhead. Strung between rooftops like a celebration, frozen in time, it's unsettling how peaceful it all feels. No raised voices, no scrambling children, just an eerie harmony. I tilt my face up, letting the sun soak into my skin for once. It feels like it's shining just for me, gilding my arms in gold. A gust of wind tugs at my hair, and I close my eyes, savoring solid earth after weeks at sea around us. Whispers ripple through the crowd as they gawk at our procession. The guards press closer, their spears a constant threat as we climb the winding path toward the castle. Then the shadow of it falls over me, vast and imposing. The fortress looms ahead, its pale stone gleaming under the afternoon light. Towers claw at the sky, their peaks lost in wisps of cloud above them. Isram's banner snaps in the wind, twin fish coiled in an endless dance. I squint against the glare, tracking the crest as it flutters, a symbol of everything we've lost and everything we might still reclaim. The rippling flag above us looks like 2 figures endlessly circling each other, locked in perfect harmony. A sharp command from the guard captain brings our group to a stop at the foot of gleaming white stairs. They lead up to towering doors, the same pale shade as the steps, making the entire castle seem weightless, like the sky itself decided to settle over the ocean. The captain breaks away from his unit and strides through those massive doors, his posture rigid, as if he'd rather be anywhere else. But when Kai's calloused fingers graze mine, my focus drifts away with the sea wind. I glance up to find a worried furrow between his brows. "You okay?" The question catches me off guard. Do I look like I'm not? "Gray, you always look better than okay," he murmurs, his quiet laugh slipping under the guard's notice. "But I know this isn't easy, just checking in." "Since when are you so chivalrous?" I tease. "Only for you." His words soften my smirk into something warmer. "I'm managing, just hoping I don't embarrass myself," I admit, lowering my voice. "I don't know how to act, what to say. How do you even talk to a queen, much less become one?" Kai doesn't hesitate. "You already know who you are," he says, steady as a drumbeat. The leader Ilya needed the silver savior." I almost grab his hand before remembering where we are instead. I hold his gaze, lost in the stormy depths of his eyes, until a shadow cuts between us. Now that's a ship's name. Captain Tory shoves past a guard, grinning. The silver savior if we make it back. I might just christen my next vessel in your honor. I glance at Kai, then back at Tori. I'm touched. Kai jumps in. Speaking of ships, how's ours holding up? You don't exactly sound confident. Tori exhales sharply, the scent of salt and ale making me lean back. Honestly, Your Highness, she's seen better days, but my crew's working on her. Should be seaworthy by the time we leave. I open my mouth to ask more, though I'm not sure I want answers, when a voice cuts through the air. Her Majesty will see you now. I turn to see the guard captain waiting the spears around us part instantly, and I climb the stairs with Kai beside me, twisting the steel ring on my thumb for courage. Tori stays behind, whistling some shanty under his breath. The doors loom ahead, and for a second, I swear they pulse like a heartbeat. The ornate doors above glide open as we approach, and I watch the captain from Isram stride confidently into the grand hall. The warmth of sunlight vanishes from my skin as I step inside. Replaced by the cool air of the castle, my eyes adjust, sweeping across the opulent space. Nothing like the rugged, earthy tones of Ilya. Instead, the room is bathed in pools of golden light, accented by rich blues. Twin staircases curve gracefully at either end, their steps cushioned by plush carpet. Every detail is polished, refined, almost fragile in its elegance. There's no need for intimidation here. The understated beauty alone is enough to leave me speechless. She's waiting in the throne room, the captain says without glancing back, leading us toward another set of gleaming white doors. The court is eager to meet you after news of Ilya's sudden arrival. That's all you'll get from me. He gestures to the guards flanking the entrance. Her Majesty will receive you now. My pulse quickens as the throne room unfolds before MEA sapphire blue runner stretches toward the raised platform, where sunlight spills through arched windows in rhythmic, wave-scattered tables dot the floor, giving courtiers a front-row seat to whatever spectacle awaits. But it's the woman perched atop a throne of bones that commands my full focus. The queen reclines effortlessly in a skeletal frame. Whether beast or monster, I can't tell. Thick vertebrae form the seat, while jagged ribs arch protectively around her, framing her like a macabre crown. Even from here, her emerald gaze pins me in place, sharp enough to slice through steel. It's not the soft green of spring leaves. No, this is the unrelenting glare of a predator. Kai steps forward, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, he says, nudging me to mimic his respect with an awkward curtsy. Forgive our unannounced arrival. I'm Kai Azer, enforcer to Ilya's king, and this is Paedyn Gray. We come to discuss reopening trade between our kingdoms. The queen's attention snaps back to me, her smile revealing a hint of fang. Ah, the infamous troublemaker. You don't look like someone who'd topple a regime. I've retired from rebellion, I reply, forcing a grin. Mostly. Zayla leans forward, bones creaking beneath her. Strain, last I heard, your name was tied to treason. The shallows weren't just dangerous. They came with a bounty for anyone foolish enough to cross them. Zayla points a manicured finger at Kai, then lets her gaze drop to my hand. Yet here you stand in my court with the enforcer, wearing what looks suspiciously like a royal engagement ring. Her crimson lips curve. Do enlighten me. It's rare for anything to capture my attention these days. I swallow hard, my mouth suddenly parched. The truth is, Ilya's starving after generations behind closed borders. We've drained our resources and overcrowded our cities. King Kit Azer recognizes we must return to our old ways, where elites and ordinaries lived side by side. I motion toward the queen. Open trade with neighboring kingdoms would follow to make this controversial transition easier. The king proposed marriage to me, an ordinary who survived the purging trials, a symbol of unity between our divided people. I inhale, preparing to continue. And what of your little regicide problem? Zayla interrupts, clearly entertained. Did Kit conveniently forget how you allegedly murdered his father? That's the rumor, at least. A false accusation, I counter smoothly. One, the kingdom now understands my presence here serves two purposes: to earn your trust and prove my loyalty to Ilya. She arches a sculpted eyebrow. Is that so? I fought in the purging trials as an ordinary. My voice wavers slightly. Now, to win over elites who'd rather see me dead than on the throne, I've volunteered for another set of trials. The queen stares before bursting into laughter, the sound sharp as broken glass. Let me guess, you barely survived crossing the shallows to get here. I keep my expression neutral. Benevolence is one of the three virtues Ilya's rulers uphold. Benevolence, she rolls her eyes. How quaint, not exactly my guiding principle. Then allow me to demonstrate it, I say quickly. As a token of goodwill, I've brought enchanted roses from our gardens. Their healing properties could benefit your people, if you're willing to hear us out. Her gaze turns razor sharp. A gift from your beloved king. Directly from the royal greenhouse, your majesty. Zayla leans forward, her voice deceptively soft. And you know nothing more about them. Nothing, I lie. She reclines against her bone-carved throne, looking far too at ease. All I hear, Paedyn Gray, is desperation. Ilya only remembers its neighbors when it's starving, only tolerates ordinaries when there's no other choice, and you represent a king who... I don't represent Kid Azer. My words cut through the throne room, silencing the murmuring court. I speak for the voiceless, for those who deserve to call Ilya home, not for any king. The echo of my voice fades, leaving thick tension in its wake. I hold the queen's stare, refusing to flinch despite the offense I've just committed. Weakness isn't an option now. Every muscle in my body strains to project confidence I don't possess. Zayla lets the silence stretch between us, thick and heavy. Then, that sharp smile returns. I still don't welcome Ilya. My breath hitches, hope flickering out like a dying flame. But I do welcome seeing you desperate, the mighty Ilya, humbled before me. I meet her gaze just as she continues, her voice dripping with quiet venom. Listen well. Ilya has turned its back on my kingdom for 30 years. No aid, no trade. Just isolation. Don't expect me to help out of kindness, but you. Her lips curve slightly. You remind me of who I used to be, young, relentless. Just pray that fire doesn't turn to ash. Her words strike deep, and I have to steel myself not to react because I know that darkness. It coils inside me, where Adina's absence still aches for her sake. I force it down. Zayla shifts on her bone-carved throne, the deep blue fabric of her dress shimmering as she examines her polished nails. For you, I'll try to be kind. For Ilya, I'll try not to enjoy its suffering too much. Relief washes over me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your mercy won't be forgotten. See that it isn't, she says lightly. Now explain something to me. How did an Ilyan vessel make it through my waters alive? Her casual claim over the sea leaves me momentarily speechless, giving Captain Tory the opening he's been waiting for. Well, Your Majesty, he steps forward, yanking off his hat with a dramatic flourish. I navigated the reckoning through those deadly waves, not an easy feat, but I've spent my life mastering the... The queen lifts a single finger, silencing him. So, you didn't face the beast? Tory hesitates. No, but then you haven't truly survived anything, she says flatly. Come back when you've stared into its eyes and lived. Until then, save your boasting. Tory snaps his mouth shut and retreats beside Kai. Zayla seems amused by this. You have 3 days to repair your ship. Paedyn will stay in the castle. The rest of you can sleep on your floating wreck. That's as generous as I get. I dip my head to hide my smirk. Your kindness is overwhelming. Naturally, she sighs, as if bored by her own greatness. Her gaze flicks toward her guard captain, and for the first time, I really take her in. She's radiant, almost unnervingly so, her face a blend of youth and wisdom, sharp angles softened by something unreadable. Adin, she calls, though her eyes stay locked on me. The captain appears at my side, rigid, his arms clasped behind him. Take Paedyn to her chambers. Make sure everyone gets back to their ship safely. Paedyn gives a quick nod, his gaze flicking upward briefly. Gladly, Your Majesty. Chapter 32. Kai. The rough bark bites into my sweaty palms as I cling to the tree trunk, my footing unsteady on the narrow branch beneath me, stretching out my free arm. I knock sharply on the window beside me. She takes her sweet time. Naturally, a sly grin tugs at her lips as she saunters toward the window, bathed in silver moonlight for a long moment. She just stands there on the other side of the glass, drinking in the sight of me hanging there like some desperate fool. So there I am, clinging to a branch. Completely at her whims, I shake my head at her mercilessness, forcing myself not to glance down at the dizzying drop below. Isram's barren landscape offers little greenery, but during my search for a discreet way into Paedyn's room, I stumbled upon a scraggly patch of trees behind the castle. One of them, stubborn and determined, stretches close enough to brush against her window. And now, here I am, scaling it for her amusement. The latch finally clicks, and she pushes the window open with deliberate slowness. You already shattered one arm falling out of a tree, she says, voice dripping with amusement. Really tempting fate again. I can't help but grin. She always brings it out in me, especially because she remembers the story I once told her under that willow. Kit and I were visiting Ava when that happened, I admit, watching her eyes widen as the pieces click into place. He bet I couldn't climb as fast as she once did, and I knew he was right, but you tried anyway, she finishes, a smirk playing on her lips, and ate dirt. I laugh, carefully shifting closer to the window. Worth it for a second. It felt like she was there with me. Something shifts in her expression at my words, and if you fell now, still worth it. I reach through the window, my fingers grazing her hip as I brace against the sill. Well, I'm here for you, aren't I? Her smile turns dangerous, and I quickly add, that's not permission to shove me, Gray. Her laughter sends a shiver down my spine as I swing myself inside. Landing beside her bare feet, my gaze lingers on the scar peeking out from under her tank top strap. She catches me looking and turns away, moving toward the bed. Why are you here? I clear my throat. Didn't see you yesterday, thought you might have missed me. That's why you scaled my window, she scoffs. Because I missed. I don't let her finish. My hands find her waist, spinning her toward me before my mouth crashes into hers. It's desperate, hungry, a relief. I didn't know I needed. She stiffens for half a second before melting into it. Lips parting beneath mine, I pull her closer. The heat of her skin searing through the thin fabric between us. She leans into me, her body warm and pliant, and a quiet sigh escapes her lips, sending my fingers tangling deeper into her silver hair. Reluctantly, I pull back just enough to see the protest in her eyes, and I can't help but grin. All right, she murmurs, her breath brushing against my mouth. Maybe I missed you a little. I laugh, pressing light kisses along the curve of her jaw, each one drawing another soft sound from her. She doesn't realize how much that noise unravels. My fingers trace the flutter of her pulse beneath her skin. So, she says, voice uneven, how's the ship holding up? I pause, raising an eyebrow. That's what you want to discuss. The ship, she exhales, half laughing. We sail tomorrow. I'd like to know if I should start writing my will. My tone drops, serious. What if I told you tonight might be it? Sweetheart, she says, tapping my nose with a smirk. Every night could be the end. The way she says it, that casual, fearless affection, makes me grin like an idiot. But then she's turning away, dropping onto the bed with a bound sigh follow, shoving my hands into my pockets, the fabric rough against my fingers. The ship is still afloat. If that's your concern, though, I wouldn't bet on it lasting much longer. You think it won't make the journey back? She asks, watching me carefully. Guess we'll find out. She sighs like she already knew the answer. With a pat on the blankets, she beckons me, and I sit beside her. Moonlight catches the blue of her eyes as she studies me. You, she starts, twisting the ring on her thumb absently, called me earlier. Was that Ava's name too? I nod. Yeah, it was. That's what I called Adina. Her lashes flicker, holding back something raw. Hearing it for someone else, it's strange. A dull ache spreads through my chest, maybe my ruined heart, maybe just the echo of her grief. She was my, I admit, voice rough. Ava was my Adina, but they're not gone. I lift her hand, pressing her palm flat against her heartbeat. Yours is right here. Paedyn swallows hard, nodding. Stay, she whispers, the word cracking. Please, not just tonight, always. Always, I promise, resting my forehead against hers. Her breath stutters. Stuck with MEMY, heart's too full for anyone else. I let go of her wrist to cradle her face instead. Not even death could pull me away. Dawn spills across the room, and I know I should leave before she wakes scarefully. I slide my arm from beneath her, but the shift makes her stir-eye tuck the blanket around her shoulders, and she settles, her breathing steady once more. A prickling awareness tugs at the edges of my mind, but I push it aside, distracted by the warmth beside MEMY fingers brush a loose silver strand. A sharp cough shatters the quiet before I can think. My hand is already under the pillow, gripping Paedyn's dagger. But the moment my eyes meet hers, vibrant, calculating green, I freeze. The queen lounges in an armchair by the fireplace, her posture regal, her lips curved in amusement. That unsettling feeling coils tighter under my skin.